weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
In comes Taylor again, bowls. Allsop is caught behind, the third wicket goes down, and all of a sudden this game is completely turned on its head. Here comes Allison, bowls. Coles is caught! Oh, that's a poor shot. The ball before lunch. And all of a sudden Sussex have lost 4 for 1. Ethan Brooks takes the catch.
No great surprise that Tom Taylor is opening up for Worcestershire from the Cromwell Road end. Taylor, who has some impressive figures. This ball, Haynes is edging to slip, caught in the end by Jones. It came off the hands of, I think it was Ben Allison at first slip. The wicket to the left-handed John Simpson, who's going to pick up 4 runs here. Nice little dab, back of the square on the offside. Ethan Brooks gives up the chase. I'll break off as Taylor comes in and bowls, and Simpson lets, oh, he's bowled, shoulders, arms, and the ball's hit the top of his off stump and he's gone.
Here comes Allison, bowls out, well, he gets away with that. This is Jack Carson. I'm not entirely sure he intended to play that there. There's been a 4th slip and you're gone. He's played away from his body and he's picked up a boundary.
Matthew Waite is on replacing Tom Taylor and bowls a lovely juicy ball outside the off stump, which is dispatched to the boundary. It was short and it was wide, and
lovely sunny afternoon, barely a cloud in the sky as Allison is in, bowls well, it was wide of the off stump, but it's drilled away by Hudson Prentice and it's 4 runs. Ben Gibbon, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and gets a very streaky boundary, to put it mildly, does Finn Hudson Prentice. That's come off an inside edge.
I think that's another hint.
In comes Waite, bowls. Hudson Prentice takes a step down the wicket and drives to mid-on for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Finn Hudson Prentice, used his feet, got down the track and drove powerfully away through mid-on for 4 runs.
Here's Gibbon to Hudson Prentice. Ooh.
Out.
And he's nicked him and he's gone.
That's a really poor shot.
There's a very loose delivery there from Hudson Prentice.
particularly in the hospitality, don't watch the cricket. That's a nice shot. That's 4. Off the back foot. Just a bit short there, Tom Taylor. A bit short, a bit wide. And cracked that one away, Carson. Lovely shot. No, let's get that right. This will be the end of the 47, so that'll be 17 overs till tea.
Gibbon in now, and this one tickled down fine by Robinson, and he'll finally get to open his account.
Taylor bowls to Carson, who's turning the ball down 2 fine legs, gone away for 4. Some oohs and ahs from the Worcestershire fielders, whether he played that off the middle stump. And Taylor is back in again, and Carson's off the edge again, and I'd say off the edge again, that is off the edge down to third man. I just said there's no third man for Worcestershire.
Luke Carson, in comes Brooks again, and Robinson plays that nicely, just waits for that and chops the ball away through backward point down towards third man for a boundary. Nice shot by Ollie Robinson. Just get myself ready for my update. In comes Waits again, cuts away and he's out. He's caught at backward point. Well, that was not a great delivery in all fairness from Ethan Brooks, but it was cut away straight to Jake Libby at backward point, and Ollie Robinson having been very circumspect during this innings.
Here's Taylor in, bowls, flicked away. That could be 4, it is 4. Played that shot before, Carson. Nicely away. Now, did the steward catch the ball off the rope? This is the thing.
Brooks in bowls, Caballos drives handsomely through the offside. He's going to get 4 runs, is Eric Caballos. He could back, Eric Caballos. I was a little surprised he came in below Ollie Robinson, and that's a lovely shot. Brooks in again, bowls, and nicely driven by Jack Carson. More runs here, could be a boundary. It is. Once the ball races away down the hill here, it's very difficult to stop, and that's a lovely shot by Jack Carson. In again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Jack Carson tucks it away, and that's going to be 4 more. I'm not sure if that came off the thigh pad or off the bat. We shall wait for the umpire's signal. They are indeed off the bat.
Tom Taylor, right arm over to the right-hander, and this is driven.
Shot.
That's a nice shot. That's 4 Penrith. Ben Allison. Oh, is it 4 Penrith? Oh, I think Ben Allison got a hand on that. And that is 50.
Bowls, and Carson drives handsomely. That's probably the shot of the day. Beautiful shot by Jack Carson on the up, drilled the ball away through mid-off, and that's a super shot. 84 not out. Allison in, bowls to Carson, short, pulled away. That's going to be 4 more. Too short, and Jack Carson walloped that one away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot from Carson.
Tom Taylor is in, bowls. Oh, it's a mighty blow, that is. Where's that gone? Backward a square on the leg side.
Well
Good bit of fielding. No, he's missed it. Fateh Singh went away to his left and looked as if he'd got it covered, but the ball escaped him.
One of these keepers, you just don't see much of him. There was a throw came in a little earlier, Bradders. I'll just come back to the in comes Singh. Bowls, and cut away firmly by Carvalho. This could be a boundary, it is a boundary. Cut away firmly through backward point.
Next ball is pulled away. It's in the air. It should go, and he does indeed. Matthew Waite moves away. That's not a great shot, to be honest. It was short. Tried to hook it. They'd got a man out of deep square leg, but they didn't need him because Matthew Waite comes round to his right from a mid-wicket area. Next ball from Allison, and he's got that away. That's high in the air, but is it out or is it over the boundary? It's over the boundary. It's into the stand for 6. Allison to Hayes, and this time Hayes is clipping this one. That's a nice shot. It could be 4. That is 4. Well, that's nice enough. James Hayes has that honour, and he's got, well, that's gone somewhere. It's gone past the wicketkeeper for 4, inside edge, methinks.
To Hayes, who plays this off his hips, and this is going to beat the man at mid-wicket and run away down towards the boundary.
Seeing in bowls, and just dabbed away on the offside. T indeed it is.
Running in down the hill to bowl to Jack Carson, who's up on his toes and plays it out into the offside and picks up a single. It's a comfortable signal because Worcestershire have set the field all the way back.
Get break. This one's a drag down, and this is misfielded at mid-off.
That's poor. That's very poor. That will not please his skipper.
Is Allison in and bowls, and that's a nice solid shot down the ground. That's 4. Brett D'Oliveira, one of the quickest fielders around, can give that one up.
Here comes Allison, bowls, and Carson pulls away onto the leg side. This could be his century. Wait, there we are! It's 100 for Jack Carson. What a knock that is. He takes off his home. He's absolutely thrilled. And Hove stands and applauds, and that's a quite magnificent effort by Jack Carson.
Gone to find and disturb people sat on the beach with their fish and chips as in runs Waite now, and this one, oh, it's bowled! Jack Carson's been bowled.
Inside edge. Ben Gibbon has a short leg in there as well. Gibbon lets the ball go by, pretty wide of the off stump, so.
Away from us now, shorter delivery. This one's a bit too much width, and this is cut away by Libby, and it's going to go all the way down towards the boundary in front of the members' pavilion, and that means Worcestershire open their account with a boundary.
Robinson in bowls, Gibbon plays out to the offside. They will take a couple of runs here. I'm sure Finn Hudson-Prentice charges back from point to field. In fact, they're only taking the one. Jake Libby doesn't want to take the first ball tomorrow morning, I don't think. And that is the end of the day's play. Worcestershire finished 7 without loss. Well, it's a lovely sunny day. It's quite a breezy day, and the trees around the ground are rustling in the breeze, although the flags on the flagpole are absolutely limp to the flagpole. I'm just going to have a little look and see if they can hear us on the stream now. Yes, they can. That's good. Thumbs up from Isaac and from Jack. In comes Hayes and Bowles. Pacey delivery and fenced at that one, does Gibbon. Goes through to the keeper, no run. So you may not have picked up the opening couple of balls if you were listening on the stream. But this is the opening over of the day. Sussex with 4 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg and a long leg all the way down in the distance. Good crowd here yesterday, Brad, as I thought.
It was, yes. Yeah, they told me, somebody told me there was nearly 3,000 at Chelmsford yesterday.
Really?
Start of a championship game.
Essex against Yorkshire, as in comes Hayes and Bowles, and clipped away nicely by Ben Gibbon. First runs of the morning. I don't think it's going to go for 4. In fact, that's Bertie Foreman, who's very quick across the ground. So Sussex have got a 12th man on here. So who is off? I have a feeling, which is not good news, that it might be Ollie Robinson.
Oh, right.
Now there's somebody down in front of the pavilion. That looks like Ollie Robinson, but at the minute it looks like Bertie Foreman is on the... It's definitely Bertie Foreman, because he runs at the speed of light. In comes Hayes again. Bowles played very confidently by Gibbon to mid-off, and there is no run. So let's hope that's nothing... I'm fairly certain that's Ollie Robinson in front of a player's pavilion.
Yeah,
so.
he's a long way off, but it does look like him.
Yes.
Who got injured yesterday? One or two got hit in the unmentionables.
Yes, they did. Well, in fact, James Hayes got hit, didn't he? A nasty blow. He's running away from us. On loan from Nottinghamshire. He's in and Bowles. Certainly on a yard of pace, hasn't he? And Gibbon is forward and plays confidently enough through the covers. Picks up a single, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, who surprised me yesterday with one of the quiz questions. End of the opening over. Worcestershire are 10 without loss. Gibbon on 4. Libby on 6. One of the questions was, in greyhound racing, what colour coat does the dog running in track 1 always wear? And he knew the answer. He pressed his buzzer, red.
Yeah.
And I said, how on earth do you know that?
Well, probably a misspent youth. I think 12th man's just gone off.
Yes, and Ollie Robinson has just come on. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't know why Robinson wasn't on for the first over of the day.
Maybe he was hiding somewhere.
Maybe.
Well, he's going to bowl anyway from the Cromwell Road end. Excuse me. 4 slips. In place, as you would expect, this early in the innings in the day, and Ben Gibbon, the night watchman, has got that away off a pad, but good work by wicketkeeper Simpson, nipping down the leg side. The ball died after he hit the pad, so he was sort of a leg slip, fine leg by the time he picked it up, and there is no run. I was just looking, I know Jake Libby's got a really good figures against Sussex. He actually averages 73.58 against Sussex.
Good stat, Brad.
4 centuries in 14 innings. So I've just put the kiss of death on him, of course. Robinson into Gibbon. Gibbon plays solidly up to mid-on. Probably not quite so many in today. There is this... People go on to me about, well, they should play more cricket at weekends. But I've found, and I've discussed this with various people, that you'll get more people on a Friday than you do on a Saturday. Because there's a lot of other things to do on a Saturday. Yes. If you play cricket or you're involved in cricket, you won't come on a Saturday. So not so many in today. Robinson in, Gibbon, once again, solidly in behind that.
We
pushes to mid-on.
We certainly get less emails, etc. on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, on the Friday you get quite a few.
Yeah. Probably people at work listening when they.
Well, totally. I think there's quite a lot of that.
Those that are here are enjoying the sunshine,
Yeah.
as you can see on there. Oh, the lady knitting away there. I wonder what she's knitting. Robinson in, beaten by and gone. The finger goes up. Ben Gibbon doesn't like it. He doesn't want to go, but umpire Debenham's finger went up, and Ben Gibbon marches off. Just seen a replay of that one, and yeah, so officially caught behind. So the first wicket of the day, Ben Gibbon, who was the night watchman, departs.
So do you think they sent him out as night watcher just because it was so late in the day yesterday, Brad?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, and then he faced the last over, didn't he?
Yes, he
Could have
did.
Taken a run.
Well,
But
it's very difficult for us to say. He did sort of look as he... Well, the umpire gave him out, so we have to assume there was a little feather through to the keeper. Very important for Ollie Robinson, needless to say, for Sussex. So no Jayden Seals. So Robinson is the strike bowler, and a lot resting on his shoulders for Sussex. But a good start, picking up a wicket in his first over of the day.
Yeah, it can be annoying when that night watchman hangs around. I've seen in the past night watchmen get centuries.
Yeah.
Richard Illingworth did for Worcestershire. I think John Inchmore many years ago did. So if you don't get rid of them, Gareth Roderick, it should be coming in.
Yes, I think it is. It's got Roderick on the board.
Yeah, I was saying about Jake Libby got a double century here. No, he got 198, didn't he? He missed out on the double century the last time Worcestershire played here. So
I think he got runs here for knots as well back in the day, you know,
yeah,
Bradders.
well have done. Yeah, I don't go back that far with my records. So Robinson to Roderick, who's got ball down the leg side. There's a little bit of excitement amongst the slips, but wicketkeeper and bowler don't get involved in that. As you'll, anyone who listens when I'm normally nattering on from here at home, I love to see who's out in the flats, and I've got to say the attendance today in the flats around the ground is nil point. No, can't see anybody out there. They're all busy shopping. Robinson in bowls, and forward comes Roderick, pushes away on the offside. And there is no run. That's the end of the over, and Robinson has taken that wicket, got rid of Ben Gibbon, the overnight batsman. And we do have somebody. Well done, fellas. They're behind the flag from me. They're up on the terrace where they were yesterday.
Yes.
So good to see them. Welcome. That old flag's billowing away again today.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. A minute ago, Bradders, it was absolutely sort of limp to the flagpole. Young James Ryan's going to carry on. Why I keep calling him James Ryan? For what on earth's the matter with him? James Hayes. Hayes.
We tried to work out who James Ryan was yesterday.
I know. I think I'm talking.
Not your milkman, is he, or something?
It is James Hayes who's running away from us up the hill. Comes in and bowls, and nicely tucked away by the B2 square. Throw comes in. Good bit of cricket. Now, who was that at? I think that was Jack Carson, you know, who was very quickly round at mid-wicket. He picked the ball up, hurled the ball in. It missed the stumps. I think he might have been struggling there, you know, if that had hit. I think he was...
He was out.
Yeah, I think he was out.
Yeah.
That has not missed by very much.
He was a bit on his heels there, Gareth Roderick, answering the call.
Let's just see who that was. I think it is Jack Carson.
Super bit of fielding.
Yes, it was Jack. Yeah. Fresh from his 100 yesterday. And it was lovely that his mum and dad were here. They'd come over for the week. I was talking to his mum last night. She said, we've come over for the week before they go off on holiday. And so it was very fortuitous they were here yesterday. In comes Hayes. Bowls, let go outside. The off stump taken by Simpson, no run. And Jack is the youngest of three brothers. And I said, were your brothers watching? He said, well, one of them might have been. He said, but one of them was one. Well, look at that throw. Oh, he's out. He's out by if that hits, he's long gone. He said one of his brothers was on a stag weekend in Dublin, so he said I don't think he watched it.
Yeah, that's a reasonable excuse.
Yeah.
Watch cricket, although you know. could always get his phone out and have a quick look, couldn't he, if his brother was near a century?
In comes Hayes, bowls, and right in behind that is Gareth Roderick, plays it down the track. There is no one. If you've just joined us this morning, a very good morning. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle and Nicky Trowdry, your commentary. Dave, God, what is the matter with me today?
You bang on the head overnight.
I know, I have.
Fall over the
Dave
street,
Bradley.
Dogs.
Gosh.
I've been called worse.
Dear, oh dear. I was with Bracegirdle last week.
Well, yeah. I'm actually a bit peeved about that, mate.
Here comes Hayes. Bowls, cutaway shot by Gareth Roderick, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played, just over pitched by James Hayes and thumped away through extra cover for 4 runs. Worcestershire to 15 for 1.
Gave him a bit of width there.
Yeah.
And once it's away down the slope, it takes a bit of stopping.
Yeah, there's no catching it.
I think the wind's blowing one of our cameras around a little bit on the live stream today. A bit wobbly.
Hayes in again, bowls. That's a full toss. There's going to be 4 more. Drilled straight down the ground. And the ball skips over the advertising hoarding. Means Ollie Robinson's got to do a bit of ball retrieval here. Oh no, he's not. He didn't go over the advertising boards, but back-to-back boundaries. That was a bit of a gimme, really. Full toss and just helped it down the ground.
I did see our steward yesterday was fielding very well off the rope down the course.
Yes.
Yes, I saw him last night as we were leaving. I said, oh, well fielded, mate.
Hayes again. Probably got a few nerves, I expect, on his first-class debut. In and bowls, and that's going to be more runs, and possibly 4 more runs. Too short again, punched away through the offside. Daniel Hughes is in hot pursuit, does well, drags the ball back. There's a good bit of fielding by the Australian, who was part of the players' quiz team last night. His other half expecting their first child in 2 weeks, so all very exciting for Daniel at the moment.
Oh, right.
And a good bit of fielding there. Worcestershire are 21 for 1, Roderick on 10, Libby on 7. And a wicket has gone down this morning. That was the wicket of the night watchman, Ben Gibbon, who was caught behind by John Simpson of the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 4.
I do wonder if those people up on the balcony, which are being featured again on the live stream, A, they're on television or on a regular basis, and B, have they joined the union for the actors? You know, are they? Where's the union for the actors group? Is the next ball to Libby, which plays forward, plays back at the pitch.
The union for actors is called... Oh, crumbs. It's no use asking me, I can't even remember your name. Oh, there's Brenda, look.
Nicky.
Equity.
Equity, that's it, yeah. So, are they a member of that? And should they get a fee from Sussex County Cricket Club for appealing regularly on the stream? Good work. Worcestershire are 21 for 1, replying to Sussex 384 out, all out. Here's Robinson bowling from the Cromwell Road end in and bowls to Libby, who's forward defensively, pushes up to mid-on, where Kavalis, I suspect, is the fielder there. Indeed he is.
Interesting yesterday, Bradders, with Sussex with that great start, 80 without loss, but you do hear talk about sometimes when the lacquer comes off the ball and that sort of thing, it gets better for bowling and...
Starts to do a bit. Yeah.
Television's now featuring on Brenda. There she is, Sussex's biggest fan. Always first in the queue is Brenda.
Right.
Every day.
As Robinson bowls, and Libby initially goes slightly back, but then comes forward and plays the ball down on the offside.
She was at the quiz last night, and if the ball goes out of shape, there she is, in a blue cardie today, in her shades, she'll come running on with a box of balls.
Right.
Yeah, lovely lady.
Does she get an appearance fee?
I don't know, she ought to.
I'm
They gave her a nice birthday party for her 80th birthday not so long ago.
Nice.
Yeah. Lovely lady.
They give you one for your 80th at all?
That was too long ago, Bradders.
Here's Robinson in and bowls, and this time Libby turns on the leg side. Probably only one. It will be only one because it's gone almost directly down to James Hayes, who's fielding at fine leg. And did your mum and dad watch your first century? Was he?
Well, that would have been a problem because I never made one.
Oh, right.
Did you ever make one?
My dad watched my first century.
Go on.
Yeah, he was in the same team. He was, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Long time ago, that was. When the earth was flat. Robinson in and bowls, and this is turned away on the leg side. Again, a little squarer this time. Should get a couple on this occasion. They do. A comfortable couple in the end. So Roderick goes to 12. Libby has 8. Worcestershire 24. What if you just joined us? The man out is Ben Gibbon, the night watchman. Caught Simpson bowled Robinson for 4.
You said there, Bradders, and you hit that rather well. You said my first century.
It's countless.
Oh, come on.
Countless. No, it might, you know.
Did you make a few?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
Oh, man. Yeah. You don't think I made just 1 century, do you? Behave. Here's Robinson in and bowls. Wraps the pad. Brief appeal. Slip's got interested. Bowled and not. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire are 24 for 1. And the cricket I played in, you didn't get your individual scores on the scoreboard. You just got the total and the wickets and all that. And the week after I scored 100, I was on 96 and I didn't know, and got out stumped. And I'm not sure I've been more annoyed for a long time.
So did you walk off? Because I played a very low stat. You'd walk
Yeah,
off. So I said, "Oh, well, back, mate. You got 96."
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me?
Yeah. Well, didn't think thought you'd be nervous. Yeah. Okay.
Here comes Hayes and bowls and defended by Libby down to mid-off. There is no run. Better delivery and a nice round of applause. They would call it at our club. They would call that jug evasion.
Yeah.
Bradders.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to buy 2 jugs for 100.
Two in 2 balls, and you bowl the third one wide, so you don't get a hat trick. Jug avoidance. Yeah. I think they do still sometimes buy a jug. I believe.
Well, I had this discussion earlier on this season, and we were talking about jugs. As in comes Hayes and bowls. Libby again defends down the offside, no run. You would get a jug for if you got a 50.
Yeah.
On the rare occurrence someone got 100, they'd have to get a couple of jugs. If you took 5 wickets,
Yeah.
you'd get a jug. If you dropped a horrendous catch, you'd probably buy a jug. And there was always a team jug as well.
Yeah.
So there was a bit of money left out, the team money, to go and get a jug, that you take round to the opposition. And the opposition would always buy a jug as well.
So basically, if you were an unsuccessful cricketer, you get free beer or not.
Totally. that was me. In comes Hayes and bowls and clipped to mid-wicket, fielded there by Carson. There is no run. But I have to say, all Mickey taken apart, that it was one of the great things I loved about it. The camaraderie, the beers after the game, the jugs. And it was an old watering can we had.
Yeah.
All clubs were the same, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just fill it up with beer.
Yeah, we had a meet-up on our little village ground last year. Was it last year or the year before? Might have been last year. And
Hayes again, 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Libby, no run.
There was 4 or 5 of us old fools going, "Oh, do you remember when we did that? Do you remember when we were on tour and we went in that pub in Whitehaven and we're going all about this? Oh, do you remember that bloke? He was horrible. Yeah, we slapped him for 6." And there was a couple of the young lads were sat in front of us, and one turned around and said, "Blimey, you must have been good." I said, "Well, we weren't then, but we are now."
That's very good.
We've got better over the years.
That's right. Yeah, that 6 went even further.
Oh, mate, that went into the next postcode.
Yeah, and I bet you could swing it, Bradders.
Yeah.
In comes Hayes, bowls. Libby's up on his toes, punches into the offside, picks up a single because Daniel Hughes needs to move smartly to his left-hand side to field. 1 more run to the total. Libby to 9, 25 to 1. I'm told actually, don't play anymore, but I'm told by the lads at the club that, and I think a lot of it is now because of clearly, drinking and driving, people, don't stay and have a beer. But I'm told it's not quite as sociable these days, that people tend to sort of, finish, then they say, right, thanks very much, I'm going home now, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
In comes Hayes and bowls, and right in behind that is Libby. Better over from James Hayes, who's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 21. Worcestershire 25 for 1. Roderick on 12. Libby on 9, but also, Bradders, there's quite a lot of no alcohol beers as well now, so people could stay if they wanted, really.
There is, yeah. I mean, there's a there's a lot of clubs in league cricket. I'm not sure what it's like in Sussex nowadays, but certainly in Worcestershire there's quite a bit of travelling.
Yeah.
I mean, our second team in Division 7 South of the Worcester County League, I think we've got 6 games in Herefordshire. You've got 1 in Wales this year, still 12. So by the time you've got there and got back home, and that's why Sunday cricket has disappeared as well. There's very little Sunday cricket ground in Worcestershire anymore. Here's Ollie Robinson back to this game, bowling to Libby, who pushes out on the offside to an extra cover. There is no extra cover. So from cover point, who's that? Finn Hudson-Prentice has a wonder to pick the ball up. And because it's so, start of the season you start at 12 o'clock. So if you're travelling to Build Wells, it's probably going to take you the best part of an hour. So you're leaving home at 10:30 to get there for 11:30, and then you get back home at night at 9-10 o'clock at night, and then you say to your good lady wife, I'm playing cricket tomorrow. There you know. Here's Robinson in bowls, and this is Roderick coming forward solidly, pushes the ball back up the pitch.
What actually really get in at 10 o'clock and say, I'm just going to watch Match of the Day and then I'm playing cricket tomorrow.
It's 10 o'clock. Oh, we played till 9. In the dark.
Yeah, no, it's no, I agree.
And people have so many other things to do with their time, don't they? A lot of village cricket clubs have disappeared, and village football clubs as well have disappeared.
Totally, yeah.
Robinson bowls, and coming forward. Gareth, rather hurried by that one. I got the impression that did that one skid on a bit, or
I think it did a bit. Kept it a little low,
not quite in the. Let's have a look at that. It sort of hits the bottom of the bat, and he's kind of indicating there, Gareth Roderick, that it came into him a bit, and also maybe didn't get up as high as he would have wished. Oh, by the way, yesterday we were, as Robinson comes in and bowls, and this time Roderick is forward solidly to Cavelis at mid-on run. About the over rate,
yes,
which showed -4 on the board. They do only change them at intervals now, or if the umpires tell the scorers to change it. And Worcestershire ended on -1 yesterday, apparently.
So they got it back quite a bit in the end.
Yeah. But, as I've said many times before, don't ask the scorers to explain how they work out over rates. It's and it's up to the umpires. If there's an injury, the umpires will say, well, add 2 minutes on for that. And there was a couple of injuries yesterday.
Yes.
Here's Robinson in bowls, and Roderick this time turns on the leg side, just going forward and then just easing it into the mid-wicket area. Doesn't get a run. Cavelis is doing some very high stepping, as if he's just about joined the Royal Ballet there, I think. And
yeah, he's gonna. I think he might bowl quite well on this track, actually. Cavelis, he does sort of nip the ball around a little bit.
He's a tall lad, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I don't want to be worried. I thought Ollie Robinson just sort of was limping a little bit there. Just keep an eye on him.
He's certainly racing in down from the Cromwell Road, and this is a short ball on the hip of Roderick, but he gets up and plays it down into the ground. Got over from Ollie Robinson, single off the first one, and Worcestershire are 26 for 1 on another. I'm just looking. Cloudless. There's one right in the way in the distance.
There is. Yes.
An almost cloudless sky.
Yes. Interesting though. I think it's an interesting debate though, Brad, is about Ollie Robinson just got a pat there from John Simpson, and he's only bowled 3 overs this morning.
There's a change.
Yeah, I think he's favourite. I think he's limping.
This is
he's definitely
coming on.
I think he's limping on his left leg, Ollie Robinson.
He looks in a bit of pain, doesn't he?
He does. That does not look good. I thought he pulled up after that previous delivery, and John Simpson just came over and tapped him on the back. There's no 12th man, and he's staying on. But that is not good news, because Sussex has got a lot of cricket coming up in the next 2 or 3 weeks. In comes Cavelos bowls, and right in behind that is Libby. Plays down. He's signalling to the dressing. He's going off.
Wants a sub on.
Yeah, he's going off. Well, this is really bad news for Sussex, because already Jaden Seals is out the game. It looks like Ollie Robinson's got a problem. They've got Sean Hunt long-term injured. Henry Crocombe is still not ready after a shoulder problem. They've got the emergency loan in from Notts. This would be a huge blow for Sussex if Ollie Robinson, if this is anything major. Carvelas in and bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, no run. Yeah, I thought he pulled, and I didn't think actually, Bradders, that he was actually bowling at full lick, to be honest.
No, and certainly that last over, I think the first couple of overs, but certainly that last one.
And he was
stretching his left.
And he was late out, wasn't he? He wasn't on the field of play for the first over. Now, that could have been for any number of reasons.
He's stretching his left hamstring, I think.
He had a foot problem. He missed the second game of the season. In comes Carvelas, bowls, and with extra lift there from Carvelas. Well played there by Jake Libby. Plays it into the offside. There is no run. But that's a major concern. He's waving again to the dressing room. I'm not sure if they've noticed, but he's...
Yeah, there he is on your live stream pictures, if you've got those.
Yeah. I think he's favouring his left leg. He's actually trying to organise the field from mid-on at the minute. In comes Carvelas. He's got this very upright approach to the wicket. In and bowls, and he turns it onto the onside, fielded by Jack Carson. And there is no run. Interesting though, Brad, talking about, I know we do reminisce about the old days, and and as kids, and early 20s, you'd play cricket Saturday, Sunday. It was your life in the summer. I mean, I used to love playing all the old clubs, all the old camaraderies. Going down to the ground in the week, seeing if your name was on the team sheet and all that sort of thing. It was great fun, and all the villages had teams.
Yeah.
As in comes Carvelas in and bowls, and nicely played by Libby, but straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. But a lot of village teams, certainly in my neck of the woods, have disappeared. And I know the ECB talk about more and more people are playing cricket, and there's obviously a lot more girls cricket, women's cricket, but certainly in villages there's less cricket than I can see.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Well, when I started playing, which, as I say, the world was the world was flat and black and white. We never went further than 7 miles. No.
Carvelas in bowls. That's a good delivery. That's a good delivery, and that did beat Jake Libby. Goes through to John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over, 26 final. Let's just see what happens here with Ollie Robinson, because he was definitely struggling at the end of the last over. He signalled towards the balcony. There is a 12th man making his way down. In fact, Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl the next over. So Ollie Robinson is definitely going off the field, having bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. He's only bowled 3 overs this morning. Now, he is jogging off, in fairness. You'd have thought if he's doing a lot of discomfort that he would be taking it easy, but he's going off the field. Bertie Foreman, I think it was young Bertie, is coming on. And that's a big blow for Sussex, no question.
Yes. It never rains when it pours.
Yeah, totally.
I was conjecturing yesterday. I thought that Finn Hudson-Prentice always did quite well against Worcestershire, but was it my imagination? And I'm turning into a stato here, aren't I?
You are. You're actually getting a bit boring, Brad.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting a bit boring. Oh, I've worked on that for years. I've achieved my life's ambition. Anyway, it is the aforementioned down the slope. He bowls, and this is worked away through mid-wicket. That might well go away for 4. It has gone away for 4. Very nicely timed shot there from Gareth Roderick.
Beautifully played.
Leg stumpish. Yeah, maybe not leg stumpish. Maybe middle in the leg, and then worked away nicely. 4-4, and Worcestershire move on to 30 for 1. And Roderick goes to 16. Yeah, against Worcestershire, Finn Hudson-Prentice has taken 18 wickets, which, it's not a mind-blowing statistic. As he comes in again to bowl to Libby. Forward he comes. Libby, and there's no run. But remarkably, he is bowled. Stay with me on this, folks. 1,069 balls against Worcestershire. And the next highest is 604 against Leicestershire. So he's bowled a lot of balls against Worcestershire.
Well,
he's taken 18 wickets against Worcestershire at 33. But I'm just wondering why he's bowled so many deliveries against Worcestershire. Almost twice as many as against other teams. His Roderick up on his toes to play this out on the offside. Adrian Harms is going to update the fine people of, where are you today? Sussex, Surrey, Hampshire, Dorset,
Durham,
West Glamorgan.
Isle of Wight. Yes, that's on its way. What if I just take the next ball, Bradders, in case they come to me in a rush? Here we go.
You carry on, mate.
Here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice. In and bowls. And Roderick turns that nicely for a second boundary of the over. Oh. Where there is not a cloud in the sky. It's the most glorious sunny day here on the south coast. Worcestershire are 34 for 1 in their first innings. That in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 284. They have lost a wicket this morning. They have Ben Gibbon, who was caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 4. However, since then, Ollie Robinson has left the field with some kind of a leg injury. Bad news for Sussex, who've already lost a number of their bowlers for this match. Elsewhere, at Edgbaston, Warwickshire, now 384 for 4 against Surrey. And in the second division, Glamorgan still piling on the runs. Down at Canterbury, they're 413 for 7 against Kent.
Very good. Very good. Why do all TV presenters, or radio presenters rather, think we're sat in the sunshine?
I know.
We're sat in a very nice air-conditioned studio, thank you very much. Go there in the sunshine. Here's Hudson-Prentice, and that's a good ball. That takes off.
It did take off.
That was, as they call, his effort ball, I think. Let's watch that one again. He's short of a length. Ooh, goes pinging through.
Wow.
Yeah. Shall I go?
Yes. Shall we bring Nicky in for half an hour? Then you come back at lunchtime, Brad. Sorry, lunchtime. At 12 o'clock.
I will.
Nicky's not quite as welcome today, you know, because yesterday she arrived with a lovely box of homemade cookies, and Bradders and I were rather hoping that we'd have more of the same. But sadly, they were all demolished, as was the lovely lemon drizzle cake which arrived yesterday. In comes Harry Cavalos and bowls, and played nicely by Libby. Down to mid-on, there is no run, fielded by Tom Haynes. Hello, Nicky.
Hello, good
I'm
morning.
only pulling your leg.
I hope so.
The cookies were lovely.
Well, they got demolished yesterday. I think Isaac and the media team had like 4.
They are dreadful.
Sorry, Isaac, but...
They are dreadful. So any hint of a biscuit in the press box next door to us, and it's gone.
But I think it's deserved. They're working hard next door.
Yeah, they're not working that hard. I mean, they...
Not as hard as us.
No.
You deserve them more.
In comes Carvelos in and bowls, and in behind that is Libby, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Let's see if we've had some emails this morning. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Julian, I picked up his email. Good morning, gentlemen and lady, I'm sure. He says, what a crazy day of cricket yesterday. Who says county championship cricket is boring? A change of sport. My horse, Delta Blues Bell, makes her debut at Hexham in the 650 National Hunt Race today. I'm hoping my 10% runs as well as the other 90. Well, that's interesting. In comes Carvelos. Bowls clipped away by Libby to mid-wicket. There is no run. So there we are. I'm not sure whether Julian is tipping his horse, Delta Blues Bell, to win at Hexham tonight in the 650. I thought the National Hunt season had finished, Julian, but I think you only have a few days off and then it all starts again. You look really confused, Vicky. Do you not know what National Hunt racing is?
I'm assuming it's some sort of horse racing?
It is, but it's over jumps.
Right, okay.
In comes Carvelos and bowls, and played nicely by Libby, firmly through the onside. Jack Carson in hot pursuit, overhauls the ball, but not before Libby comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 12, and the total to 36 for 1. Generally speaking, National Hunt racing is a winter sport, but these days it goes on pretty much all year round. But there won't be many runners up at Hexham, I wouldn't have thought, Julian, because the ground is like concrete. So your horse might have a chance. Well, I wish him luck. Well, I presume it's a him horse. I don't know.
Never been to the races.
Have you not? Oh, you ought to go. It's great fun. In comes Carvelos over the wicket. Bowls. Now, I thought that had gone through to the keeper, but I think he got a ledge on that. It fell sort of the slips. We'll just see the replay. Here we go. He did edge it, and it fell well short of Tom Clark, who's a very good slip fielder. That second slip, and there is no run. You don't have to... Well, it's just a nice day out, Nikki. Often they have, after racing, they have rock bands and that sort of thing, and singers.
Yeah, I have
and
seen it. Some of my friends have been, but I just haven't managed to go myself, which is definitely something I want to do.
What time race? In comes Carvelos, bowls and turn down the leg side, but I think that might have come off the thigh pad. John Simpson takes off his cap and is in hot pursuit to get the ball. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed, it is a leg by. Total goes to 37 for 1 at the end of the over, with Roderick on 20, Libby on 12. Sorry, Bradders. It's the 6:50 at Hexham tonight. And the horse is called Delta Blues Bell. I remember a very funny 40 Towers episode where doesn't Basil put somebody on a horse called Dragonfly? Yes. And I think Sybil finds out. Oh, ridden by? Oh, he's good. Well, Skelton's good. I think Skelton's dad, it was the leading trainer, or one of the leading trainers last year. All right. We're not encouraging people, of course.
Hudson Prentice from the Cromwell Road end runs in towards Libby now off the back foot, pushes this to cover. There is no run. We've got 3 slips in place and the sun is glorious. I love this weather, Adrian. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, it does make you happy, doesn't it?
Like, I'm a nicer person in the sunshine.
Are you?
Yeah, that's why I don't
Are
spend the winter here.
Are you not very nice in the winter?
Don't meet me in the winter. You don't want to say hi.
Oh, okay. 13 to 8. Oh, so that's Nikki looks really confused now. 13 to 8, Nikki.
13 to 8, whatever that means. As in comes Hudson Prentice now, and Libby's forward in defence. You're just doing this on purpose now, both of you.
Well, he might go out to 7 to 4 or something like that in the betting, or 15 to 8. You never know. Where are you doing this to wind Nick up? No, yeah. I used to work in the many years ago for an HP company based in Brighton, and my boss was pretty hopeless at maths, but he loved having a bet. And so if you said, I've got £2.50 each way on a horse at 33 to 1, he could tell you instantly what you'd win.
In runs Hudson Prentice now, Libby off the front foot again, defends. This goes towards mid-on.
So good luck to your horse, and good luck, Julian. I said earlier on, if you, I don't know if you were listening, but good luck over the next couple of weeks as well, and I hope everything works out for you. Steve Cook is listening. Oh, he's in Thailand, is Steve, and he says, good to have Worcester back at home. It means we get to hear Dave Bradley, one of my least favourite commentators. Actually, he didn't say least. He said one of my very favourite commentators.
In comes Hudson Prentice. Oh, back of a length. Pops up a little bit. Libby just plays that off the back foot to point. That took a bit of height. Took him by surprise as well.
Which presumably means that Nicky and I are not his favourite commentators. But there you go.
What did we ever do to you?
Thank you, Steve, listening in Thailand.
You always have very exotic listeners. I
do.
swear, we always have people from Thailand and the Far East, and we've got people from like southern Spain, like they'll message in, lying on their sunbeds, listening to day 2 of the game, and not a bad life.
For sure.
Worcestershire 37 for 1, as in comes Hudson Prentice, and this one beats the bat of Libby.
I'm told actually that most of the listeners are insomniacs, though, Nicky. So they. So the doctor says, "Yeah, I've got a cure for you. I don't bother going down the chemist. Just switch on the commentary from home and listen to Harms. 5 minutes, you'll be fast asleep."
Oh goodness!
And that's for that Bradley bloke.
3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, as in comes Hudson Prentice. This one slightly straighter, played off the hips by Libby, down towards a long leg. They'll run the first one hard. They look at the second, but nope. Only one taken. Worcestershire 38 for 1 at the end of 13 overs, and those fellows down on the far stands, well, they're really topping up their tans already.
They are. Yeah, get the sun cream out, fellas. We've had an email in from Reverend Doug. Reverend Doug is, he says, "Good morning, Abe. Just finding a few minutes to enjoy the cricket. A cup of tea and a slice of angel cake." Is angel cake the one with the marzipan on and the quarters? Yeah, you get the coloured quarters of cake and the marzipan. Yeah, angel cake. Oh, lovely. I fancy a bit of angel cake. In comes Carvelis, running in and bowls, and played on the full by Libby to mid-off. There is no run. He says no cricket to be played today, but got a game in last week. Skipton Cricket Club has had a game on every day this week, with the first and second men's today. So much cricket. By the way, the boy Tom returned 2 for 11 off 4 back for his under-15s. So the season is going well. 2 for 11 with 4 overs. That sounds good. From Reverend Doug, listening up in Skipton. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and Libby defends down the track. There is no run. Whenever I think of the Reverend, I always think of, was it Dad's Army, where the vicar would come in and someone would, and they'd always say, "Don't you cheek his reverence?" Yes. Who was the Reverend in Dad's Army? There was the Verger. I remember the Verger as well. In comes Carvelis. In and bowls. The biggest forward defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. 38 for 1. Roderick 20. Libby on 13. 3 slips, a point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Good to hear from you, Reverend Doug.
Sussex women are in action today.
Oh, is that their game against
Glamorgan.
Right.
In the Vitality County Cup. They're at Sophia Gardens.
Oh, right.
And Glamorgan have won the toss and will be batting first.
How many overs aside?
20-20.
Okay. It's a beautiful day down there as well. Good luck. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and maybe sort of jumps in the air and plays that into the offside. There is no run. Just a reminder that Ollie Robinson is off the field, although that being said, I think he's now walking around the boundary edge. I think he's over there towards where the players' families often sit and watch the cricket. He's got his hands on his hips. He's talking to someone over there. So maybe he's going to come back on, which will be good news for Sussex. Carvelis with this very upright approach as he runs into the wicket. Bowls, but he defends into the offside. Again, there is no run. Stuart McPherson says, I hope you're well. Just wondering if you received my last email. That could have been from yesterday, Stuart.
Who sent that?
Stuart McPherson.
That's the name of my headmaster.
Really?
Was.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he strict?
No, he wasn't strict.
Right. Yeah, Stuart got in touch yesterday and was talking about the...
Must be a different one.
the Northwest 200 International Road Races. We read that out yesterday. Stuart, I don't know if there was another one. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and that's a delivery again that gets a bit of extra bounce from Ari Carvelos. It's a good over, a maiden over from Ari Carvelos. It just lifted a little on Jake Libby. And the ball goes through to John Simpson. The good news for Sussex is that Ollie Robinson is coming back onto the field. So whatever was the problem, maybe the physio's got out his magic sponge or the magic spray. And that is good news, because let's see if is he favouring that left leg? Well, as I say that, he now sort of seems to tuck something in his sock. Anyway, he's back on the field, Robinson, so that is good news, because Sussex are already depleted in the fast bowling department.
They are indeed. Hudson Prentice turns at the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end and runs in towards Roderick. Off the back foot again, a little bit of height this one takes. It's played to mid-off. Yeah, that name just rang a bell. I was like, ooh.
Stuart McPherson, right, yeah.
Yeah, the headmaster of Worth School in Sussex.
I gather now that at school, a lot of school kids call the teachers by their Christian names.
Do they?
Apparently, yeah.
I only know a handful of them, but
It was always Sir.
because I actually grew up on campus for my school,
Right.
I knew a lot of my teachers before they became my teachers, as in runs Hudson Prentice now, and this one played off the hips, off the back foot down towards long leg by Roderick. They'll come through for the single. 39 for 1 the score moves on to. So I found that pretty strange, because when I suddenly went and saw the same teachers in a classroom environment calling them by their surname or Miss or Sir, that became really weird. I'd be in the habit of calling them by their first name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Took a bit of time to get used to. There's Libby. Awaits. Waves his bat in his stance and off the back foot keeps this one down. Plays it to mid-off. No run. 39 for 1.
I think Worcestershire will be pleased with this one. I mean, obviously they've off the night watchman Ben Gibbon, but you know they've largely untroubled, haven't they? What will be of more concern, I think, will be the odd delivery that has lifted that one off the length from Hudson Prentice in the previous over. Well, how many? What have you had? This is the 15th over with this ball.
It's a glorious day to bat as well.
It is.
Hudson Prentice in, and this one off the hip again into the leg side region, just a few metres away from Libby himself.
Timothy Farthing. Ah, thank you, in Dad's Army. Such a funny programme. Oh, Mr. Yateman, was he the verger? Yeah, don't you cheek his reverence.
And this one, full delivery from Hudson Prentice. Libby's forward in defence this time. Hudson Prentice feels off his own bowling.
I'm sure there is some very good comedy on television these days, but I have to say, perhaps it's just an age thing, but some of those old series were just wonderful, weren't they? The Dad's Armies, the Porridges, the 40 Towers. I don't know what the up-to-date comedy. What are the up-to-date comedy programmes, Nikki? And if
You're asking the wrong person.
Right. Perhaps there aren't many.
But no, I do like watching comedy, but haven't come across many new shows. Oh, this one, it's an appeal to Jack back. He's been caught. LBW. Hudson Prentice with the breakthrough. And Worcestershire, they lose another. Libby will have to go.
That looked very out.
It did. You were raising your finger from the commentary box.
Actually, on the replay, I wonder if it's going down the leg sides. Anyway, Jake Libby is gone. Hudson Prentice picks up his... Brad just thought that was a bit high, I think. But the wicket has gone down. Let's see it again. Slowing it down. Yeah, hits him. Yeah. I guess it's one of those that if the batter had a chance to review it, he might. Actually, Jake Libby didn't even look at the umpire actually. But he's gone. And Worcestershire are 39 for 2.
Just when you said they'd be happy with how they're going.
Yes, absolutely. We were talking about angel cake earlier on, which the Reverend Doug had a piece of angel cake this morning. But Simon's been in touch. He says, good morning, Adrian and Nikki. Just a bit of general chit-chat. The cake with the squares and the marzipan is a Battenberg. That's a Battenberg cake. It has the different coloured squares and marzipan.
Oh yes, I know. It's got like the light pink and yellow squares, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I'm not a cake expert, but.
And you were talking about the 99 flake yesterday. The 99 flake does not refer to the price, but the address where it was first available.
Huh? That's something new. I had no idea.
As you were. About that. Anyway, in comes Carvalho's bowls, and again a bit of lift there off of a length. And actually, that was played well by Gareth Roderick. Now, the good news from a Worcestershire point of view is that Henry Nichols has come out to bat. Brad has said he would bat at 4, and he's been absolutely proved correct. Dislocated a finger yesterday whilst fielding in the slips. He caught Daniel Hughes, the first wicket to go down, but the repairs have worked, and he is out there. So that's good news from a Worcestershire point of view. Not such good news as they lost a couple of wickets this morning, as in comes Carvalho's running in over the wicket. Bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who is back on the field, having gone off with what looked like some sort of a leg injury. But he seems okay. He's back on. And there is no run. 3 slips, backward point. There's a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Nicky was saying, on a glorious day, barely a cloud in the sky, as indeed is the case pretty much across the country. Carvalho's in again, bowls, and that kept a little low on Gareth Roderick, who rather had to dig that out. We'll see that again in a moment, but I did think that kept a little bit low. The ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. I think the weather forecast for Monday is a little bit iffy. It's fine for today and tomorrow, but Monday is a suggestion of showers, and the weatherman said this morning if you get a shower it'll be more rain than you've seen for some time. But then going into next week, very nice again, or the middle part of next week. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and forwards comes Roderick, played into the offside. There is no run. I don't know whether we might be able to see a replay of that previous delivery to see whether it did keep a little low.
Just got the forecast up in front of me. I think highs of, saying like 37% rain.
Here we go.
Chances.
Not sure if it was that one or the previous one. Either way, Gareth Roderick is still there. Kept wicket beautifully yesterday. Mr. Stumping at the end, which was the only blot on a very competent day behind the stumps for the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. Carvelos in the bowls, and nicely played by Roderick, but straight to mid-wicket where a sprawling Jack Carson fields. He has been nursing a finger problem as Jack Carson, and I think that's probably why. Well, sometimes he does field in the slips. Being kept out of the firing line in there. He has a quick chat to Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. Carvelos, who's bowled very tidily this morning. Last ball of his fourth over, figures of 0 for 2 with 2 maidens. Is in again and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Past the outside edge. He's bowled nicely as Eric Carvelos, his first appearance of the season for Sussex, and he's bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, has taken no wicket for 2. Worcestershire 39 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. I'm Adrian Harms, with me Nikki Chowdhury, Dave Bradley back with you on commentary in 5 minutes or so time. And it is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowled 3 overs and has taken 1 for 10.
Yeah, Worcestershire 39 for 2.
Oh, that was the one that kept a little low. Yeah, it wasn't that low, but it just...
Lower than the previous delivery. That's
Yes.
probably why we
Yes.
noticed it a bit more.
That's a view that we can't see, actually. That's a view looking towards us here in the commentary box over the flats. You can see just a little bit of high-level wispy cloud. That's over the sea. There's a few people taking a dip today, I would imagine.
Oh, but the water must be freezing still, just 'cause we've got blue skies and it's...
Well, there'll be people swim in the sea down here all year round, though. You know, people
I know,
put on the
they're very brave
wetsuits and...
people. I don't think I could. I was here last year and there was someone who was trying to convince you to go on a dip.
Richard Ray, who's our colleague from BBC Radio Leicester.
You remember that pretty well then.
Yes, I do.
Hudson-Prentice in. And this one's just down the leg side.
Yeah, unfortunately I forgot my... In fact, he was here twice last year, Richard, and the first time I sort of deliberately on purpose forgot my swimming costume, because I did say I would join him for a dip in the sea. And then the next time I thought, well, I can't possibly do that again. So I did bring my swimming gear, but the game finished early and Richard had to sort of get back to Leicester. I went, oh, well, if you've got to go back up, you get on your way, you know. I you know, the traffic can be dreadful. The traffic can be dreadful around the M25 at this time of night, so...
Yeah, I do remember that. He was quite disappointed he didn't have anyone to join him, as this one's left alone outside the off-stump by Nichols.
He won't mind me saying, I think he's slightly bonkers, though. He swims in lakes and then he
runs
yeah,
and
then
swims
he
and
does
he's
these...
very active, isn't he?
Well, triathlons they're called?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, you swim a mile and then you cycle 20 miles and you run 10 miles.
Yeah, sounds like too much hard work.
It's breezy, isn't it? Look at the players' shirts and trousers rustling in the breeze.
It's a bit breezy.
And the flag.
Hudson-Prentice right arm round the wicket as Nichols is forward and defends. Yeah. The weather next week looks absolutely glorious.
Yes, it
apart
is.
from Monday, which
Yeah, I think from about Tuesday, Wednesday onwards, it's going to be sunny right through, isn't it, again? So
yeah, it could be a bit hit or miss on Monday. You might get the rain, you might not. But the rest of the week, ooh, it's a lovely week. Gets me very excited for the rest of the summer. The international summer as well, not far off.
Yes.
Although I did hear some news this morning, which I wasn't very happy with, regarding the international summer, as Hudson-Prentice is in again, and this one's left alone outside the off-stump by Nichols. Apparently Virat Kohli has told the BCCI that he would like to retire from Test cricket.
Who said that?
Virat Kohli. But he doesn't want to play this England Test series and he'd like to retire.
Ooh.
Especially a couple of days after Rohit Sharma has announced his retirement from the format. And apparently the BCCI requested him to reconsider his decision, as he would be playing a crucial role in this side for this test series, as this one just played off the hips into the vacant leg side region towards square leg. A single's taken, and that will not conclude the end of the over. We have a left-hand, right-hand combination, so all players are just moving around into their respective positions.
It's so windy there, and I think one of the bails actually blew off, unless Finn Hudson-Prentice accidentally knocked the stumps with his leg and his follow-through. But Henry Nicholls is on his way. Ah, so it can't have been that then, Brad. I suppose he did it after he did put the bail back on. Did Finn?
He's in again now, and off the back foot, Roderick defends, and that will conclude the end of the 17th over. Worcestershire are 40 for 2, and if you were watching on the live stream, that thing that was hanging out the window was the effects mic. If you're wondering what is hanging by a cord, it was the effects mic. Where you hear all the background noise. If you were tuned in yesterday, you would have heard the hospitality boxes were rather loud.
Yes, they're empty today. As Brad was saying, you tend to get better crowds on a Friday. Good morning if you just joined us. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, Nikki Chowdhury, your commentary team here today. Worcestershire lost a couple of wickets this morning. The night watchman Ben Gibbon was caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 4. Jake Libby then LBW to Finn Hudson-Prentice for 13. This all in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 284. Ari Caballos is going to carry on this very good spell from the C end of the ground. He's bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 2. The Sussex seamer, number 36 on the back of his shirt. He's going to be bowling up the hill to the left-handed Henry Nicholls, who's happily restored to duty after dislocating a finger yesterday whilst fielding in the slips. In comes Caballos, bowls to Nicholls, who drives handsomely through the offside. He's going to pick up 1. They'll come back for a couple of runs as who's that chasing back? Tom Haynes chases back to field for Sussex. 2 to Nicholls. He goes to 3. The total 42 for 2. In fact, the BBC Cricket website is picked up on. They said County Championship Live, Robinson injury worry. So they were very quick to pick that up. They need to take that down because he's back on the field. I think they have. I think they've just mentioned that Ollie is back on the field and looks okay. Caballos in and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Interestingly, yesterday we heard the very worrying news from India that the IPL has been suspended because of the situation over there. And reading on the BBC website last night, a lot of the players in the IPL are already on their way home.
They are, and the PSL in Pakistan's been suspended indefinitely as well.
So, and a lot of there was some talk yesterday. I think it was in the
apparently I've heard that.
Just break off as Caballos is in. Bowls to Nicholls, is solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run.
I read somewhere that apparently there was a suggestion that perhaps England hosted the rest of the IPL season.
Yes, there was. There's a suggestion that might happen later on this year if the situation continues as it is in India and Pakistan at the moment, that the ECB might well make some sort of availability of grounds over here, but quite how that would work, I've absolutely no idea.
And the question would be when as well.
Yes. Caballos in bowls, played onto the onside by Nicholls, and he's going to move on here. Well taken single in the end, fielded by Daniel Hughes, who throws, but the ball doesn't hit the stumps, and Nicholls goes to 4. The total to 43 for 2. Which does make the question, and people will be thinking this, so from a Sussex point of view, the bowling resources are pretty stretched. If Jofra Archer is back, now he's not Sussex's player, he's England's player, they decide when he plays, but I think there was a bit of a feeling around that at some stage Jofra would need to play some 4-day cricket, or some red ball cricket I should say, in advance of any appearances for England this summer, and looking ahead to the Ashes. In comes Caballos, bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays into the offside, no run. So it just flashed through my mind yesterday. I thought, well, Sussex have got 2 championship matches coming up now, one at Taunton next week and then the following week against Hampshire. Maybe that would be an opportunity to see how fit he is for red ball cricket. But as Paul Farbrace always says, it's not down to us, it's all down to England. So then obviously the T20 plays and he could play in that, but I think the England selectors know he can play in the T20 format. Carvelos in and caught at first slip, and that's a good low catch by Tom Alsop, and the first wicket of the season for Ari Carvelos. I thought he might nip the ball around a little bit on this pitch, and he's done so, and he's accounted for Gareth Roderick, who's caught low down. Good catch by Alsop, and a third wicket of the morning goes down, and Worcestershire are now 43 for 3, with Roderick dismissed by Ari Carvelos.
Yeah, that was a very good catch in the slips from Tom Alsop. It's just dying on him as it reaches him, but he's watched that well, gets his fingers underneath. And while the fact that it's been nipping around a little bit, it's been definitely in Sussex's favour this morning. Gareth Roderick will have to go 21 from 32 balls.
Yeah, it just did a little bit that, didn't it? It was just watching the replay. Little nick, and it's a good catch, low down. And that is the end of the over. Very impressive figures, Ari Carvelos. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. He's been very patient waiting for his opportunity this season as Ari, but he's picked up a wicket. Time for me to go. Oh, I'm going to leave you with the lovely Bradders and with Nikki.
Thanks very much, Adrian. Yeah, 3 wickets fallen for Worcestershire this morning. Wicket of Gareth Roderick means Kashif comes out into the middle. Averages 32 in this format. And be looking to make it a nice long innings out there in the middle. Just a little bit of nip around for the Sussex bowlers this morning. It's been in their favour. Hudson Prentice will be continuing from the Cromwell Road end. Hi, Bradders.
How are you?
I'm very well, how are you?
I am fitter than a poacher's ferret.
That is great to hear, that's what you want to be.
You do know what a poacher is, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, I worry about you because, you know,
I worry about myself.
slightly different age.
Hudson Prentice in, round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. Off the back foot, this is played by Nichols. He's found the gap, he's timed it beautifully. Will it run all the way down towards the boundary? It does not. Some good fielding in the deep, but they'll come back for a couple of runs. Just pulls it back behind the rope, and the score moves on to 45 for 3. No, I worry about myself sometimes as well. I think it's a general.
It's good to, yeah. It's good to worry every now and then. We would worry if we weren't worrying, wouldn't we? So, yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering how much I've been watching. I don't think it's made a lot of difference with this breeze, with this wind across the ground, whether it's making the ball move away a fair bit for Hudson Prentice.
This one off the hips, and it's played to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Because it is more than a breeze today. I think we had let's call it a strong breeze yesterday, but this is a real occasional gusts as well. Must be a nice day to be out there playing cricket, actually, in the sunshine, but a bit of breeze to cool it down.
It is warm when you're not in the breeze. But on the stand above the media box, it can be a little bit windy. This one's pushed to cover off the front foot by Nichols. There's no run, and John Simpson just signalling some of his fielders to adjust their fielding positions. Hudson Prentice makes his way back to the top of his mark. Turns. And it's ready to go again. Down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. 3 slips in place as Nichols is off the back foot. Lets this one go through, and by the shout of that from the Sussex players, that seems like it was rather close.
Yeah, they got a bit excited. I'm not sure it was that close. There's always a little bit of kidology going on, isn't there?
No, sometimes you just like to be a bit dramatic as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice back at the top of his mark. It's down and Nichols is forward, defends into the leg side. It's gone to mid-wicket.
There's a tinkling noise. I can hear a tinkling noise. I think what it is is the rope on the flagpole. And the flag blows, the rope hits them. If you're ever in a yacht marina, you hear loads of them. It just tinkles against the ping, 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 ping against the flagpole.
Adam Brenda's in again round the wicket, and this one's played off the back foot, and that's played so late. It was very close to coming onto the stumps of Nick Hall. So that will conclude the over as well from Finn Hudson-Prentice. At the end of 19 overs, Worcestershire are 45 for 3, all 3 wickets having been lost this morning.
I just noticed that James Hayes, is fielding fine leg at both ends. So he's having to trudge back up the slope every time. Well, he comes back down at the end of that over, but yeah, he's just having to trot up all the way up the slope. So fine leg at both ends. In club cricket, that means you haven't bought the captain a pint for a couple of weeks. Here is Cavalis, tail up this morning, 1 for 5 in 5 overs. Right arm over, and comes in a bowls. That's a good ball. Beats Kashif Ali outside the off stump. Kashif Ali sort of probing forward, shall we say. Yet to get off the mark. Well, in fact, that's the first ball he's faced, so probably no wonder he's yet to get off the mark.
Well, the Sussex women are underway. Glamorgan have opened their account. They won the toss and elected to have a bat first at 13 for no loss in the Vitality Women's County Cup. That's taking place in Sophia Gardens.
Next ball edged and dropped. Dropped at first slip by Tom Alsop. Got hands to it. Got 2 hands to it. Knocked it up in the air. Almost caught it as it came back down. Yeah, just up to by his left shoulder. He's got both hands there, up in the air, and down it goes. He'll be cursing himself there. Got to say, not a difficult catch for a regular slip fielder there. But so Worcestershire could.
Yeah, it didn't look like it actually went into his hands. It came up the top of his wrist, more so. And
next ball wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, he's up there, left shoulder, hands up, got there, juggled it, and down it went. So he will be cursing himself. Kashif Ali will be blessing his luck, if you do bless your luck, thanking his luck. And Ollie Robinson's doing some warming up as if he might be fit to bowl again. Cavalis in from the CN. Kashif Ali this time gets inside the line, turns it away gently towards mid-wicket, where Jack Carson is the fielder. 3 slips, a cover point. Yeah, he is cover point, fairly square there. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the permanent fine leg Hayes away in the distance. And this time solidly Kashif Ali. Nice, that comes off the middle of the bat, pushes it out to mid-off. Nice feel on the bat from Kashif Ali. So Daniel Hughes up to mid-on. Cavalis high stepping in again, bowls, pushes away on the offside. Does Kashif Ali. End of the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire replying to Sussex 284 all out, a 45 for 3. Out this morning, Ben Gibbon caught Simpson, bowled Robinson for 4. Jake Libby LBW to Hudson-Prentice for 13. And Gareth Roderick caught Alsop off the bowling of Cavalis for 21. And Ollie Robinson is back in the attack, so the physio has done some work.
seems to have worked as well, so he's going to be bowling, replacing Hudson-Prentice from the Cromwell Road end. He went off for a few overs
Looked like there was a bit of a niggle or something wrong with his left leg, foot. Something on his left leg. He seems to be all right now. Nichols will be on strike. Just takes his guard. Nichols taps his back, awaits Robinson. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. This one goes across him, off the back foot. He punches this beautifully, and that runs away down towards the boundary at deep point. It's a boundary here for Worcestershire. He's played that with such brilliant timing. Didn't really push at it too hard. And the score moves on to 49 for 3.
Nice shot. Plays that shot well. Nichols just giving him a little bit of width there. Just watching Robinson as he walks back up.
Well, he's decided to go around the wicket now after that one. He was coming over the wicket to the left-hander, and that angle was just going across him a bit. Now he's decided to go round the wicket, right arm round to Henry Nichols, and just adjusting the field. We've got a deep square leg in place as in runs Robinson from the Cromwell Road end, and this time Nichols is forward and plays this into the mid-wicket region off the front foot, and will come through for a single because there is no one there. And the score moves on to 50 for 3, 50 up on the board for Worcestershire.
Looks like another cracking pitch at Chelmsford. Essex are 59 for 6, replying to Yorkshire's 216 all out. See, Matt Critchley took 4 wickets yesterday. Who's taken them today? Hill 3, Code 3, and they were 3 down overnight, Essex, so struggling.
Robinson, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Kashif Ali of the back foot, plays that to point. There's no run. It looks like there's a little bit of height coming off the wicket, plus the fact that Ollie Robinson is pretty tall himself. He's being able to really make use of it.
Tom Latham, 169 not out. Warwickshire 428 for 4 against Surrey at Edgbaston.
Here's Robinson in again off the back foot. Kashif Ali plays that to point once again.
Hampshire 48 for 2. They're replying to Nottinghamshire's 333 all out at Trent Bridge. And Lancashire 204 for 4. Marcus Harris 80 not out. That is against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Northampton made 238.
Robinson in with 4 slips in place for the right-handed Ali, who's forward and lets this one go through to Simpson with the gloves. And
Ben Kellaway, the man who bowls with both arms, is 116 not out for Glamorgan, who are 447 for 7 against Kent. Indeed, he bowled in the last over in the last game. He bowled 1 right-handed, 1 left-handed, and 1 right-handed in consecutive deliveries.
Robinson turns at the top of his mark, looks ahead at Ali and makes his way. Ali's forward as edge, but along the ground through to the slip cordon. A bit of a misfield means they'll come through for a 1. They do, and that will be the end of the over as well. 21 overs gone. Worcestershire are 51 for 3.
And struggling a bit here, Worcestershire, their top order have struggled a fair bit this season. They do bat a long way down, which is something that we're told very often. Maybe not so much today. I guess that Fateh Singh will come in further down the order, but Ben Allison will be batting. I mean, just rejigging this batting order because Ben Gibbon is out, so probably Ben Allison will be batting at 10 today in this innings. Fateh Singh maybe at 11. Both capable batsmen, so, and they may well be needed. Here's Cavalis in bowls and driven to mid-on. Robinson stoops and picks up. Just stays and looks at the shot he played there for a while, Kashif Ali, but seemed to get plenty of bat on it to me. Eases it down the slope. As we say, not so many people in today, but those people away in the temporary seating at the Cromwell Road end of the ground, once again topping up their tans. Cavalis in, bowls, pushed away on the offside. Very no run, very high stepping Eric Cavalis, and there's a certain rugby player they call Horse because he high steps as well. Bath winger, whose name totally escapes me at the moment, they call him Horse because he's high stepping. I wonder if he has the name. He looks like an equestrian horse.
Yeah, really gets his knees up, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's in and bowls. I don't wish to be disparaging about him, and he gets that one past the outside edge of Kashi Valley's bat. Struggling to come to terms with this a little bit this morning, Kashi Valley. So if the wind is doing anything, it's blowing across the pitch, so it will be taken with the right arm over to the right hander, will maybe take it away a bit. Probably Cavalis a bit too quick to make use of it, if you see what I mean. If you've got a real military medium pacer or a spinner on, could make a lot of difference. Cavalis in, bowls this time. Kashi Valley leans forward, pushes away on the offside. Finn Hudson-Prentice is at backward point, and a comfortable stop for him. Just 3 slips when Cavalis is bowling, and the point slightly backward. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and he's down at fine leg. So pretty straightforward field. Next ball, and Kashi Valley once again forward, pushes on the offside. 51 for 3 Worcestershire, trying to ease their way. I suppose they're trying to ease their way back into the game. They're never out of the game because they're still playing, so they'd be out of the game when it ends. So you're always in the game, but not so many in corporate hostility today. Saturday, you see. You know, take Friday off and go to the cricket, but Saturday's a day off anyway. Cavalis in, bowls, and pushed away on the onside again. Good over, maiden over, beat the bat on one occasion, making it difficult for Worcestershire to get a foothold in the game. Now, what are we doing here? This is another change of bowling. Robinson's not going to bowl. So, has he got a permanent injury, or this looks like Finn Hudson-Prentice has been called back up to me. He's on the field, Ollie Robinson. Did he bowl 1 or 2 overs in that little spell?
James Hayes.
Oh, James Hayes. I do apologise.
He's coming in to replace Ollie Robinson after Ollie Robinson came in as bowled 1 over.
He's waving to the captain. So, where do you want me? Probably says at the top end at the end of your run, if you wouldn't mind, mate. Maybe he's switching ends. So Cavalis is.
We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, it's James Hayes.
Cavalis hasn't bowled many, has he? Has he bowled 5 overs this morning?
Here's Hayes to Nichols, who's forward and lets this one go through to Simpson with the gloves. 51 for 3 Worcestershire. Yeah, it could be just a change in ends for Ollie Robinson. We'll have to wait and see. Three slips. A deep backward point. Extra deep backward point cover. Wide mid-off, as this one's played with a straight bat to mid-off by Nichols, no run.
Yeah, he's down there, isn't he, because Nichols has played that shot a couple of times this morning. Every time he's got a bit of width, he'll crack it down there. A little bit defensive for me, to be honest. Yeah, 51 for 3. I'm not sure you'd have sweepers on either side. I suspect they might want to give him a single so they can think they might have to be better bowling to Kashi Valley.
Hayes in again, fuller delivery. This is just one guided down towards third. And they'll take a single. Score moves on to 52 for 3. Just looking on top of the scorebox actually. So the Union Jack flag is flying high, and then the Sussex flag was rather limp, but as I mentioned, that's just picked up. And if you're watching on the stream, we've got some spectators on their balcony.
Having a party up there. I think I'll pop round for lunch.
Let us know how it is.
They've got deep square leg.
Yeah, Kashavali on strike now, the right-hander. 3 slips in place for him as in runs Hayes. Ali forward and watches this one past him into the gloves of Simpson.
I'm a bit puzzled. 52 for 3, you got 3 men on the boundary. Deep square leg. Fine leg I see. And he's not third man, is he? He's wideish. He's almost like a backward point, but on the boundary. So I'm slightly puzzled as to why that field is not either in at cover point or, I don't know, or gully. Must be obviously something in the captain's mind.
Hayes into Ali once again, runs downhill short, and this is played off the back foot on the rise. And they should come back for 2, they do. Very well run. Score was under 54 for 3. Third had to run around quite a bit actually to get that one.
Not sure what that position is.
Yeah,
Somebody will probably smack one straight down his throat in a minute. And they'll say,
yeah, it's not conventional. I'd say it's quite square for a third, but it's not exactly a deep point either. It's in the middle somewhere. As Ali, off the back foot now, pushes this to extra cover. There is no run. And that will conclude. Will that conclude? Yes, that shall conclude the end of the 23rd over. Worcestershire 54 for 3.
You're listening to live cricket from Hove in the Rothesay County Championship, as it is these days. Rothesay, well, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Brought to you, of course, by the BBC out of Worcester, BBC Sussex, and BBC live stream, and also a BBC on stream and the live stream with pictures. This is Tom Clark going to bowl. So we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowlers already this morning, have we? Yeah, we have, haven't we? Yeah.
Hudson Prentice, Carvelis, Hayes, Robinson.
Yeah, and now Clark. And he's going to bowl right arm over from the C end to the left-handed Nichols, who's just taking a look round. And here's Clark's first delivery of the day. Nichols very solidly forward, bat and pad very close together, making sure he can get everything behind. Clark might get a bit more used to the wind, and no disrespect to him, but he's probably not the quickest of the bowlers that we've seen this morning. He might get a little bit of shape back into the left-hander. We shall see. He's away again, and this time it's short. Nichols tries to pull, the ball comes off his pad, and he reacts very quickly to stop it with his foot before it rolls back onto the stumps.
That is very close.
Let's just watch the replay. Up he goes, maybe off his glove, down it goes, and yeah, very quick reactions. Nice bit of footwork there. Keeps the ball out. Worcestershire remain 54 for 3. Clark's next ball, so short and wide of the off stump. There's some oohs and ahs there. I've no idea what there. It looked to me as if I was nowhere near touching anything because he got everything out of the way. Also, with this wind blowing across the ground, as a bowler you can be put out of your stride as well. It's probably not. Is it as fierce as we think it is? Clark is in again. This time Nichols is forward. There's a loud appeal, but it sounded to me as if there was a lot of bat in that.
Yeah, it did. I'm not sure what they're appealing for.
Was it pad first and then bat? Let's have a look. It's missing. Oh, it's missing anyway. But I think might have been just a little bit of bat in that, but the umpire decides that it probably wasn't hitting the stumps anyway. James Middlebrook is the umpire. This time Nichols drives nicely into the offside. Won't get a boundary for it. More a push, I suppose, than a drive. Cavalis away to his right to do the fielding. Loses his floppy hat whilst doing so. And the field changes for the right-hander. You're actually making the tea? I'll make a note of that in my diary. Tea, no sugar, thank you very much.
No, I'm all right, thank you.
It's all right.
You get spoilt here.
He was almost demanding coffee yesterday afternoon. Yeah, I'll have a coffee. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. I did offer to bring you the wine list. Now, changes in the field here. We've got a sweeper way out on the cover boundary. And a short extra cover, or shortish extra cover, the ball's short of a length, and Kashif Ali plays it down into the offside. Again, I'm a bit puzzled why they've got a sweeper fielder out on that cover boundary. But what do I know? What do I know? End of the over, and Worcestershire are 55 for 3. Kashif Ali has 3. Henry Nichols has 13 of those.
Yep, Hayes makes his way to the top of his mark now. Nichols will be on strike as he walks down the pitch and just gives it a little bit of a garden. Perfect season to garden. Are you a gardener?
I put things in the ground and water them and hope that they grow. Which I presume that probably is the basis of gardening, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that fits the definition as in runs Hayes now. Nichols forward, solid in defence.
I can't imagine, Nikki, that you'll be pruning the rhododendrons at all this weekend, will you?
No, I won't be.
Okay. Just a thought, you know.
No, I think maybe in a few years. If you meet me in 20 years, 30 years.
You might be sat in the garden enjoying the
rhododendrons. You'll definitely find me doing that.
Well, there you go. That's near enough.
Yeah. That counts as a form of... I'm enjoying the garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not see me pruning any plants now. And in runs Hayes again. Played off the hips into the leg side, down towards Hudson Prentice, who is on the boundary at deep square leg. And a single is taken, bringing Kashif Ali onto strike. Did you have a good day in Hove yesterday after the game?
Yeah, well, we went to the quiz here last night with.
Did you win?
With Armsy? No, it was. There were 3 teams, so it was the former Brighton footballers, the coaches from here, and the players from here at Sussex. So 3 teams. It was a buzzer type thing. It was very funny, and the footballers won somehow. I really don't know how they won, but they did. They came good in the last round.
Hayes into Ali now, forward, and tries to go for a fully fledged drive and miscues that. I think he's hit it onto his pad and the ball's just dribbled in front of him. 56 for 3. Nichols on 14. Kashif Ali on 3.
Yeah, it was great fun. My very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms was the quiz master, and it was all in the best possible taste.
Hayes in, Ali off the back foot, defends. Hayes will field off his own bowling.
So Worcestershire are 56 for 3. We got 2 close catches. There's only 2 slips.
Yeah, just 2 slips. We've got a fine leg, a third, and a deep square leg who's completely blended in with the...
He has, hasn't he? Yeah.
Did not spot him. But yeah, in front of the members' pavilion. As Hayes turns at the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end and runs in towards Cashafali, who's forward and has a waft at this one just outside the off stump. He's done a good job not to take a very light nick as that makes its way through to John Simpson, who's currently shadowing some shots. And his position with the gloves. To just shadow or seem to indicate a short delivery or some sort of fend. As Hayes is in now and Ali forward, inside edge down towards fine leg, and they will take a single, and the score moves on to 57 for 3. That should also conclude the end of the over. 25 overs gone. Worcestershire have 57 on the board, and I can hear some music coming through the headphones, so it means it's time for me to swap places with Adrian.
It's seamless. The
Well done all. Just get the cricket scores up. I've got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Surrey, Kent and Sussex as Tom Clark comes in from the C end of the ground, comes into bowl to the right-handed Cashifali, who's dropped before he'd scored, plays it to the offside, and there is no run. Interesting batters, isn't it, that Sussex have done. I thought Harry Carbolas bowled very well, actually. But they bought Tom. He bowls brisk medium pace. Oh, here we go.
a couple of things have confused me a little this morning, which is not difficult, as we know.
We are indeed. It couldn't be better, really. And Sussex have taken 3 wickets this morning because Worcestershire are 57 for 3. Henry Nicholls, the New Zealander, is holding things firm for Worcestershire. He's 14 not out. But a wicket apiece for Ollie Robinson, for Harry Carvelos and for Finn Hudson-Prentice this morning. So Sussex in a good position here, having made 284 yesterday. Surrey having a tough time up at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are 450 for 4 in their first innings. And down at Canterbury, Glamorgan still piling on the runs against Kent. They're 467 for 7. Do you know, I don't know. We normally get a voucher that we can take to a burger van, but the burger van doesn't seem to be there today. But I'm sure there will be some kind of food provided. So we'll let you know later. Well, so there we are. That's our update done. And another run to Cashifali, 59 for 3. Worcestershire. Just wait for the clean feed to disappear. Oh, there we go. That's good. So, Clark running up the slope from the C end of the ground. As the 2 slips in place, he's in and bowls, and right in behind this is Cashifali, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I remember watching Cashifali down at Worcester a couple of years ago, Brad, as in a 50-over game, and he absolutely belted the ball all around the ground. Looked a very good player.
Struggled a bit this season. Let me get my book of statistics.
Here comes Clark. Bowls and Cashif flicks this one nicely down the fine legs to pick up a boundary. Just straying down the leg side there was Tom Clark, and Cashif just helped the ball away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 9 and Worcestershire to 63 for 3.
Missed the last game because of the birth of his child.
Oh, congratulations.
And so far this summer 651, 322, 6 and 50, so a couple of half centuries in 6 innings.
Step up though, Bradders, isn't it? You know, it's in the first division. I Worcester were there last year. Clark and again bowls, always beaten outside the offside. That's a good delivery by Tom Clark. A play and a miss from Cashifali. Goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. End of the over, 63 for 3. Ali is on 9, Nicholls is on 14. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream, and it's very windy here, and you can probably tell that because the camera at one end of the ground is wobbling around in the breeze. So now and again the picture does go a bit shaky, but there's There's nothing the lads can do about that. You probably need a screwdriver or a bit of sticky tape or something to hold it down in the wind.
I'm glad it's the camera. I thought it was my eyes going a little bit there, mate.
Yeah.
Hayes the bowler, bowling from the Cromwell Road end. If he was playing at Chelmsford, he'd be bowling from the Hayes Road end, wouldn't he? Hayes,
He would. Hayes Close.
Hayes Close, yeah. He's in and bowls, and this is short and pulled away off the hip down to fine leg, where Cavalis is the fielder. So one more to the Worcestershire total. So Nichols has 15 and Kashif Ali has 9.
Is Henry Nichols with you for the summer?
Yes.
Right. Nice fella?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Kiwi.
Yeah.
They're all pretty decent, aren't
They
they?
are. They are.
Nice people. Yeah, I have his family are over with him, so he's nicely domesticated, you could say. This is Hayes in and bowls, and coming forward, pushing the ball to mid-wicket is Kashif Ali. The applause you can hear in the background is from the players out the middle. I'm just wondering if I don't know, if John Simpson thinks it could be a long day in the field, so he doesn't want to wear his bowlers out. Robinson came back on and bowled one over, so whether he's not 100% and they're going to do a bit more work on him at lunchtime and he'll come steaming in after lunch. Hayes bowls, forward comes Kashif Ali, very solidly behind this one, pushes away on the offside, but at the moment we've just got those 2 slips in there.
The only other thing I could think of, Brad, is that Sussex, we're now into this back-to-back, isn't it? So they'll finish here Monday, presumably on the coach Thursday down to Taunton, and they finish there, and then they got another 4-day. So it's crazy, really, isn't it? I mean, you've got 7 games. By the end of May, we'll be halfway through the championship season.
It is, yeah, I can see from that point of view.
So
yeah.
that's only a possibility, I guess.
Hayes bowls, a repeat of the last delivery, although the bowler himself fields it this time, pushed back up the pitch.
I've got good news.
Have we? No.
Have a lunch voucher.
Oh, thank you very much. You're very kind. Well, I mean, the players of yore, will tell you, well, we played Saturday, and then we played another game Wednesday, and we'd play Sussex at Hove on the Saturday, and on the Wednesday we were playing Yorkshire at Headingley, and we had to travel by train, and they played every game. As I was saying the other day, I remember a few players of past vintage as Hayes comes in and bowls, and this is pushed back up the pitch. Once again the bowler does the fielding. Nice little battle within the battle, this, between Hayes and Kashif Ali. And they were saying that, I remember Roy Booth, the old Worcestershire wicketkeeper, the last wicketkeeper to take 100 victims in the first class season, saying, like, if you damaged a finger, you still played the next game, because if you didn't play, somebody might come in and have your place. And it was only summer contracts, and they probably weren't on long contracts then either. So.
Not on much money either.
No. So,
money was poor, wasn't it?
So you played. Here's Hayes' next delivery. Kashif Ali punches off the back foot. Get a couple here as the ball rolls out towards the sort of extra cover area, I suppose. Dan Hughes, is it? That's Hughes after that one. And that is the end of the over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire 66 for 3. Kashif Ali on 11 and Henry Nichols on 15.
And Tom Clark's going to carry on. Someone going trotting off. Is he? I thought he was going off for a moment, but no, he's staying on. He's going down to a position down there at third man. So Tom Clark is going to carry on the Sussex attack. Those that are in the crowd, a decent crowd in. People are in shorts and t-shirts. If you're coming along, you can come in free after tea today. Every day of every county championship match here at Hove. I reckon that's quite a good wheeze, Brad has come in for a couple of hours cricket. Why wouldn't you?
Third of a day's play.
In comes Clark, bowls, and Nichols plays to backward point, and there is no run.
Because there's generally 32 overs left after tea, isn't there? I mean, yesterday there was 24 after tea, I think, because we had 8 and there was 9 wickets down. It gets a bit complex. But generally, third of a day's cricket. When I were a lad, we used to run down from school because you could get in free at New Road after tea if you had a schoolboy's pass.
Clark in bowls, Nichols lets that one go, taken by John Simpson. And there is no run. So 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg way down in the distance. I think that's Ollie Robinson. I'm just sort of trying to keep an eye because, as I say, he went off the field earlier on and he hasn't. He bowled 3 or 4 overs today. In comes Clark bowls and let go through to John Simpson. And there is no run. So 3 wickets to go down today. Ben Gibbon was caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 4. That's when the score was on 10. Then Jake Libby LBW to Finn Hudson-Prentice for 13. And Gareth Roderick well caught low down by Tom Alsop off the bowling of Eric Avalos for 21. In comes Clark bowls and Nichols. He sit on the pad. There's an allowed appeal. The way Nichols went to play it, so it was going down the leg side. Let's just watch it again. I think it pitched outside the leg stump actually.
Yeah.
And of course you cannot be out. Then Kashif Ali was put down at slip by Tom Alsop. I mean, the catch that Tom Alsop took was an excellent catch. The one he put down, I think he'll be disappointed to have put down before he'd scored. Clark in, bowls to Nichols, who's looked very solid, plays forward onto the onside, and there is no run. Ali 11, Nichols on 15. Clark wanders back to my breezy day. Look at the old trees outside the ground.
Yeah.
Brad, as they're really swaying in the breeze, and the 2 flags, the Union Jack and the Sussex flag, are billowing away on the flag poles as in comes Clark and bowls, driven nicely by Nichols, but he can't breach the infield and didn't quite time it, in fairness. Maiden over from Tom Clark, 3 overs, 1 maiden and no wicket for 6. Worcestershire are 66 for 3. Kashif Ali is on 11. And Henry Nichols is on 15. Means that Worcestershire are trailing by 218. There's still another 71 overs to be bowled today, and we've got about 20 minutes to go until lunch.
And I think it is officially a cloudless sky.
I think you're right, Brad.
Cannot see any little blobs upon it at all.
No.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is on, so they're bowling fairly short spells today.
He's certainly changing his field around, isn't he?
Now,
His
for
bowlers around, rather.
so we've lost the 3rd man type position that we were talking about out on the boundary. He's come in to sort of a backward point. Still got a deep square leg out.
Yes.
Kashif Ali faces up and he's forward. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who we've worked out has bowled more balls against Worcestershire than against any other county that he's ever played against. And this next one from him just pushed away on the onside. I walked up through the leafy lanes of Hove this morning.
Did you?
I did, from my billet. Very pleasant. Very pleasant, because you can, as Hudson-Prentice comes in again, Kashif Ali is going to get runs here. He might get 4 for that as it races away towards the boundary, and he does get 4.
Ooh.
Oh, he doesn't get 4.
I think he just pulled it back.
I'm not sure if he was over the rope when he pulled that
pulled
one
it
back. But the fielder may well, it was Tom Clark, may well not have known that. But he gets 3 anyway. And Worcestershire go to 68 for 3. Yeah, it's quite nice because you walk up and through the shops, first of all. One of which I went into, a posh grocery shop.
What did you buy?
Which begins with a W and ends with an 8 rows. Went in there, wandered round as Hudson-Prentice comes in, pushed away on the. They only get 2 down there. They did, didn't they?
Yes.
Because Kashif is still facing. I just go in and wander around because it's a posh shop. You see, I just like to go in and see what posh people are doing. So don't actually buy anything. In fact, one of my favourite things back home is I get all my old clobber on with all paint and muck all over it, my gardening stuff and all that, boots on, and I go and walk around that very posh shop. You do actually get a few looks. Here is Hudson Prentice. There's a kind of a drive, I will call that. Ends up at mid-on. I think it was aiming more towards mid-off.
No, I spot on, Brad, as he was, and that's why Hudson Prentice had his arms in the air. It wasn't quite the shot he'd intended to play. I think Hudson Prentice thought he'd got through there. You probably have the stall detective following you around, Brad.
Yeah. Oh, you do get a certain...
I don't know if that's stall detective.
You do, and somebody comes up and says, "Can I help you, sir?" If I go in my suit, they don't bother. Not that I've got a suit. Here is Hudson Prentice bowled wide of the off stump. Is it my imagination? Tom Clark at second slip seems to be standing a little bit square.
Let's have a little look.
Yeah,
He would be the best slip fielder in. I mean, Sussex have got 3 good slip fielders. I mean, Allsop, well, he's put one down today, is a good fielder in there. Clark at second, and Coles is a good slip fielder as well. But Tom Clark's very, very good in there. Let's have a little look.
It might be my imagination. It might be the angle that we're looking at. But yeah, he does seem to be a little bit. As Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls off the back foot, Kashif Ali pushes away on the offside. There may be a reason for that. Well, certainly there's no problem with the carry. The ball's been carrying through to the slips and the wicket-keeper all through the game. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and 68 for 3 are Worcestershire. Kashif Ali has 13 and Henry Nichols has 15. If you've just joined us out this morning, Gibbon for 4, Libby for 13 and Roderick for 21. Robinson, Hudson Prentice and Cavalis have been the men to take the wickets.
And Tom Clark's going to carry on. Tom Clark, I'm told, likes horse racing. So he's another one. So I wonder if he's going to have a bet on that 50 pence each way on that horse that Julian's got part ownership in. Julian's actually sent a message, a picture of the horse.
Right. I've had a little investment on that.
Have you?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, they are, Julian. It's your fault if Bradders has lost his 50p.
I've boosted the coffers of a certain bookmaker.
Well, there it is. It's a grey.
Yeah.
And it was called Bluebell.
It's a good looking horse, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit like Desert Orchid.
Yeah, it'll romp home, that will. I can see that. It's streamlined.
I was digressing totally now because we're talking about grey horses. We've got a break in play as well because one of the Worcestershire batters have a bit of attention. Looks like Kashif Ali actually having a bit of attention from the physio. I didn't see anything untoward. Looks like something. The players are in the way and I can't quite see. Looks like maybe some treatment to a leg or something.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on there.
Left
leg? Yeah. I was actually at Cheltenham the day that Desert Orchid won the Gold Cup, and I don't really know much about it, but I decided that I quite fancied a horse called Yahoo.
Oh yeah.
And I had my pound each way on Yahoo, and I think I was the only one at Cheltenham who wasn't cheering because Yahoo was doing really well. He was about 66 to 1. Coming down the final straight, and I thought I might win a few quid. but in the end, I was. Everyone wanted. Desert Orchid came through and won the race, which was fabulous to be there. You know, a legend of National Hunt racing. And but I still picked up a few quid. I think so it was about 66 to 1. I picked up a few quid for.
Well done.
For Yahoo. I had no idea why I backed it.
Yeah.
Still getting some treatment is Kashif, and the umpires are just having a little look. I didn't see anything happen. I wonder whether he's twisted an ankle or something, or.
Yes, going back to racing, I'm not I love to go racing every now and then, not often. But been to Hexham, but the one race course I really wanted to go to see racing was Cartmel, which is wonderful. It's just on the edge of the town, in a big park, and they have a meeting there. I think it's in. I'm probably going to get this wrong. I think it's in August each year, and everybody goes and they camp on the race course. So you can take your motorhome and your caravan. Yeah, and they get about 20,000 people in this little race course. But right in the middle of the race course is a cricket pitch.
Well,
Cartmel Cricket Club.
Is there?
Yeah, I've always wanted to go.
So where's Cartmel?
In the Lake District.
Right.
Not far from Grange over Sands.
Nice.
Yeah, lovely. And the other place I've always wanted to play, and I follow these cricket clubs on Facebook, is Bamborough Castle in Northumberland.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. And they I think they only play Sundays. They play 35, 40 over games. I would love to have played there.
Friend of mine goes there every year on holiday for a couple of weeks.
Oh, it's
I think there's a golf course up there, and he loves it. up on the northeast coast.
Yeah.
Cashif's all right now, Bradders. I don't know what
He's
was
all
wrong.
right, yeah. I know. He's had a rub down with the Sporting Life, and he's ready to go. Tom Clark is the bowler. And, Henry Nichols is the batsman. That's a nicely cut off the back foot. He's only going to get one. Hudson Prentice of the floppy hat is the fielder. Yeah, some lovely.
There's a racetrack in Worcester, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
Is that just National Hunt?
Started. Yeah, no, there's all sorts. I think they do just do National in there.
Right.
They don't race in the winter for obvious reasons because it floods.
Because it's so wet.
Yeah, and they lost some meetings last year because it was still wet. But I think they've just started up again. Here's Clark in bowls, and there's a bit of a feather at that. The bowler joined in the appeal after everybody else. There's a bit of a strange shot there. We can have a look at that one again. It's a bit of a. I think he's sitting
away,
it, and he's moved. Yeah, and it's moved away. It did go a long way. So yeah, I'm quite with them. And the slips and the wicketkeeper appealing for that because
James Coles was very animated, wasn't he? At second slip.
Yeah, but nothing from the bowler until he decided to join in with the cacophony. Now there's another slip coming in, which I'm a bit puzzled why there weren't 3 slips earlier, because Cashifal is struggling a little bit today. So we do have the third slip in. Clark is in and bowls, and that's well wide of the off stump. There's some oohs and ahs for not sure what reason, but it's all a bit of kidology, isn't it? You know.
We're very lucky in Sussex, really, Bradders, with race courses. With
Good ones.
I think there's 5.
Here's Clark, right arm over into the right-handed Cashifal, well wide of the off stump. He has lots of time to leave that one.
So I'm thinking Plumpton,
Yeah.
Fontwell, Brighton,
Goodwood.
Lingfield is just over in the Surrey, just in Surrey. So I think Lingfield. I think they've got the Derby trials there today at Lingfield. There'll be a big crowd there this afternoon. So perhaps there's 4. Is there another one? I think that's it. Just the 4.
Here's the next ball, which is Cashifal pushing away on the offside. It's he's struggling to time it today, Cashifal. May have a little injury there, but it's just not coming together for him at the moment.
Just needs to grit it out, doesn't he? He's got, probably another couple of overs until lunch. We've got 8 minutes to go until lunch.
Clark in again and pushing forward again. Cashifal like more solidly behind this one, got a good stride in. Now in the big match of the day, which everybody is waiting to hear, Stourport on 7 seconds against the mighty Martley. Martley, what a start this is. 54 without loss after 4 overs.
Is that your team?
Yeah, I think I know what's happened here. And
they've only got 10 men?
Oh no. Well, Mr. Peter Gardner has got 45. In fact, he's got 45 of the opening stand with 5 4s and 3 6s off 17 balls.
This is your club, Bradders,
He's in with it. He's in as a pinch hitter. Yeah. So first away, seconds at home today. Seconds at home is good because they're not very good, so they finish early in the Bard as well.
Hudson Prentice is going to come in from the Cromwell Road and probably 2 overs to go until lunch. He comes in and bowls to the left-handed head. Oh, that kept very low. And Nichols stares at the pitch studiously. There is no run. Kevin's been in touch. He says, the camera at the Cromwell Road makes me feel like I'm watching in the middle of the sea. The wind must be playing havoc from that side of Hove. Well, it is, Kevin. You're quite right. We can see the flags billowing away, and every now and again the camera shakes as the wind buffets it. I think you've got a message here, Bradders. Oh dear. Oh, right. Hang on a moment. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls. Let's that go outside the off stump. There is no run. This is from Jenny, who says, do you know how many times you say Bradders, Adrian? Just about every sentence. It frankly gets super annoying. For the record, Bradders never uses your name. Much better. Sorry, Jenny.
I do, don't I?
I apologise if I'm using your name too much. But thank you for listening, Jenny in Stourbridge.
Sunny Stourbridge.
Trying to picture where Stourbridge is. In comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Nichols was beaten. Play and a miss through to Simpson, no run.
Well, some would say that Stourbridge is in North Worcestershire, which indeed it used to be. Some would say it's in the West Midlands. I suspect Stourbridge people will tell you it's in the Black Country, which is Stourbridge, Cradley, Rye.
So is that still Worcestershire?
It used to be. I don't think Stourbridge is in Worcestershire now, is it? I don't know. It may be a Worcestershire postcode. Should know that.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls, taken by Simpson. No, and would it be in Warwickshire? Because Birmingham's in Warwickshire, isn't it?
Won't be in Warwickshire.
So where would play? So when I went to Birmingham the other week, and I had to stay out by the Hawthorns at Smethwick.
Oh yeah.
Where would that be? Would that what county is that in? Would that be Warwickshire?
You buy the Hawthorns.
Yeah.
If you buy the Hawthorns in West Bromwich, then you would be in the Black Country.
Right. Okay.
Stourbridge, in the metropolitan borough of Dudley, in the West Midlands. But a lot of people in Stourbridge support Worcestershire.
In comes Hudson Prentice, and Nichols is right in behind that delivery, just back of a length, and plays it down the ground. There is no run.
Historically in Worcestershire, it says here.
Right.
And in the past, Worcestershire used to play at Stourbridge,
right,
the Memorial Ground, which is also the home of Stourbridge Football Club.
Right.
Which has got a few problems, I believe, and that some banking at the back of the ground is beginning to, basically fall down.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Nichols is forward and plays it rather uncertainly through square leg. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. Hudson Prentice has got his hands on his head. And it's one more to Henry Nichols. He goes to 17. End of Hudson Prentice is over. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. Worcestershire are 70 for 3. Kashif is on 13. Nichols is on 17. David Bradley will take you through the last over, the last over before lunch. I think it will be the last over before lunch.
Oh, yeah.
So presumably Worcestershire don't play at Stourbridge anymore. That's?
No, they don't. They don't play at any outgrounds, only at Kidderminster, and that's when New Road is unavailable.
Would they play a match at Kidderminster anyway, or would
no,
it?
not anymore.
It's just right. Okay.
No, financial.
Yeah, well, much the same. Yeah.
Is the first ball of the next over, just wide of the off stump. Tom Clark bowling to Kashif Ali. Yeah, Stourbridge is one of those. It's a football ground and the cricket ground, and it's one of those. I played at Stourbridge, probably Sunday cricket, but you made sure you weren't fielding on the football pitch, particularly if you played there at the start of the season.
It's a bit bumpy.
It was a bit bobbly. Yeah. Here's Clark in and bowls forward defensively, pushed down the pitch. Yeah, Worcestershire have had a lot of very good cricketers from that area, Stourbridge. Himley, they've had a lot of good cricketers from Himley, that area. Don Kenyon, who captained Worcestershire to their first ever county championship in 1964, came from that neck of the woods. Used to catch the bus in the mornings to get to the ground. Here's the next ball, which is wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. And a very good friend used to tell me that he often used to catch the bus with Don Kenyon to get to the cricket, so he came to watch the game. So Don would be on the sort of 9 o'clock bus from Stourbridge, and they got there one morning, the bus was full. So Don, at Worcestershire Cricket, couldn't get on the bus. So the inspector of buses, whose daughter was going out with him at the time, put an extra bus on. Here's Clark in and bowls wide of the stumps through to the wicket keeper. Can you imagine? Is your mind big enough to imagine a current county cricketer getting on the bus?
I think it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, a plane! The drone of an aeroplane.
Yes.
They always drone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they used to go everywhere by train, of course.
Yes, of course.
So you go play at Headingley, play at Hove the next day, and travel by train. Here's the next ball, which is eased away onto the onside. There's a lot of excitement.
There is.
But seem to get plenty of bat onto that.
They used to have done pretty well to get through to lunch, I think, Barrows. I don't think it's easy out there, you know. I mean,
No.
I mean, what have we had this morning? 63 runs in the session,
Yeah.
which will tell you that it's been very tight from Sussex.
It's been hard graft.
Yes,
And,
that's the
I
word.
think Cashy Valley in particular has struggled to time it this morning, but he's still there. That's dropped before he'd scored. Nichols waits, and this time, once again, eases the ball out on the leg side. The umpire flicks the veils off, and that indeed is lunch. Lunch here with Worcestershire. Well, Sussex is morning. Without a doubt, Worcestershire are 70 for 3, with Cashy Valley on 13 and Henry Nichols on 17.
I would agree with you. I think very much Sussex this morning. It didn't look great when Ollie Robinson went off the field, but he seemed to be restored. I thought the pick of the bowlers was Ari Cavallas. I thought he bowled excellently this morning. Picked up a wicket, should have picked up 2. Cashy put down, as Bradders was saying, without scoring when the score was on 45, and that could prove an expensive drop for Sussex as the players leave the field. Thank you for your message. Thank you to George Harris, who's sent us a nice note saying he's enjoying the commentary. So thank you, George. I appreciate you getting in touch. Much appreciated. So people making their way off to get a spot of lunch. We are going to do similarly. But Bradders, Nicky and I will be back with you in good time for a resumption here in about 40 minutes' time. So thank you for listening, and we will speak to you anon.
We will.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session, as Worcestershire are 70 for 3 this afternoon, having lost 3 wickets this morning. Kashif Ali's on 13 out there in the middle. We've got Nichols on 17 as well. Sussex with the 3 wickets this morning. Managed to dismiss Gibbon, Libby and Roderick. And I'm with Adrian. Afternoon, Adrian.
Hello, Nikki. Yeah, it's been slow going, hasn't it? I think Sussex have bowled pretty well. They've juggled their bowling attack around, haven't they? I was just discussing that with some of the guys in the press box next door, that John Simpson has juggled his bowlers around. I see Ollie Robinson is going to bowl the opening over after lunch down the hill. He's been sparingly used today so far, and did seem to be struggling with some sort of an injury, but he's going to bowl now, which is good news. I just wonder whether Sussex have got back-to-back cricket away from home now. See, Ollie Robinson's bowled 6 overs. He's only bowled 4 overs today because he bowled 2 last night. Sussex with games next week down at Taunton, then they go to Southampton the following week. So I just wonder whether they're just trying to keep a bit in reserve. But anyway, in comes Robinson racing down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and in comes and bowls to Kashif Ali, who plays to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. Where did you go to get your lunch?
I went to Sixes.
Oh, right. Was it good?
Yeah, it was good.
Okay. Sixes being the new bar that's here, where there's the net that you can face sort of bowlers of your choice. Is that right?
Yes, you can. So
right.
It's, I believe a lot of cricket centres nowadays have that technology where it's basically like a screen, and you can have whichever bowler you want basically come through, and you can see all the visuals as though you're really facing them in real life.
Robinson bowls and Kashif just plays into the offside. There is no run.
So yeah,
the ball comes, but if you're facing Tamel Mills, the ball comes pretty quickly.
It comes as quickly as it can in that small confined net. And they're not hard cricket balls or proper cricket bowling machine balls, although there are a soft version of cricket bowling machine balls, so nothing too dangerous, and you don't really need any prior cricket experience to get into the nets. They have different settings as well, actually.
Robinson in bowls, and Kashif again back of the length, ball punched into the offside. There is no run. I normally give a shout out to the Sussex Cricket Museum, so apologies I haven't done that so far today, but they're open for business today. I can see the trestle tables are set out with the photographs, and no doubt books as well, with the merry band of volunteers over there. So if you're thinking of something to do at tea time, have a little wander around and pick up some reading material, or have a look at the photographs, or go and have a poke around in the museum. There's Robinson. In again from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, and Kashif gets the first. No, he doesn't get the first one. So it's a good bit of fielding, very good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes in the covers. Prevents a single. And while I'm on the subject of Tamel Mills, it is Tamel Mills' testimonial year this year. A number of events taking place. 26th of June is the first one. There's an evening with Mark Nicholas, I think Mark Pugach as well. I think that's here at Hove. Then at Arundel in August, there's a 6-a-side day of cricket. You can enter a side into that. A curry and quiz night here on the 7th of September, and then a meal at the Long Room in Lords in October. As in comes Robinson bowls, full of length, and Kashif drives into the offside. There is no run. So there is a website to go and have a look at. tamel25.co.uk I think is the email address, is the website address. I'll double check that in a minute. But all the events. And
it is the website.
It is, and the charities that Tamel is supporting: St George's Hospital, the Sussex Cricket Foundation, and Chance to Shine. So brilliant charities as well that Tamel is supporting for his testimonial. As in comes Robinson down the hill and bowls. Again, right on the money is Ollie Robinson. I'm not so sure he's bowling at full lick here, Ollie Robinson, but tidy enough. A maiden over to get things underway after lunch. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. Worcestershire are 70 for 3. Kashif is on 13. Henry Nichols is on 17. And if you've just joined us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. We're here for every game, every ball of every game in the county championship, right throughout the season via the BBC. And it's the same for every count. You can listen via your smart speaker. You simply need to say, smart speaker, play Sussex v Worcestershire, day 2, and by the magic of however all these things work, you can listen to us there as well. I'm Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury next to me, and it's going to be Ari Carveos, who I thought bowled really well this morning. There we are, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 5. You'd settle for those figures. And he's going to get us underway after lunch from the sea end, and Nicky's going to talk through his over.
Yeah, he has bowled well, hasn't he? Just a nice little quote from you as well, Adrian, on the website, on the homepage of Tamal's website for his testimonial of the year. Ari Carveos makes his way in, and this one's defended by Nichols into the offside. It says, I've been lucky enough to commentate on many hundreds of occasions as Tamal has roared down the slope from the Cromwell Road end at Hove. The thrill never goes away, the electric anticipation of the crowd, the hush in the press box, as one of the great T20 bowlers of our time goes about his work. But more than a journalist's dream, honest, self-depreciate... You can say that word.
Depreciate, yeah.
This one down the leg side, taken by Simpson, always available for interview in good times and bad. Thank you, it's been an absolute pleasure. Nice little quote from you, and yeah, it has all the information on the website, the charities that he's supporting as well. Deprecating. We'll get there in the end. So the Sussex Cricket Foundation, St George's Hospital, and Chance to Shine.
They're great charities.
Yeah. And a full list of all the events on the website as Carveos makes his way from the sea end, and this one's off the back foot. Defended by Nichols into the offside. It's fielded at extra cover.
So I just got half an eye on Bradders, making sure that his connection is working.
He looks a bit confused. He's playing around with cables. Oh, he's just turned the on button. I can see he switched the on.
I think he's got another ISGN kit. He might want something else. I'll just make sure he's all right, Nicky.
All right, that's fine. Technology, never our friend here in the media centre. As Carveos, number 36 printed on his back, runs away from us, and this time just gets an thickish outer edge from Nichols that runs down towards the boundary at third. It's not going to go all the way, ball slows down, but they'll pick up a couple of runs in the process. There is no third man. Worcestershire move on to 73 for 3. The first runs of the afternoon session. They actually picked up 3 runs there. That means Kashif is on strike. It's on the larger side of the ground as well, the leg side currently. If you're a right-hander facing at the Cromwell Road end, it's a very, very big leg side. As Carveos makes his way once again, high knees, runs through, and Kashif forward, defends into the offside. It's picked up at cover. Has he sorted himself out?
Yeah, I think there's a few technical issues, but he's on the way to sort it out.
Good.
I guess from a Sussex perspective here, the moment Worcestershire aren't really going anywhere, are they? I mean, Worcestershire are just desperate not to lose any more wickets, but Sussex will be pleased that the scoreboard isn't really ticking over here, and it's clearly difficult to get the ball away here. Good accurate bowling from Sussex.
Carveos in now, and this one's defended by Ali off the front foot. Ball dribbles into the mid-wicket area. There will be no run, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Second over after lunch, and Worcestershire are 73 for 3.
Ari Carveos, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8. Ollie Robinson's going to carry on down the hill. Elsewhere in the county championship, let me just give you the scores in the games that are going on. It looks like another ball fest going on at Edgbaston. I have to say, when Sussex played up there in the first game of the season, the guys there were saying that the wickets there are very flat. It looks like another flat one up there as well. 485 for 5 are Warwickshire against Surrey, so that's got a draw written all over it, hasn't it, even after 4 sessions. I'm not sure it's great for the game when you get games which are played on flat wickets. It looks like it's quite flat at Canterbury as well. Glamorgan 508 for 8 against Kent. They're still batting there in the first innings. I'll give you the rest of the first division scores in a moment. That's what we're interested in. But Ollie Robinson is on his way with 2 slips coming down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Henry Nichols, who just nudges that into the onside, and picks up a single. Nichols has looked very confident. He goes to 21. Worcestershire 74 for 3. So at Chelmsford, Yorkshire bowled out for 216 yesterday. Essex in reply 98 for 6, but that is something of a recovery. Michael Pepper on 24 and Noah Thane on 18. Those two coming together when Essex were in all sorts of... I mean, they're still in trouble, but they were 59 for 6. They're now 98 for 6 as Robinson is in again. Bowls to Kashif, who's nicks behind, and Ollie Robinson picks up his second wicket. That's not a great shot by Kashif Ali, it has to be said, but good bowling by Ollie Robinson, right on the money, draws Kashif forward, he nicks it through. John Simpson says thank you very much, and Sussex have picked up their 4th wickets, and the second of the innings for Ollie Robinson, 74 for 4.
First wicket in the afternoon session for Sussex, and a good one indeed. Kashif Ali just playing through that one, prodding his bat outside his body line. Gets an edge on it. That's 4 wickets down now. Worcestershire 74 for 4. Kashif Ali will have to go for 13, facing 54 deliveries.
Well, the man who would be very relieved about that would be Tom Alsop, who
dropped him.
He dropped Kashif before he'd scored. But Ollie Robinson, I don't think he's bowling at full lick, Ollie, but he's just always there or thereabouts. A little nick through and John Simpson doing the rest. So a breakthrough for Sussex straight after lunch. So elsewhere, yeah, Essex 98 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 216. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire made 333 yesterday. Hampshire in all sorts of trouble in reply. They're 104 for 6. And Mohammed Abbas, who has joined Nottinghamshire, I think now for the rest of the season. He's taken over from Fergus O'Neill. He is a fine, fine bowler, Mohammed Abbas. He's taken 4 for 19. And Hampshire, 104 for 6. So in real trouble there are Hampshire. And as I say, the game at Edgbaston, 489 for 5 are Warwickshire. Tom Latham made 184. Ed Barnard, very fine cricketer, is 96 not out. So, the new man come to the crease is Ethan Brooks. And Sussex back with 3 slips in place. Alsop, Clark and Coles. And Ollie Robinson with 2 wickets to his name, and his tail up is in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls and Brooks is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. There's a ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside. That's Finn Hudson-Prentice at point. Tom Haynes at cover. Daniel Hughes at mid-off. On the onside, it looks like Ari Cavallos is at mid-on. Who's that at mid-wicket? Is that Jack Carson? Anyway, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg, as in comes Robinson down the hill and bowls, and Brooks gets his first run, steers it down to Ward's fine leg. They pick up 1, and that's a good bit of fielding down there by James Hayes, who comes running in and prevents anything more than a single. Total goes to 75 for 4.
Still a bit of a breeze around the ground.
No, there is, isn't there? Most definitely. It's been a very breezy day.
I was enjoying my lunch upstairs, and yeah, it's not as warm as it may look like because of the wind, but
yeah, I think if you can get out of the wind and in the sunshine,
you'll be fine.
Here comes Robinson again down the hill, bowls. Nichols, that rather balloons over the head of Henry Nichols into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run.
Now 2 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, score, deep square leg, who's not fully on the boundary line because it's massive boundary on the leg side. Probably Finn Hudson-Prentice is a good 20 yards off the rope. And we have a fine leg as well, where James Hayes is.
Robinson in bowl, another short delivery which again flies over the shoulder of Nichols. He's a good player, is Henry Nichols, and he just watches that one sail through into the gloves of John Simpson. So good start for Ollie Robinson after lunch, excellent figures. Just showing that wicket again, I think, is just being shown on the big screen as Kashif Ali nicks behind and gives Ollie Robinson his 2nd wicket of the innings, and very fine figures. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13 for Ollie Robinson. He went off the field earlier on today, he just bowled an over, and he went off, seemed to be a problem with his left leg, but he looks okay now. I just wonder whether Ollie, I mean, Sussex probably keeping him slightly wrapped in cotton wool because they just cannot afford to lose another bowler with the injury crisis that they've got amongst their quicker bowlers. But he looks okay, he's picked up a wicket, and here comes Harry Carvelos.
Here's Carvelos in now, and this one's defended by Brooks. The front foot, he's been bowling well, has Carvelos. Picked up the wicket in the morning session. He's getting it to nip around a little bit. Just makes his way back to the top of his mark. At the C end. He runs away from us. Now 3 slips in place. Oh, this one just jags back and it looks like it's...
Just struck him on the hand.
Yeah, it's...
I think it did, you know.
He's looking at it, back of the wrist.
Yeah,
He's giving it a shake now.
It's not been easy today, you know, with just the occasional ball is making it uncomfortable for the Worcestershire batters. Carvelos has bowled really well here. He's a tall man, isn't he? And he's bowled really well.
Here's Carvelos now, and this one inside edged to mid-wicket. Yeah, it's not easy out there. It's not very trustworthy, the wicket at the moment. You've got some balls coming through at different heights, some staying low. As a batter, that means you just have to keep your eyes extra alert out there.
It's a wicket where you need to work. You need to keep your concentration. I mean, Henry Nicholls is doing that. We'll see 21 off 55 balls.
Here runs Carvelos now, and this time just squares Brooks up a little bit as he defends.
But it's a wicket where you can also make runs. I noticed actually there is a 12th man. Ollie Carter is on the field. So who was it off for Sussex? We shall have a look around and see. I can see Daniel Hughes is out there. Tom Haines is out there. Tom Clark is out there. Tom Alsop's out there. James Coles is out there. I think Jack Carson may not be out there.
Carvelos in now, and this one again off the front foot, blocked out by Brooks.
I can't see Jack Carson. No, someone's just coming down the pavilion steps. Maybe that's Jack making his way back onto the field. We shall see. But certainly Ollie Carter is on the field. Fielding at backward point. Hope Jack's okay.
Carvelos runs away from us, his orange soles lifting in the air as this one's
Shot.
punched through the offside off the back foot by Brooks, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary in front of the shark stand. Brilliant timing, and that will also conclude the end of the over. Worcestershire 79 for 4. Nice
shot, wasn't it? Ollie Carter now goes trotting off and Jack Carson comes trotting back on, so hopefully nothing untoward for Jack. As Nicky says, end of the over, 79 for 4. Nice shot by Ethan Brooks. He's on 5. Henry Nicholls is on 21. If you're just joining us and wondering about the state of the game, well, Sussex made 284 yesterday. It was an extraordinary day's cricket because Sussex at one stage were 80 without loss, and they jumped to 88 for 6 before Jack Carson with a maiden first-class 100. He made 102, and the Sussex tail wagged and some. The last 4 wickets adding 194. To take Sussex to 284. Tom Taylor, very much the pick of the bowling force for Worcestershire, taking 5 for 56. In comes Robinson, bowls to Henry Nicholls, who's forward pace. Onto the onside, James Coles is quickly in from mid-wicket, but they scamper through for a single. Good call there by Nicholls, and Ethan Brooks was ready to race through for the single. Total goes to 80 for 4. In reply, Worcestershire losing 3 wickets before lunch. Those of Ben Gibbon for 4, Jake Libby for 13, and Gareth Roderick for 21. And since lunch, they've lost the wicket of Kashif Ali for 13. 2 wickets to Ollie Robinson, 1 to Finn Hudson-Prentice, and 1 to Harry Carvelos. Now it's Ollie Robinson in bright sunshine running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and Ethan Brooks just checked his shot then and played the ball with soft hands into the slip cord and fielded after it had bounced a couple of times by James Coles, who's wearing his white floppy sun hat. Hats very much the order of the day here at Hove today. It's a glorious day. People decked out in the blue seats at the far end of the ground, which have been put up this time of year for the T20, which all gets underway at the end of this month. Sussex first match a trip to Lords. In comes Robinson. Bowls. Oh, it's a beauty. That's a super delivery from Ollie Robinson, and Brooks is beaten all ends up. The ball rattles through into the gloves of John Simpson. There is no run.
I was going to say, talking about T20s, just looking at the score for Sussex Sharks women versus Glamorgan in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup. Glamorgan batted first and posted 156 for 7 in their 20 overs. Sussex are currently 42 for 2, having lost the wicket of Molly Adams and Phoebe Wilkinson, both for naught.
Robinson in bowls, and forward comes Brooks, plays to mid-off. There is no run. Well, it sounds like a bit of a partnership there then.
A bit of a partnership, and you've got, I'd like to say, the two Sussex veterans of Izzy Collis and Kiara Green currently out there in the middle.
We've got an update to come in a couple of moments' time.
Izzy Collis is on 20, Kiara Green with 16.
In comes Robinson bowls, and forward comes Brooks, plays into the offside, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Robinson ready to come in, but Ethan Brooks isn't quite ready. Ollie Robinson's coming off a shorter run, no question about that. Comes in and bowls. Is he caught behind? No, he's not. Into the gloves of John Simpson. There is no run. Just keep an eye here on Ollie Robinson. He definitely came off a shorter run for that delivery. Gets a pat on the back from his skipper, John Simpson. Oh, I thought they were coming to me.
I thought they were coming to you as well. I heard your name.
Oh, Bradders is not working.
Shall I let you start this over?
Yes, hello Tim. Sussex going on very nicely here. Worcestershire have lost a wicket since lunch. The wicket of Kashif Ali, who was caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 13. That's Robinson's second wicket of the day. He did go off the field limping earlier on today, but he seemed to have some treatment. He's back on. And as I say, he's picked up that second wicket. A wicket apiece as well for Ari Carvelos and Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Worcestershire 80 for 4. Henry Nicholls, the New Zealand Test player, is still there. He's playing very nicely on 22. All of this in reply to Sussex's total yesterday of 284, in which Jack Carson made his maiden first-class century of 102. Carvelos in and bowls and clipped to the leg side by Henry Nicholls, and there is no run. I'm going to leave with Nicky just for a moment.
Yeah, Adrian can go help Bradders try and sort out his technical issues. Looks to be in a bit of a pickle there. Bless him next door. Carvelos making his way back to the top of his mark from the sea end. 2 slips in place, 2 slips, a deep point, extra cover, and a mid-off as in runs Carvelos. Now this is a slightly shorter delivery, which is pulled down towards a long leg. Will just be a single controlled pull from Nicholls, the left-hander, which brings Brooks on to strike. Doing a little bit of gardening. Carvelos has ball in hand, gives it a shine on the top of his thigh and makes his way in towards Brooks, who's got 3 slips in place for him. There's a fuller delivery. He pushes into the leg side. It goes to mid-wicket. Looks like he lined up to play that towards mid-off. Carvelos yawns as he walks back to the top of his mark. Brooks is on 5, Nicholls with 23 to his name. Down here at home, if you just tuned in to day 2 of Sussex versus Worcestershire. As Carvelos makes his way in now, and this time full face of the bat, punched back down the line of the wicket, and it crashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end. No run is taken as the bails needed some adjusting. Yeah, Sussex were bowled out for 284 yesterday. And Worcestershire came into bat with, I believe it was 3 overs remaining in the day. As in runs Carvelis now back of a length. This is defended off the back foot by Brooks. And that will conclude the over as well. Worcestershire 81 for 4 after 38 overs. And then this morning, 3 wickets were lost in the morning session. The wickets of Gibbon, Libby and Roderick. And we've just had 1 wicket fall in the afternoon of Kashif Ali, who was caught behind off the bowling of Ollie Robinson. He's playing outside his body line a little bit.
Yes, indeed, and Ollie Robinson's going to carry on. This good spell since lunch, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Henry Nicholls. Now, it's interesting because he has been bowling short to Nicholls, and they've got these 2 men set back on the leg side. I think Nicholls is probably far too experienced a player to fall into the trap of looking to hook, but we shall see. In comes Robinson, bowls, and that's well pitched up, and Nicholls is forward and plays to mid-on. There is no run. So we've got James Hayes is down here at fine leg, and Finn Hudson-Prentice at deep backward square leg. So there's 2 men out for the hook. Also on the leg side, there's James Coles in at mid-wicket, and mid-on Daniel Hughes. On the offside, 2 slips, Tom Alsop and Tom Clark. A sweeper on the cover, boundary hands on hits, looks like Jack Carson. Tom Haynes at cover. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and Nicholls is solidly forward, plays back down the track, no run. And Ari Carvelos in his sun hat, he's down at mid-off. Still quite breezy here at Hove. The trees behind the Spain Karma Pavilion are swaying away in the breeze, but barely a cloud in the sky. Beautiful conditions for watching cricket. As you were saying, in the shade it's a bit on the nippy side, but if you're not, it's the most beautiful day. And Ollie Robinson in his 10th over runs towards us around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and Nicholls works this one back at a square on the leg side. They've taken 1, but Hudson-Prentice is quickly in to prevent a second run being taken. Throws into the gloves of John Simpson, and Nicholls goes to 24. Worcestershire to 82 for 4. We're in the 39th over of the innings, so still another 60 to be bowled today. The Sussex over 8 is level. Worcestershire, we understand, finished up at -1 on their over 8 yesterday, so they'll have an opportunity to get that back later on in the match. 3 slips in place now for the right-handed Ethan Brooks. Robinson in bowls, and it's going to be a boundary for Ethan Brooks, and Ollie Robinson looks heavenward because it was an involuntary shot by Ethan Brooks. He's edged that one away through the slips past 3rd slip, and the ball without a 3rd man just rolls down the hill literally in front of us, and Tom Clark comes down to field it, but not before the ball has trickled over the ropes, and Brooks picks up a boundary that takes him to 9, albeit an unconvincing shot from Ethan Brooks. I wonder whether Robinson might want another slip in there. You know, he's walking back towards his mark. No, he's sticking with what he's got, so still the 3 slips in place. Robinson in again, over the wicket, bowls, and Brooks, I think, is wrapped on the hand. The ball bounces out onto the onside, and there is no run. That's the 2nd time I think Ethan Brooks has been hit on the hand. Just comes down and does a little bit of gardening.
Distract yourself from the fact that your hand probably hurts, and you don't want to show the bowler that they've...
Yeah, he was certainly struck on hand earlier on, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was shaking it earlier.
100 Fred Barnard at Edgbaston, 115 not out Warwickshire, 518 for 5. As in comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Brooks lets that one go. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. We might see a replay of that delivery actually, because Ollie Robinson had sort of hands on heads as if to say, oh, that wasn't far away, let's just see what happens. In he comes and bowls, and well, it was a good leave actually, that wasn't far away. Not quite a coat of varnish, but not far away. I'm going to disappear for 20 minutes or so and go and get some lunch. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Nikki and also the very capable Dave Bradley.
Thanks, Adrian. It's time for Adrian to have his well-deserved break and go get some food. As Ari Carvelis stands at the top of his mark, looks ahead, at his target, who is Nichols. He's batting on 24. 2 slips in place as Carvelis runs away from the C end. Right arm round the wicket to the left-hander off the back foot. Is quick to get into position and defend, and I can say good afternoon to Dave Bradley.
Hello, mate. You all right?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm struggling with technology.
Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah. I could see that you looked a bit confused.
As they all say, was it 60 years since we put a man on the moon, but we can't get a signal from Hove to Worcester, apparently. But there you go.
Maybe you've gone the long way around, 625-mile route.
Yeah, that was it.
That's what happened.
Monarch's way.
Round the wicket comes Carvelis, and this one's played softly into the offside, and it's soft enough to have come through for a single as well.
A cheeky single.
That's pretty cheeky.
Yeah, Worcestershire. Well, I was just talking to people back at Worcester, and they said, "Oh," and I said, "Well, when you think yesterday, at one time Sussex were 88 for 6, so Worcestershire had 87 for 4. Oh, slightly better than that. I mean, Sussex recovery, led by Carson with a century, was outstanding, but it's a funny old game."
Carvelis in into the right-handed. Brooks now off the back foot plays that to Haynes at cover.
I think there are either people have moved or there's less people in here this afternoon, because that stand over the far side, there was far more people in there pre-lunch, so maybe they've gone off to something else, watch a local cricket, maybe local football still going on.
Club cricket season starts today as Carvelis is in and Brooks is forward, defends into the offside, it goes to point. Yeah, the official league season starts today.
What, round here?
Yep.
All right.
So the last few weeks have been friendlies. I believe this is the first, like, serious games. The serious games all start today.
This is the 4th week in Worcestershire of league games.
No, if I'm not mistaken, it's this weekend. Everything else has been a friendly. As Carvelis runs in, it's a short ball, and Brooks looks to pull and then decides against it and watches the ball pass him into the gloves of Simpson.
Yeah, playing away. 135 for 2, the mighty Martley first team. So they're going well. But I'm just trying to think, they lost first 2, it's the 4th week of the season, so I want to see more teams in leagues, or maybe they play a bit later.
This one off the back foot is played to Tom Haynes at cover by Brooks for no run, and that will conclude the over. 1 run from it. Worcestershire 87 for 4.
I was discussing with my very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms pre-lunch about Stourbridge.
About what? Sorry?
Stourbridge, which is
okay.
somebody messaged us from Stourbridge. And I've got Grippo, who says Stourbridge is ex-Worcestershire, firmly pair country when it comes to cricket. Any true black countryman would be Albion and Worcester, which is West Bromwich Albion, not Brighton and Hove Albion. It's not a Warwickshire teddy bear here, he says, which is referring to Warwickshire Bears. And Wendy Payne says her Alexa seems to think it's day 4 on Monday. Only day 4 on Monday is available. Any ideas? No. Sorry, mate, that's just way out of my technical. Because apparently if you say to Alexa, play, so it should play it, but apparently it's not. Here is Robinson bowling down the slope and just dabbed away into the offside by Nichols. Takes another single. A sharpish single, not as sharp as the single they took in the last over. Just dabs it out to the left. Who's out there now? It's Tom Haynes, I think. Yeah, he's not in the slip, so he must be out there. In fact, Tom Haynes has just come back into the slips, has he?
He's got
no.
Nope, it's not him.
It's... Have they got a sub on? Oh, it's James Coles. Coles back into the slips. Here's Robinson in bowls. There's a big appeal there. I thought there might have been a bit of bat in that, but the umpire says not out. Let's have a look. Did he get outside the line? I think there's a little inside edge on that, isn't there? I'm not sure anything else really could have said their picture's a bit wobbly at the moment. Let's have another look. Yeah,
yes.
bit of bat in that, I think.
Although Ollie Robinson looks distraught.
Yeah, it did sound a bit woody. So now we've sorted out the slips are Tom Alsop, Tom Clark and James Coles. As Robinson hurtles in again, and this time a leave from Ethan Brooks. It's a ball go by outside the off stump, and Ethan Brooks, who fought a valiant rear guard action down at Chelmsford, which almost won Worcestershire the game. Let's just see when he's got so many bits of paper here, I can't find out.
I really like the fact you are so organised. With a bright orange folder, all your stats are in slippery fish.
I'm not normally. Let the ball go by outside the off stump. By the middle of June, this will all be chaos. Ethan Brooks got a duck and 35 at Somerset, 2 19s away at Yorkshire, 24 and 88 not out, or 88 at Essex in a somewhat controversial finish, and 27 and 9 not out against Durham. So almost took Worcestershire to that victory at Durham, but not quite at Chelmsford, where there were a lot of wickets tumbling today. Again, that's the ball from Robinson's outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. Might be time to just have a little check on events elsewhere in the country. In fact, Essex 111 for 7, replying to Yorkshire's 216 all out. Warwickshire batting on at Edgbaston. Ed Barnard now has got a century, former Worcestershire player, of course. And Warwickshire are, I'll tell you in a second. Robinson to Brooks here at Hove. Brooks comes forward, plays the ball back up the pitch. There is no run. End of the over, and Worcestershire 88 for 4, replying to 284 all out. Warwickshire 535 for 5. Hampshire in a bit of trouble, 133 for 7 against Nottinghamshire, who made 333 at Trent Bridge. Lancashire have the lead at Wantage Road. They lead by 30 runs against Northants. They're 268 for 8. And Glamorgan have declared on 549 for 9. Ben Kellaway made 181 not out.
Harry Carvelis continuing from the sea end. Right, arm around the wicket. This one's watched as it passes Nichols into the gloves of Simpson. Yeah, talking about schools up and down the country, Sussex women are playing in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan put on 156 after their 20 overs, and Sussex are currently 67 for 4 in reply. 90 runs with 6.3 overs remaining, as in runs Carvelis. Now full of delivery, looks to drive. That goes straight to mid-on by Nichols.
Is that a one-off game?
So it's a bit confusing. Basically, the Vitality T20 County Cup is, in essence, like a knockout T20 competition.
Oh, yeah.
So all 37 teams are involved. The first 2 rounds of games are between Tier 3 and Tier 2 teams. And on in the third round, that's when the Tier 3 teams come into play. As this one is played off the hips on the back foot down towards fine leg. A single is taken, bringing right-handed Nichols on to strike. 89 for 4. So earlier this week on Monday, when Sussex women played against Buckinghamshire, had they lost the game, they would have been out of the competition as a whole. So if you win, you play another game. If you lose, you're out. So today they are playing in the second round of games, and should they manage to come out of this one on the winning side, as this one's left alone by Brooks outside the off stump, they'll be playing against Lancashire Thunder on the third round, bearing in mind Lancashire Thunder are a fully professional team in Tier 1.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire lost to Northamptonshire last weekend,
so that means they would not be playing again in the T20
correct.
Vitality County Cup. They're done.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting way it's been organised, as this one off the back foot is pushed to mid-on, no run by Brooks. That, in essence, is a bit like the FA, it's a FA Cup style knockout tournament, and you could have a tier 3 team come up against a tier 1 team, and strange combinations are possible, but it's good exposure.
Oh, it's a nice competition, isn't it? Something a bit different.
Yeah, and I actually like how it's quite cutthroat, so you do well, you play more. If you don't do well, off you go.
Yeah.
As Carvelis is in, right arm over the wicket. And this one played softly into the leg side. They'll take on a cheeky single. They make it through on time. As mid-on comes through to do the fielding, and that will conclude the end of the over. 42 overs gone, Worcestershire at 90 for 4.
My correspondent tells me that the Sussex County League have 10 teams in the Premier Division, so they play 18 games, whereas in some of the leagues they have 12 teams, so they play 22 games, which is why they started earlier in the year.
Oh, that's why.
Apparently. County leagues are a bit different. Oliver Robinson's going to bowl, and he's going to be bowling to Ethan Brooks, who has 10 runs lit up against his name on the scoreboard. And this ball from Robinson, Brooks forward defensively, pushes out. The ball trickles up the slope, and there is no run. Somebody told me at Lord's years ago how to work out the slope on a cricket ground is you follow the line of the seats. So if you go to the top end by the pavilion where the players change and follow that line of seats, you can tell by how much it drops. And I'm not sure what it was, probably, I think it's 8 feet here. Here's Robinson in again, and Brooks forward, plays up to mid-on, no run. But yeah, you follow the line of the seats, or an imaginary line if there's not one there, and it's probably the top of these pagodas away to our right is level with the ground at the top. See what I mean?
You've completely lost me.
You can see where the players come out?
Yes.
Well, you follow a line of those seats, and there's more and more seats under, there's another row of seats underneath. So you follow the line of those seats, so they go probably as Robinson comes in back to the cricket and bowls, and push back down to the bowler. So you follow that line of seats, and you'd probably be at this end 4 rows of seats more than you were getting at that end. Trust me. Trust me on this one. You can remove your puzzled expression and trust me.
If only the listeners could see my face right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to try that again.
That's the trouble with listeners, they can't see us. Here's Robinson's next ball, and this time Brooks forward, pushing once again up the ground. This is
it's a good thing they can't. Got a face for radio.
Yeah. This is good, hard, gritty county cricket. You can hear the wind rattling our effects microphone, which is turned right down actually. So, yeah, it's tough stuff out there. It's hard graft. Oh, he's coming off a shorter run here. Bowls wide of the off stump through to the keeper. I'm sure he came off a shorter run there. Let's see if he does it this time. Striding all the way back, is he? Fielders are sent out. Is that giving Ethan Brooks a single here? That's not off his full run, is it? Unless I'm imagining it.
No, it isn't.
And Brooks is forward, plays the ball to mid-on. Some oohs and ahs, but nothing else to it. Maiden over. Robertson 2 for 20 off 12. I think he's bowled 12. Anyway, that is the end of the over. And there are a few people scattered on those seats at the far end, which will be full for the T20 a little bit later in the season, or end of May. Not far away, I suppose, T20, end of May.
Are they sat on the slope, trying to figure it out? And so are they in line with the rest of the ground?
Well, you see, their feet would be in line with the top of our building, I think, or halfway. Yeah, actually, they'd be in line with us, their feet, because we are some steps up at our end. Trust me on this.
Okay, Dave,
you have to get a what's it, a theodolite that measures things like that.
Right, change in bowling from the C end. Tom Clark to replace Ari Carvelis, and this one's played off the back foot down towards deep point by Nichols for a single.
We ought to get there's a guy at the back of us painting the stairs today. We ought to get him up because he's got one of those laser thingies.
The levelers.
Yeah, the levelers. They're a good group, and he can level it up and work out where things are going. There we are, folks. I'm sure you enjoyed that.
Probably having no idea what we're going on about.
Well, no idea what I'm going on about. But
well, I had no idea what you're going on about.
Mate, that is not unusual.
Clark in to Brooks, who's forward and lets this one go through to Simpson with the gloves. Looking at the field for Tom Clark, who's come into the attack now. He's got 2 slips in place, a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg. I find that field name position very strange. Long leg. I wonder where that came from. This Clark is in now. Oh, this one just balloons up short of Tom Clark, who dives in front of himself, full reach after he completes his action.
Interesting that, because Ethan Brooks was out in that fashion at Essex, where he was adjudged to have been caught going forward, leading edge, and the bowler came through and took the catch. He wasn't caught on this occasion.
Clark in now and clipped off the legs down towards long leg for a single. Nichols comes on to strike. He's on 28. Yeah, some fielding positions are got interesting names. I wonder.
Well, he's on the leg side, so he's deep, so he's long leg, I suppose. And if he's at fine leg, he's not as square as
I'm trying to make sense of it.
square leg.
Clark right arm over to the left-hander as this one's cut away. A bit of width. The angle takes it across the left-hander. And that's going to be 4 runs added to Worcestershire's total. 96 for 4 they move on to, and Nichols moves into the 30s on 32.
Yeah, the slips are the ones that I'm never sure why they're called slips. They are.
Oh, you know what? I actually know why they're called slips.
Oh, right.
I did Google that one day because I was
Isn't there
just wondering random thing. It was a day when my brain had lots of random questions. As Clark runs in now again, attempted cut. This one stays low and goes through to Simpson with the ball.
Isn't there a Shakespeare quote about greyhounds in the slips or something? Don't ask me which Shakespeare play it's from, because I've never read any Shakespeare, because basically he never read any of mine, so I'm sure there's something about it.
Yeah, so they're called slips but just because they're positioned to catch the ball that might slip off the edge.
Ah, right.
Yeah, wasn't too much thought.
That makes sense.
That.
Oh, I can see that.
Overs have been at 44, Worcestershire are 96 for 4 at the end. Brooks on 11, Nichols on 32, and
Ollie Robinson's gone off again. He was bowling off a short run in the last over, so he's now disappeared. I've got to nip off and do something else, then I'll come back and you can nip off and do something else.
Sure.
And then, it's all swings and roundabouts.
You can nip off and do what you got to do. Dave Hudson Prentice to replace Robinson from the Cromwell Road end. He's in for his 8th over of the day, is Finn Hudson Prentice. Picked up 1 wicket for 16 runs in his 7 overs. He's bowling to Brooks, who taps his bat as he awaits Hudson Prentice from the Cromwell Road end. 2 slips in place now. Short ball played off the back foot down towards fine leg for a single. Good afternoon, Adrian. Did you get your lunch?
Sort of.
You look a bit confused.
Well, there was nothing left in the pavilion. So anyway, we've managed to sort out something.
You've got something.
I had a big appeal when I was over in the pavilion. That was a caught behind off of Ollie Robinson, probably about 10-15 minutes ago. But
I believe that was the LBW appeal, but there was a bit of a There was a bit of bat first, actually, on that one. As Hudson Prentice comes right arm round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end to Nichols, who's forward and dramatically leaves this one. .97 for 4. Am I right in thinking Dave's got an update to do?
Yes, he has. He's got updates to do throughout the afternoon, as have I. So I think the next one is probably in a couple of minutes' time. But it's all about plugging away here for the Sussex bowlers, isn't it? And really the same for the Worcestershire batters as well. It's sort of grinding things out here today. He's picked up the wicket. That's the key wicket. That's the big one. And it's Henry Nichols who's nicked it behind. Well, that's really the breakthrough Sussex wanted. I'm not sure whose ball that was, Nicky, but it's he's nicked it behind. And Finn Hudson-Prentice picks up his second wicket, and that's a huge wicket to get rid of the New Zealand Test player. And all of a sudden, Worcestershire are in trouble now, 97 for 5.
Yep, he's got a knack of taking those important wickets, has Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he's done it again there. 5 wickets down now, Worcestershire, and Henry Nichols will go. An important 32. And Sussex will be very, very happy with that.
Well, they will, because he's obviously a very fine player, and you're right, he's just got the knack, Finn Hudson-Prentice, of picking up these important wickets, and that's a big wicket. And we have to remember, although it says 97 for 5, clearly Ben Gibbon came in and opened the batting last night as a night watchman for Worcestershire, so we're still working their way through the middle order. There's still plenty of batting to come, but that's a big wicket with the New Zealander back in the pavilion.
A very big wicket indeed. Brett D'Oliveira comes out into the middle, an average of 32 in the format. Highest score of 202 not out. Well, he's going to have to get himself busy and dig deep here, as Worcestershire trail by 187 runs on day 2 at Hove. Hudson-Prentice makes his way to the top of his mark, ready to go after getting an important breakthrough. 2 wickets for him now. And D'Oliveira marks his guard. 3 slips. And we should be ready to go. D'Oliveira taps his bat as he awaits. Hudson-Prentice running in towards his new target. D'Oliveira forward, defends to mid-off. Gives himself a bit of time to walk down the wicket, do a little bit of gardening as well. Hudson-Prentice into his 8th over of the day. Hudson-Prentice turns at the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end and makes his way downhill. D'Oliveira's forward and solid in defence once again into the offside for no run.
I think we can have a little change around because I've got to do a quick update, and we'll bring Bradders in for Nicky. So I think we're juggling between various updates on various radio stations. I'm just going to have a cough. I'm sorry, Brad.
Help yourself, mate. Here's the next ball, which is D'Oliveira going onto the back foot and pushes it out on the offside. And there is no run. Worcestershire are 97 for 5. And struggling to almost, you could say, stay in the game. There's a long way to go. But their top order, not for the first time this season, it has to be said, has been struggling.
Big wicket, oh, Henry Nichols. Tom Clark coming in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Ethan Brooks. It was 12 not out. Have to remember though, Brad, is that with Ben Gibbon coming in and opening last night, there's, well, I know it's 5 down, but it's obviously someone who would have batted down the order did open their batting. But nonetheless, Sussex in a good position here.
Shoved them down one as it is.
Clark in again and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Ethan Brooks. And there is no run. Brooks on 12, De Oliveira yet to score. And a big wicket for Sussex here. It's the wicket of Henry Nicholls, the New Zealand Test player who's been out for 32, caught by John Simpson of a very good delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's Hudson-Prentice's second wicket of the innings. 2 for Ollie Robinson, 1 for Ari Caballos. And Sussex certainly on top here, although just steered away for a boundary, brings 100 up for Worcestershire. So Worcestershire 101 for 5. That in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 284.
And I was sort of saying to the listeners back at in God's Country, 88 for 6 yesterday was Sussex. So you know, Worcestershire are actually in a slightly better position. But then, of course, we had that fine century from Jack Carson yesterday afternoon, which turned the whole innings on its head, really. Here's the next ball. Forward comes Brooks, plays the ball back down the pitch. And there is no run. Lots of chatter going on out there, as you would expect then. Sussex fielders are feeling very chirpy as Clark comes in and bowls and Brooks forward pushes on the offside and there's loud shout. Although he comes forward, looks as if he's going to start running, he shouts wait, and Oliver at the other end turns quickly back into his crease. It didn't look good for Ollie Robinson. He started this morning, then he went off limping, then he came back on. And he was bowling that spell from the Cromwell Road end, but the last 2 balls of the over he bowled off a short run and then he's gone off again. Clark bowls and forward comes Ethan Brooks. The danger is, of course, if you've got picked up a little niggle or something like that, if you keep bowling, it's going to get progressively worse. That's the end of the over. Worcestershire are 101 for 5, replying to Sussex 284. All out here at sun-drenched home.
Yeah, I don't think he's... the feeling I've got with Ollie is that he's not bowling at full lick, and in fact there was an occasion in the second to last over, Brad, where I'm fairly certain he came in off a shortened run as well.
Twice he did.
Yeah, so he's definitely not right, and that will be a massive concern for Sussex. I mean, you can only play this, you know, look at this game, but I say they've got 2 tough away fixtures coming up at Taunton and Southampton, and the bowling resources already pretty stretched. Anyway, in comes Hudson-Prentice over the wicket, bowls and driven by De Oliveira down the ground. Now, who did that?
Good start. The bowler stopped it, didn't he?
Well, the bat. Well,
no. Did it? No, I think Ethan Brooks stopped it.
Who's rolling around on the floor? Oh, he's all right. He's.
Well, I think he was trying to dive back into his crease in case the ball came off the bowler's hand or even foot onto the stumps, and he dived back and stayed down for a bit. All very dramatic, as if he'd been hit by a sniper.
In comes Hudson-Prentice again, bowls, Oliver defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. Yes, I thought for a minute he was quite badly hurt, but he's okay. Yeah, I was talking earlier on, Bradders, and it's you know, generally speaking, pitches like Hove, New Road is another pitch where you generally get result wickets. You know, it's not there are not roads, but one or two. I mean, the game at Edgbaston looks like a dreadful game. I just don't believe that's good for the county championship.
No.
You know, just games where you're, 500 odd for 5, and you're into the second day. In comes Hudson-Prentice. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a really good. He's bowling good pace here. Is Hudson-Prentice down the hill, and Dora beaten, and the ball goes through to John Simpson. There is no run. I mean, the score, what is it? In fact, when we went up there for the first game of the season, the guys there said to me, well, this will be a draw before we'd even started on the first game of the season.
Yeah.
It's
I remember getting to Uxbridge once. Kevin Hannon, a good friend of ours,
yeah,
met me. Said, "Hello, mate. How are you?" I said, "All right." He said, "It'll be a draw,"
yeah.
and it was. It was an awful pitch.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls. D'Oliveira tucks this around the leg side, back to a square on the leg side, picks up a single. He's on his way, goes to 1, unsurprisingly, 102 for 5. I was talking to a chap next door in the press box. He was down at Southampton last week for the game between Hampshire and Durham. He said it was awful. A turgid 4 days of cricket.
Yeah.
It's not good for the game. I know there's this thing that goes around saying, oh yes, well bowlers must be able to bowl good batsmen out on batter-friendly pitches, but you can't tell me what edge must have been 553 for 5. Anyway,
so once the opposition avoid the follow-on,
yeah, that's
game
it.
over.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's going to be 4 runs, just erring down the leg side, and Ethan Brooks just rather helped it on its way. Nicely played. He goes to 20, 106 for 5.
Unless it breaks up, of course.
Well, I suppose that's a possibility. I mean, a very good ex-Worcestershire player, one of my favourite cricketers actually, Ed Barnard, 138 not out for Worcestershire. Good player.
Barney, nice chap. Good player. Good. As it Trevor Bailey used to say, good player, nice chap. I'd have him in my team.
Yes, no, absolutely. I'd have him in my team. Bowls, bats, gets on with it, doesn't seem to complain. Hudson Prentice. Down the hill, bowls, and he raps Brooks on the hand. It's the second time Brooks has been hit on the hand, and he just gives that a bit of a shake. End of Hudson Prentice's over. He has bowled 9 overs, no maidens. 9 overs, no maidens. 2 for 22. Worcestershire 106 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, and Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team.
What's going on here? Where's the umpire going? Is he eventually going to square leg? Ben Debenham is the umpire at the Cromwell Road. He's quite keen on people running on the pitch, and we were saying the other day, last time Worcestershire were here, 2 bowlers were taken off for running on the pitch. So whether he was obviously talking something to somebody, so I couldn't see there was any official warnings or anything going out. Not even suggesting there is, but there just seemed to be a little hiatus in the proceedings. Still 52 overs left in the day as Clark is in and bowls, and this is turned by D'Oliveira to the on side. Who's that? That's 12th man, isn't it? On rushing and enthusiastic at mid wicket. Is that 12th man? It is, yeah. Is that Fordham at mid wicket? Yes.
It is Bertie Foreman. It is indeed. Ollie Carter, that presumably is on for Ollie Robinson. If you watch Bertie Foreman run, he runs like a million miles an hour.
He's got that. Yeah, here's the next ball to D'Oliveira, who's a similar person because he's quite short in stature, but they seem to cover the ground at great speed. There's a bit of warming up going on with Cavella, so maybe he's on at the CN to replace Clark in a minute. Field adjustments going on here. So this is interesting. Got a 7-2 split now, with 7 obviously on the offside. It's not obvious, but there are 7 on the offside. There's a mid-off, an extra cover, another extra cover, a little bit wider, a backward point, 3 slips. Next ball, D'Oliveira cuts, and cuts nicely. That's a Brett D'Oliveira shot, if ever there was. Give him some width outside the off stump, and he'll fling his bat at it down to 3rd man for 4. The only fielders on the onside are a mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Nice shot there from Brett D'Oliveira down to the pavilion rails.
Good shot, wasn't it? Nicely played, and he's he's a danger man, isn't he, D'Oliveira? He can turn things around very quickly.
110 for 5. Clark in bowls. D'Oliveira leaps up in the air and plays this one down high off the bat to backward point, and he does not get any runs for that. Oh, it's all right. I'll get that clinking noise again. I keep hearing.
Yes, you're quite right. It is that sound. Yes.
Here's the next ball from Clark, which is pushed down the ground on this occasion. The fielder going across there is Dan Hughes, who knows the colours of the jackets that greyhounds wear, as we found out in Mr. Harm's quiz last night.
Yes.
One or two answers came out of the blue. Who finished third in was it the US Open?
The Masters.
The Masters.
Yeah.
Somebody got that one. It's very good.
I was impressed by that.
Next ball, D'Oliveira is sort of going a little back and then comes forward and plays the ball away to the aforementioned Hughes. And at the end of that, I nearly said at the end of that round, at the end of that over, the total has moved on to 110 for 5. Out today, Gibbon caught Simpson, bowled Robinson for 4, Libby, LBW's Hudson Prentice for 13, Roderick caught Allsop, bowled Cavalis for 21, Kashi Valley caught Simpson, bowled Robinson for 13, and Henry Nichols was caught by Simpson off the bowling of Hudson Prentice for 32. As it says on your screens if you're watching on the stream. So, could have saved myself my breath there. Robinson 2 for 20, Hayes none for 29, Cavalis 1 for 16, Hudson Prentice 2 for 22. He's now taken 20 wickets in first class cricket against Worcestershire.
Yeah,
Clark 0 for 21. I told you he does well against Worcestershire. What's going on now?
I think Tom Clark thinks something done to his ankle. I think something was brought out.
Yeah, something's going on. We've had a lot of hold-ups in this game.
We have.
It's another 7 o'clock finish tonight, folks.
I think it is, Bradders. I mean, it's already 2:45, and we've still got. We're not quite as far behind as we were. Well, I don't know. We're not. Well, the over 8 is showing us level.
I've got to go and put my posh clothes on and go clubbing tonight in Brighton.
Yeah, as I drove home last night, I saw a. I don't know if it was a lady on a stag do, but a hen do rather.
Oh.
She was dressed up as Snow White, and there was some other bloke walking down the high street was dressed as Fred Flintstone.
Dangerous.
In comes Hudson Prentice. He's bowled well today. Comes in, bowls, and kicks behind, and another wicket goes down. Well bowled Finn Hudson Prentice. I said he bowled well, and all of a sudden he picks up another wicket. Just leaving the right hander, not really sure Ethan Brooks needed to play at that, but he's nicked it through, and John Simpson snaffles the catch. Hudson Prentice picks up his third of the innings, and Worcestershire now 110 for 6.
And in a bit of trouble. Well, it goes without saying, really. Yeah, I think Ethan Brooks was pretty annoyed with himself there.
He was.
Just watched it again. Did bounce quite a bit. And I can't remember who it was saying. There's tiny indentations in the pitch where the ball is pitched. So if it just lands in those tiny indentations, I mean they are minuscule, but it's enough to put the ball off straight.
Yeah.
Just watching that again. Yeah, it's bounced a bit more than he expected. So Brooks goes for 20, and Worcestershire 110 for 6. So if you take Carson's 102 out yesterday, that makes it 164, no, 184. So apart from him, we've had 150 from Haynes early yesterday. Apart from that, all the batsmen have struggled really.
They have.
Been 2 outstanding innings. Well, Hayes batted well yesterday when he came in.
Yes, he did.
But he was against an old ball, of course.
I thought Henry Nichols batted well. He looked largely untroubled, didn't he? But he's and that must have been a key wicket for Sussex to get the Kiwi out. So Matthew Waite, who hung around for days and days down at Taunton the other week as Worcestershire. I was listening to that game, Brad, at the end, and I was willing Worcestershire to hang on for the draw because it was, you bat that long, you deserve to. And I think it got to the end, they thought, this is the last over. Then they said, oh no, there's another over.
Yeah, they did, yeah. Yeah, because they bowled them so quickly.
In comes Hudson Prentice, figures of 3 for 22, very impressive. Bowls to Matthew Waite, and Waite sits on the pad, there's a loud appeal. Umpire Ben Debenham says not out. We'll have a look at that again, and that is over the top, and I think it's also going down the leg side. Worth a shout, but it was too high.
Yeah.
He's bowled with good pace this season, Finn Hudson Prentice.
He is. He's getting a bit of nip coming down the slope.
Yes, he is. 3 slips in place. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a very wide-ish fine leg as He's racing in, his Hudson Prentice. Bowls, lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. He was a member of the Sussex Players quiz team last night. He got a few questions right. He knows his football, does Finn.
He does, yeah.
They said, what was the highest Brighton had ever finished in the Premier League? And he was straight in 6.
Yeah.
I said, Crumbs, how do you know that? He said, I follow the Premier League. Fellow over there, Dave, one of the fellows who works on the ground here, you know, one of the maintenance guys. He's a massive Aldershot Town fan. He'll be excited. He's going to Wembley tomorrow. He'll have his ticket for the FA Trophy final. In comes Hudson Prentice. Balls, and the wicket goes down, and Hudson Prentice gets a 4th. I think that just nipped away from Matthew Waite. Little nick through. John Simpson done the rest. And Finn Hudson Prentice picks up his 4th wicket, the 2nd in the over. And Worcestershire here are 110 for 7. And Matthew Waite goes without troubling the scorers. Just see this again. There's a little bit of movement, but not that much. And Simpson snaffles the catch.
Yeah, again, he won't. Well, you're not happy if you're out for a duck, are you? So, but I don't think he'd be too happy the way he played that one. A little bit leaden-footed, was he? Yeah, not really getting across to it. But when you've just come in and you haven't got your feet moving, that's what happens. Isn't it?
I think yesterday, Brad, I mean, you know, Jack Carson and probably Tom Haynes aside, there was some. You know, some poor shots from the Sussex players as well. I wonder whether perhaps when players think the pitch is doing a bit, maybe it gets in your mind a little.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we're not giving the bowlers enough credit. But,
yes.
Well, certainly Hudson Prentice has bowled 5, but he's got 4 for 22 so far.
Yes.
He's bowling a bit of a spell like Tom Taylor bowled.
Yes, he is.
Fateh Singh coming in ahead of Tom Taylor. No mug with the bat, it has to be said, from what we saw with Royal London Cup last year.
Right, and I just wonder with Tom Taylor, I was talking about Tom Taylor when we were last night with you know, done at the quiz, and I was saying, I just wonder with Tom Taylor whether because he can hit a long ball, you know, and you just wonder in a relatively low scoring game, somebody who comes in and says, do you know what, I'm just going to take the bowling on here, whether that might not be a bad tactic.
Yeah.
Is it the sort of pitch where they say you know,
you're never in?
Yeah. And here comes Hudson Prentice. He's picked up 2 wickets in the over. Comes in and bowls to Fateh Singh, who's forward and plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. Or a ball's got your name on it, they say, don't they?
Yeah. That was Blackadder, wasn't it? When Baldrick came in, he said, "What you got there, Baldrick?" He said, "I got a bullet with my name on." He said, "Why?" He said, "Well, if I got the bullet with my name on, I ain't going to get shot, am I?" So they say there's a bullet with your name on. Well, I got it.
Very good. Hudson Prentice, looking for his 3rd wicket in the over, comes in and bowls outside the off stump, let go by Fateh Singh through to John Simpson, got over by Finn Hudson Prentice, a double wicket maiden no less. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 4 for 22, and Sussex in a strong position here, having taken these, what have they taken since lunch, Brad? There's 3 wickets since lunch, 4 wickets since lunch, for the addition of 40 runs.
Yeah.
It's been a good hour or so.
70 for 3 they were. And he's getting a special round of applause as he goes back to the permanent temporary seating. Clark to continue. From the sea end. I think it's the sea out there. It's a blooming big river if it's not. In and bowls. Forward comes D'Oliveira. Plays out on the offside. And there is no run. I'm just going to check on the big match of the day.
Oh, is this your club?
Oh, they were going well last time I looked.
They were.
Struggling for players this week. I think I might have got a game this week. Unlikely. Here's D'Oliveira turning this one down. Back with a square on the leg side for a single. 206 for 3. 11 overs left in the innings. Well, the boys.
How many overs aside?
50 in the first team.
It's quite, yes. I mean,
it's too many. But
it's quite a lot of overs, that, isn't it? 100 over game.
Yeah.
And is it win or lose?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't like that.
Well,
I like to be able to play for the draw.
I'm saying it is Clark into bowled. Fateh Singh, who has a waft at that one. A very loose waft outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. They do play. No, I should get this right, shouldn't I? I should know these things. They were playing, I think it was at the start of the season, the first 4 games you could get a draw, and the last 4 games you could get a draw. I'm probably talking complete rubbish, but there were draws involved at one time. Whether that's still the case, I'm not 100% sure. I know a lot of teams wanted to play win or lose. Next ball is in the air.
Oh, great catch.
Oh, that is a brilliant catch. Superb, taken off to his right hand side, and that was plucked out of the air. I think that's Mr. Hayes, isn't it?
I think it's James Hayes, yeah. What a catch that was.
Yeah. Well, I think he's wandering off, Fateh Singh, and I think you think he's a bit unlucky there, because on another day, if he'd hit that to a shorter fielder, he'd have got away with that. Yeah, James Hayes it was. Brilliant catch. Playing a lofted on drive, but Singh goes and Worcestershire are, well, collapsing wouldn't be the word here.
I was going to say, actually, Bradders, you wonder whether the follow-on comes into play here. I don't know whether Sussex would. I think probably Sussex would bat a game.
They probably would. 284, 1495. It's 135, isn't it? 135 to avoid the follow-on.
Particularly with. Well, I don't know. Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if
I would. You just wonder whether they've rotated the bowlers, if they are just trying to. Well, I don't know. You have to play this game as you play it. You perhaps can't look ahead too much, can you? So would you think, well, hang on, we're in control of the game, or do you bat and try to put the game beyond Worcestershire?
Yeah, I think you do. So Tom Taylor on his way in, and
I reckon attack might be the best form of defence here, you know, Bradders.
Possibly. Yeah. Well, one thing's for sure, the old keyboard warriors will be having a field day.
Oh, do you get a few?
Oh, mate.
Do you?
I really shouldn't read it, because some of it is absolute nonsense. Some of it is constructive and, you know, says, speaks sense, but some of it is absolute nonsense. So, Taylor to face, turns the ball on the onside. Directly to mid-wicket, who is Danny Hughes. No run.
I noticed that Charlie Tear, young Sussex player, is playing for Scotland today against the Netherlands in a one-day international, but he won't. He probably wishes he wasn't playing, because he's been out for a duck. Bowled by Dieter Klein. Netherlands 82 for 7, Scotland 62 for 3.
Clark in, Taylor, couple of steps down, couple of little shuffles forward before he plays the ball back down the pitch. Clark on his follow through does the fielding. Round of applause there for Tom Clark for his first wicket of the day, but I think he will admit he got that wicket through a superb diving catch.
I think he owes James Hayes a pint, I think, or maybe more.
He does. A jog, as we were on about
yeah.
earlier.
Well, that's a way to endear yourself to your teammates, isn't it? To take a blinding catch.
Yeah, and the supporters as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, get some runs, get some wickets, score a goal.
Well, that's right.
Score a couple of tries.
That's it. I mean,
they love you.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs a wicket now, doesn't he? He's made 33. He's taken a great catch.
I'm still puzzled as to why there's a deep square leg and a sweeper on the offside. I know they want to give D'Oliveira a single, but Tom Taylor's not an idiot with the bat.
No, he does. He does. Well, I was saying to someone last night, I remember a game Sussex played at Northamptonshire, which Sussex were going to win. And comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to D'Oliveira, who's forward, plays down the track, there is no run, and Taylor came in and smashed 60 or 70 odd very quickly. Well, to look up the details, actually, it was probably 2 years ago, Royal London Cup game. 111 for 8. Sussex have taken 5 wickets since lunch.
They have, yeah.
5 for 41. Oh, have we just gone off again?
No, I think
no,
we're
no,
on.
no, I heard a little click. Oh, we've got some more emails coming actually. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls. Oliver lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. Richard has been in touch. I think Richard is my man with the allotment. Yes, he says, greetings from sunny Scarborough.
Good man.
Sussex are going there this season.
Scarbados.
Yes. He says, I hope Robinson can stay fit, as without him Sussex might struggle. I enjoy your commentary, but please tell Adrian hurry up and finish his lunch. My allotment really enjoys his dulcet tones.
His allotment is to make his
Back there.
cabbages grow. Is it?
Loving this wonderful weather. Can't wait to see Sussex up here at the end of July. Thank you, Richard. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, plays into the offside by Dolliver in a run. I have to say, without being critical of the cuisine that I've acquired, I think I would have preferred something from your allotment. I'll leave it there.
Stop at the local store on the way and get yourself some salad.
There's an email from Phil who's talking about, because we were talking about the Midlands and the Black Country and where it all sort of begins and ends. I've got an email from Phil which I'll read in a moment. Comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, Dolliver's forward, plays to mid on, there is no run. Phil says, in 1977 I played in goal for the Western Universities 11 and the West Midland League Representative 11. We lost 1-0. This was played under the floodlights at Lye Town FC.
Lye Town, up the Lye.
Was I therefore in West Midlands, Worcestershire, Hereford and Worcester, or all three? Was I also in the Black Country?
You're in the Black Country there, mate.
I heard Bradders say that people from Stourbridge straight the Black Country should support Worcestershire and West Bromwich Albion, as West Bromwich Albion was once in Staffordshire. Just break off, in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, Dolivera drives. Oh, he drops his bat. Well, he drove the ball down the ground and sort of threw his bat halfway down the wicket.
Thrown his bat at that one.
Yeah. Yeah, as West Bromwich Albion was once in Staffordshire, as was Wolverhampton, are all these places in the Black Country? He says, thanks for adding to my education. I have no idea.
Well, Dudley used to be part of Worcestershire, but it wasn't connected to Worcestershire. It was like a little island on its own. All to do with religious boundaries. Was it something like that, I think? I'm not sure.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Dolivera works us to backward point. Nice and tidy by Hudson Prentice. Another maiden over. This is a very good spell. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 22. Jonathan Taylor, who came and spoke to us yesterday about seniors cricket, has been in touch, and he says, Dear Adrian and Bradders, if you think the cricket keyboard warriors are bad, you should try being a district councillor and cabinet member. Oh my goodness, he says.
Never do that, mate. Never go near that.
Bradders has got to nip off and do a very quick, you can do it in here if you like, Bradders. A quick update to the good folk down in Worcestershire, or Hereford and Worcestershire, which the radio station covers. And in the meantime, Tom Clark's going to carry on. Thank you all for your emails today. Great weather for allotments, I would imagine, Richard. In comes Clark, bowls, and forward comes Tom Taylor and plays it down the track. There is no run. There are 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a final. I just wonder here whether Tom Taylor is a very aggressive player, whether he might just think to himself, just try and shift the field around her. Just try and take the attack to Sussex, because at the moment Sussex are all over Worcestershire. Clark wheels around in front of us and is on his way up the hill and bowls, and Taylor defends right in behind this, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Tom Clark at his 10th over, figures of 1 for 22. As Bradders was saying, he picked up that wicket of Fatty Singh, who was caught brilliantly at mid-wicket without scoring. In comes Clark, bowls Taylor, showing no inclination to go on the attack. Perhaps he's got to skipper down the other end and thinks, well, I better not go playing any rash shots. I'll make way in a minute. And is it Nicky to come in? I've got a bit confused with our rotor.
We can do.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll do short spells from the pavilion.
Yes, we will do short spells. We got update. I haven't got to do an update for a little while because talk about the West Country. Brighton are playing at Wolverhampton today. In comes Clark, bowls. Taylor drives back down the pitch. Clark fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yes, going back to that. The Black Country doesn't have it. I don't think it really has any boundaries. There's all sorts of places. There's Upper Gornal, Lower Gornal, Lye, Cradley, Cradley. Look at me getting it wrong. Places like that are a part of the Black Country. Some people in Wolverhampton would say they are as well.
Clark in bowls. Taylor works that to backward point. There is no run. Am I talking nonsense here? But I mean, Tom Taylor can clearly bat, and maybe the tactic is, let's just pick up the ones and let's just try and get the scoreboard moving along if we can. But he is capable, Taylor, of scoring quickly.
Yeah, bit of damage limitation now, I think.
Maybe it's a case of, we just need to get our heads down here. Clark in and bowls, and Taylor guides this one through point. Just picks up a single, doesn't time it particularly, but he's on his way. He is on 112 for 8. Taylor on 1. Worcestershire trailing by 172, which means they still need another 22 runs to avoid the. Is it 23, Bradders?
It would be 154. It's actually 149, isn't it? So
they need 23. They've got to be
more than 150 behind. I think the wording is. I know I've got it wrong.
Yeah,
umpires and scorers all over the country will be bashing their heads against the doors, saying he's got it wrong again.
But back in the day, generally you would enforce the follow one, wouldn't you? But now
3-day cricket, you would. Yeah.
Yes, because of the time factor, I guess.
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder, if you've got a side down, you think, right, we've got them down. Let's really go for it. That would, but these days that they tend to want to make the game safe, don't they? And then
you've got to look at your bowlers.
Yes.
As Hudson Prentice races in and bowls, and this is turned on the onside, no run. If Worcestershire had been they weren't going to be all out after an hour this morning. But I think if you bowl the opposition out after an hour of the morning, then your bowlers are fresh, so you can go back out again. But if your bowlers have been out there, they haven't bowled a vast amount of overs today, have they? But Hudson Prentice in his 12th, but they're not as fresh as they would be at 12 o'clock.
No, that's true.
You see what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice it is. He's in and bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. I still say Tom Clark at second slip is standing at a slightly different angle to what slips normally stand at. It might be an optical illusion. It might be that I'm getting old and stupid, which I've been working out for several years. But he does just seem to be stood a little squarer than most slips do. As in comes Hudson Prentice, and this is turned away on the onside, and there is no run. I think he just stands a little bit squarer because he seems to be looking slightly over his right shoulder. I mean, second slip, as far as I'm aware, watches the ball. Third slip, I think, watches the ball. If you're a gully, you probably watch the batsman.
Whatever technique, he is very good in there. I'm going to watch him in this ball just to see if he's got a slightly different technique.
He's not looking straight at the batsman, is he?
No.
Who is Tom Taylor. That's raced away down to the boundary for 4 somethings off the bat, says umpire Debenham.
Yes.
4 more to the Worcestershire total, so they're off the. I was going to say that they lost 2 wickets on 110, didn't they? So not off a dreaded anything. Now, did the steward, the fast fielding steward, did he get the ball?
I don't know. I didn't see that.
No, he's down there.
I was busy watching. I think Harry Cavalis is going to come back into this act. I just noticed John Simpson waving at the far end, and that seemed to be the cue for Harry to loosen up. So I think we're going to see a bit of Cavalis for Clark.
Next ball, pushed away on the offside. No run.
I was saying, Bradders, about flat pitches, and I was thinking, it must be a flat old pitch at Cansbury. What a dreadful game that is. Glamorgan 549 for 9. Kenton replay 18 for 3. So, curse of the commentator.
What's the things about out of the mouths of babes and fools?
so when Surrey are sort of 46 for 5, it's a great cricket pitch at Edgbaston.
But that's bad batting by Kent. It's not good bowling or the pitch. It's bad batting, in your opinion, from this distance. Next ball, Taylor forward solidly behind this one, off the front foot, pushes it back up the pitch, and there is no run. Worcestershire are 116 for 8, so they trail by 168.
I'm going to take my leave of absence for 20 minutes.
Yeah. All right.
And I'll leave you with Nikki.
Yeah.
And then we'll have another change.
Yeah. Bowling at the CN is being changed because Harry Carvelis is back into the attack. Taken 1 wicket so far, a wicket of Gareth Roderick, well caught by Allsop and Slip, who then dropped Kashif Ali. In the end, it didn't cost them too much, Sussex, because Kashif Ali went eventually for 13. We hear an aeroplane but cannot see it. All right.
All right.
Here's Carvelis striding away, and D'Oliveira on the back foot plays out on the onside. Bowler himself chugs around to do the fielding. Have you been out in the real world, outside of here?
No, I just sat in the room next door.
Oh, I thought you'd been out in the real world and you could report back on weather conditions, crowd conditions.
No, I'll go out on my next break.
Okay, thank you very much. Do a recce.
I'll do a recce.
See what's happening outside.
I was sat in that box where your whole system's set up, and then suddenly there was a loud beep, and the box just started flashing a red light, and I was like, "Oh, what's going on?"
So some of the kit's not working today. Here's the next ball wide of the off stump, low through this time to keeper Simpson. Takes it on his bootlaces. Mainly because the bowler didn't put his whole effort into that one, and it was slightly wide of the off stump, so it just almost dribbled through to the wicketkeeper, who is moving people around because he's the captain as well. I always think it's a bit difficult, wicketkeeper, captain.
Difficult. I think it's quite ideal though.
Yeah. Oh, you get the best view. Yeah. Next ball is D'Oliveira beaten by this one. He has a little prod at that. Goes through. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, just angles away. Probably one that he would need to play at. If he came back the other way, he'd be in trouble. Nice picture on our screens if you're watching the live feed of the museum, and all those lovely coloured photographs I was talking about down
Did
there.
you get one to add to your collection?
I did not. As D'Oliveira is forward and pushes away on the offside, I would be in considerable trouble if I took any more pictures home. In fact, I've got rid of a few lately. So.
When did you start collecting?
Oh, yeah. I don't really collect, or just gain. You know, people sometimes say, "Oh, I got this picture. Do you want it?" Yes, please. In fact, the other day, as Carvelis is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira tucks this one away off his hip, I'll pick up a single. By the time wicketkeeper Simpson, I knew Carvelis the 12th man, Fulham comes in through for a single. Worcestershire 117 for 8. Somebody donated to our cricket club Matt Pryor's England Ashes series winning shirt, signed by the full squad.
Ooh.
In a big frame.
Wow, that's a
said.
nice donation.
Yeah.
Don't say no to that.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly have that. So I've worked out all the signatures, including Matt Pryor, of course, once of this parish.
Back in the day.
Taylor waits, and Carvelis. This is a little bit short of a length, and Taylor appears to have a lot of time to go back and tuck that one away. On the leg side, and Hudson Prentice is going to continue. You wouldn't be surprised. 4 for 26, although he's had a fairly long spell on this occasion, so maybe he'll have a bit of a blow after this one. Not shorter bowlers, Sussex. Robinson's not on the field. Not seeing any spin from Carson, but rotating Clark, Hudson Prentice, Carvelis.
Yep, Hudson Prentice in for his 13th over. Running in towards D'Oliveira, who clips this off his legs into the mid-wicket. Region mid-ons on the chase. Has the ball won this race? It has indeed. And that's going to be 4 runs to Worcestershire's total. They move on to 121 for 8.
A nice shot, just straying onto the lead, stump a bit there. Hudson Prentice and D'Oliveira quickly inside the line, whipping it away.
Taking a slip out now to put into that mid-wicket position. That means mid-on just comes a little bit straighter, so they don't have to try and play a dual role. Here comes Hudson Prentice back into D'Oliveira. This one played off the hips down towards fine leg, and a single is taken. It's bowled well for Hudson Prentice, picked up some important wickets, 4 wickets to his name.
Told you he likes playing against Worcestershire.
Did you figure out the stat that you were looking for?
Yeah, he's bowled more balls against Worcestershire than any other county,
Oh, wow.
by about 400.
Oh,
And
wow.
taken more wickets against Worcestershire than he has against any other county. So, I thought that he always does well.
Third slip back in place, and this one's driven to extra cover where Tom Haynes does the fielding. Taylor's on 5. Bit of chatter amongst the Sussex players out there. The stand across from us looks busier now. The people are back.
I wonder if it's so warm that folks have moved out of the sun, because there was a lot more people on that big temporary stand before.
It's not that warm. Depends what you consider warm. I think your warm and my warm's very different.
Oh, it is.
This is defended solidly by Taylor. Apparently right now it's 19 degrees outside.
Oh, right.
I wouldn't consider that hot.
I'm relatively happy with that.
It's not sunbathing weather.
Nah, I don't do a lot of that.
No?
Nah.
Hudson Prentice turns at the top of his mark. Makes his way. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Taylor. Point is being sent out to the boundary.
Yeah, trying to give him a single. Keep Tom Taylor on strike.
D'Oliveira doing some gardening at the non-striker's end. Sussex women have lost against Glamorgan in the Vitality T20 County Cup fixture. As in runs Hudson Prentice now, and again clipped into the leg side. It will just be the single for Taylor. And that brings D'Oliveira back onto strike. Actually it doesn't, because that's the end of the over. 55 overs gone. Worcestershire 123 for 8. And yes, Glamorgan have won by 48 runs against Sussex. Sussex were chasing 156 in their 20 overs. They only got as far as 108, unfortunately. So they are out of the Vitality T20 County Cup, which means Glamorgan, I believe, should be playing against Lancashire.
All right.
Yeah.
The Glammies.
The Glammies.
It's one of the things that I don't complain about. Well, I probably do, moan about occasionally, is the fact that as Carvalis is in from the C end here to bowl, and for defensively comes Tom Taylor, pushes the ball down the pitch, no run, is that the group stages for T20 games are the same every year. So Worcestershire in the T20 don't play Gloucestershire, which borders Worcestershire.
Okay.
Don't play Glamorgan, which is just down the road. An hour is it to Cardiff. Never play Somerset in a T20, which is an hour and a half, 2 hours away. Yeah, every year, every season, as Carvalis bowls, that's driven nicely by Taylor for a single. Every year they play the same teams: Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, Lancashire, Durham, play the same teams. Last time they came to Hove was for a quarter final when Moeen Ali went a bit mad, so they never come and play here in a T20. And I know it's all about travelling and everything else, but I just that Worcestershire don't play Gloucestershire in the T20 and they're right next to each other. It annoys me.
That's a bit annoying, isn't it?
Carvelis in, D'Oliveira has took this one away down towards fine leg. The 12ers, Fornham comes in very quickly to field that one, and Worcestershire have one more. 125 for 8. I keep saying yesterday, when Hudson Prentice was out, Sussex were 126 for 7.
They were.
And then your man Carson changed the whole shape of it.
Carson was the man of the moment.
Carvelis in again. That's gone past the outside edge of Tom Taylor's bat. A ripple of excitement. Lots of clapping of hands. In case you thought a pack of seals had come into the ground.
No, not seals.
Is it a pack of seals? And there must be a collective. There must be a collective noun for seals, as in flock of birds, or a murder of crows, or whatever it is. Forward comes Taylor, and there is no run. It's all loads of, I've never actually seen seals in the wild until last year. No,
Really?
last year,
Where
earlier
did
this
you see
year.
them?
In the Farne Islands, off the coast of Northumberland. Hundreds of them. Up on the rocks. Sunbathing they were.
Just like the guys across from us.
Yeah, yeah. Similar shape to one or two of those over there as well. Here's the next ball from Carvelis, who reaches down as Taylor plays it back down the pitch, but doesn't bother to pick it up. In fact, I think that would be a bit detrimental to the seals, looking at some of the people who have shirts off around here.
I hope they don't have the commentary piece stuck to their ear right now, otherwise.
No run into the over 125 for 8. There's somebody fast asleep over there. Look, lay down across 3 or 4 seats, reading her book. What is it, a bit of Lee Child, Jack Reacher or something like that, is it? Absolutely comatose, as you see on the show. Now there's a gentleman with his shirt off, and he's all right. He's okay.
He doesn't resemble the seals that you
No,
saw.
he should be allowed to take his shirt off, but some people who take their shirts off at cricket and at other events should be, well, they should be arrested by the fashion police.
Well, Brad, as you were right about Finn Hudson-Prentice having a break now, because there's a change in bowling from the Cromwell Road end. James Hayes is coming back into the attack for his 8th over of the day. 2 slips in place. He'll be bowling to D'Oliveira. And he's in, and this is a straight delivery. D'Oliveira plays it to mid-on. Off the front foot.
So we're still, where are we? 10 overs from tea. 10 overs after this one.
It's a long afternoon session again.
Time are we? We're 20 past 3. I don't think 25 past 3. So yeah, we're going to be 4 o'clock tea, aren't we again? Unless the spinner Carson comes on.
Here's Hayes and D'Oliveira forward, solid in defence, blocks this one out.
Oh, excuse me, I had a hiccup in the middle of that.
Someone thought about you.
Where did that come from?
Isn't that what they say if you...
Is it?
I think, yeah, someone's remembered you if you have hiccups.
Really?
Yeah?
That's probably why I don't have them very often.
I'm sure people do.
I'll pretend I'm hiccuping all afternoon now.
D'Oliveira forward and drops this into the offside, into the point region. There is no one there, so they'll come through for the single. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's someone's remembering you.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what they say. Obviously, the scientific reason is probably something very different.
They do say if there's a robin in your garden near you, it's a loved one who's come to see you again or something like that. There are various people, including my good lady wife, who goes on about that sort of stuff. I think it's a bit of nonsense, but there you go.
Hayes in to Taylor. This one goes through to Simpson with the gloves. When I was younger and I used to get hiccups, apparently the best way to get rid of hiccups was to get to be scared, like to have a fright, and it kind of gets rid of them. So there's been plenty of occasions where people have tried
There's a way to get rid of hiccups. If you get a cup and you lean forward, I'm demonstrating this, folks, if you can see it. If you lean forward with the cup and drink from the far edge of the cup, it'll stop your hiccups when you stand up again.
I wonder who came up with that one.
Yeah.
As that's defended by Taylor off the front foot.
It could also...
Like, how did that person discover that was the way that they got rid of hiccups? Imagine. Oh, let me just try do anything that's random and see how I can...
I don't think it was like Edison discovering the level light bulb or anything like that. Not that he discovered it, he just patented it. But, it's not like eureka. It's not going to jump up out the bath.
The other one I think I heard as well, you take a deep breath and then completely blow all the air out until you're in your like you literally feel like there's no more capacity left in your lungs.
Oh, okay.
This one's a short one, pulled away. And that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. At deep mid-wicket, no one is out there. It's a short ball. It's a bit of a freebie from James Hayes to end the over. And Worcestershire 130 for 8.
Yeah, his skipper won't be best pleased with him there, James Hayes, because he dropped down almost a half tracker there, and Tom Taylor can play that shot. And then that just eases the bit of pressure that they put on it. This is not a magnificent stand here by Worcestershire by any means, but they've put on 19 here. They haven't lost a wicket for 7 overs, which is nothing to celebrate. And there's up on our screens, I know you can't see these if you're listening on the radio or on BBC Sport Online. There's a camera person, I think it's a young lady, it is a young lady, with a huge boom lens. She could see my house back in Worcestershire with that lens. Carvallis in and bowls, and D'Oliveira lets it go by outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. 3 slips, a man out at cover on the boundary, a sweeper, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, squarish I would say. Almost a backward square leg rather than a fine leg, out on the fence as well. Carvallis 1 for 19. He's in his 15th over. Bowled tidily. Tall, dark-haired young man, which you can see, I know, on your screens, but you can't if you're listening on the radio. He's in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is half forward to this one. Big shout. Umpire
took his time.
James Middlebrook not moving. Let's have a look at that. That is going down in the umpire's opinion, I think, and I'm sure in Brett Oliveira's opinion as well. But a good shout. But he would have been disappointed if he'd been given out, Brett Oliveira. But he was very disappointed when he was given out in a game earlier this season with, let us just say, not a great decision. Here is Carvallis. He's in and he bowls, and D'Oliveira gets his bat right up in the air, out of the way of this one. So mistaking the fact that he was leaving that one. Some people have a really good leave. I remember Vikram Solanki before your time, Nikki.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, had a wonderful leave. There was actually it was artistic leave when he used to flick his bat up in the air. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting leaves. Even if you think about Steve Smith and his leave, it's interesting. I'm not a fan of that leave, if I'm honest with you.
It's a bit idiosyncratic. Here's the next ball from Carvallis, which D'Oliveira is groping for, but pushes away into the offside, reaching for that one.
Yeah, different leaves in the game. Find one that works for you. 130 for 8 Worcestershire.
Carvallis. It's all right, I thought I was going to disappear then, but I haven't. Driven down the ground, might not be 4. It's racing away. It's one of those where, it's unlucky there, and crashes into the boundary board as well. Who is that? That's Hayes, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, James Hayes raced down there, got his hand on the ball, but the ball went up in the air and over the boundary. He went over the boundary and hit the boundary boards as well. He's come back. He's looking a bit sore there. He's walking like I do most mornings. Pick your cap up, lad. You've left your cap behind. He's gone back to pick his cap up now. Dear, I tell you, if he keeps doing that, he doesn't need a cap, he needs a crash helmet. But what a great effort. It was one of those where the ball, and it's so free, and you're racing after it, it's always about 2-3 yards in front of you. Never quite going to catch up with it. But
It was going to hurt as well. His leg crashed into the signing.
As they say,
signage.
that'll be sore in the morning, mate.
Yeah,
Right, I'm just going to nip off and do a quick jiggery pokery.
Yeah, he'll definitely have a bruise to show that, and by the looks of it, he's making his way off the pitch as well. He's running. Oh, at least it's nice to see at least he can run. Or is that a jog? Probably say he's safe. He's jogging off the pitch.
I do understand, Nikki, that modern day cricketers chase every ball down, but I have to say the amount of times you see injuries with players colliding with. I remember seeing Henry Crocombe damage his shoulder really badly at Durham, chasing it. I mean, I think if it's a T20, I know every run counts in every game, but the risk of an injury to a bowler, it's great to chase a ball down, but that could have been really nasty. In comes a couple of A-list bowls, let go by D'Oliveira, taken by John Simpson. There is no run, so end of the over. 134 for 8, Taylor 11, D'Oliveira is on 18. And we were talking about maybe whether the follow-on will come into play. Well, that's not going to come into play now. Well, actually, Worcestershire need one more run, but I think the likelihood is that Sussex wouldn't enforce the follow-on anyway. We've got a delay in play. We've had quite a few delays. I'm not quite sure what the delay is now. I think they've just... Have they got to have a bowling... Well, they have got to have a bowling change because, of course, James Hayes was bowling, wasn't he, from the Cromwell Road end. So Ollie Robinson is coming back into the attack. But it was a nasty little tumble that he took there. Just looking up on the Sussex balcony, seeing who's up there. Let's hope that James Hayes is okay on his debut. I do apologise, I've lost complete track of where we are on our rota. We've got another 9 overs to go until tea. Brad is going to have a break for a bit.
I think he said he's going to get some water and then come back.
Is he? Okay.
I'll do this over.
Okay, and then perhaps we'll finish off till tea, and then I'll do a rota for after tea.
Ollie Robinson from the Cromwell Road end coming in now, and Taylor's forward defence. There's 2 slips in place. Robinson in for his 13th over.
He's certainly not bowling at full
he's
throttle
not.
here, Ollie Robinson. Would you mind, Nikki, if we did a very brisk changeover of headphones?
Of course. We're back.
See, no one would ever have known, would they?
No. Apart from the 5 seconds of silence.
Oh, we had the effects, Mike, it was all right.
As Robinson is in, and this is defended by Taylor.
Yeah, I would say Ollie is probably bowling here about 3/4 pace, I reckon. He's only in his... He bowled 2 overs last night, so he's in his 11th over of the day. Very good figures, 4 maidens, 2 for 20.
Yep, he makes his way back to the top of his mark. He'll come back into the attack to replace James Hayes, who took a tumble. And Taylor's forward lets this one go through to Simpson. 134 for 8, Worcestershire. 3 wickets in the morning session, and the remaining 5 have been in this afternoon session. Finn Hudson Prentice taking the majority of them. As in runs Robinson to Taylor, who's forward and takes his arms up into the air as he leaves that one.
Well, these two steady enough, aren't they? I mean, this is slightly reminiscent of the partnership yesterday with Jack Carson and James Hayes, you know, picking up the 1s and the 2s and just trying to get the scoreboard ticking along. What these two have done, as I say, is get to a situation where Worcestershire would have avoided any chance of the follow-on.
Robinson in now. This is defended off the back foot by Taylor.
And again, Ollie Robinson there coming in over something like half his normal run. So, if there is an injury, I mean, he wouldn't be bowling, would he? But I certainly get the feeling that he's bowling within himself. Now he's walking back to the full extent of his run.
Yeah, maybe he's struggling to bowl full throttle, but he's on track for another maiden. As Taylor's forward defends, and it is another maiden. That makes it 5 maidens to his name. 13 overs so far in his spell. At the end of the over, Worcestershire 134 for 8.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury, Dave Bradley about to come back in and join commentary. We're going to go right up to tea, I think, Bradders, for the next 8 overs. Then we'll do another rota. And I'm sorry, it's all been a bit of a... with all these updates to do, it's quite difficult to get a rota. We're all doing the same amount of overs. But I think we're all happy, aren't we? Good.
As we know,
Yep.
as we mentioned yesterday, 6 out of 7 dwarfs.
Yes.
We're not happy.
So, it's going to be Ari Cavalos, who's got very fine figures, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23, comes running into bowl to the Worcestershire skipper, Brett D'Oliveira, who eases that one down to third man. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, but Jack Carson's very, very quickly in. Not the best throw of Jack's career, but nonetheless, it prevented D'Oliveira from thinking he might come back for a second run. He goes to 19. The applause is because Worcestershire have avoided the follow-on.
They have.
Or any notion of the follow-on.
Bank holiday on Monday and open top bus ride, methinks.
Be careful what you say. The chief exec is sitting in the press room next door.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll go and see him. He owes me a drink.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I remember it.
In comes Carvelos and bowls, and he comes from... actually, Giles comes from a village very close to me, actually. In fact, he went to school about a mile from where I live.
I've done a few cricket evenings with Mr. Giles.
Yeah.
He talks very fondly about his early days playing club cricket in the Guildford area.
Yeah, so he played at Ripley. I
That's
think,
right, yeah.
which was a beautiful cricket ground, and he went to school at George Abbott, which is
Yeah.
a school, let's say, about a mile down the road from where I live.
Played village cricket, team that his dad played for, and yeah, very fond of it.
In comes Carvelos, bowls, good delivery. Is that well? James Coles likes to appeal, doesn't he? Ari Carvelos has got his head in his hands of saying, "Oh, that was close." I'm not sure whether it was close to bowling, Tom Taylor, or close to an inside edge. A bit of both, I think. Yeah.
That's a coat of paint, isn't it?
It is. I think it's one of those where, as a batsman, you're just waiting for that horrible sound where you've been bowled. But he survived. Tom Taylor.
He was the official opener of our cricket pavilion. Ashley Giles,
Was he?
MB, yes.
Oh, rather nice.
Ash's hero.
Yes, indeed. In 2005.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 20 years ago, mate. You can probably work that out for yourself.
In comes Carvelos and bowls and play down the onside of the track. I was actually, I don't know how I managed it, but they wanted someone to go up from the radio station and said, does anyone want to go to the Oval for the last test of the series and do some reports? I will.
Don't want to do that.
So I was fortunate to be there for that final test match when, the one where Kevin Peterson was dropped. And
on that last day, I mean, Ashley Giles and Kevin Peterson took the
Yes,
game
they
away
did.
from the Australians.
But Shane Warne dropped the catch that he wouldn't normally do. In comes Carvelos bowls, driven nicely down the ground by Taylor. Good tumbling save by... Is that... it's Daniel Hughes. He's getting a bit of stick from his teammates. The Aussie. They're probably saying, crumbs, I've never seen you do that before, Daniel.
Unless they thought he made it look a bit dramatic.
Yeah. But, that was... What was it? Peterson was dropped by Shane Warne, and had that catch been taken, I think the Aussies would have gone on to win the game. But you're right, he then made a magnificent innings, and the rest is history, as they say.
A great series, and when...
Carvelos bowls, clipped away nicely by Taylor, picks up another run, he goes to 12, 136 for 8.
Back in the winter, he came and did an evening at our cricket club. It was very good because we called it, the Ashes Revisited 20 years on. And he said he'd never actually watched it all, but we got it was quite funny because in the background on the big tellies in our club we got the actual videos playing.
Excellent.
And he was talking about a catch that Simon Jones dropped, and it came up on the screen. Simon Jones dropping this catch down at third man. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. But it was what I'd forgotten about that, and I've just watched the program called Suspect, on Disney Plus, which is the shooting of Jean-Paul de Menezes at Stockwell Station, which was a complete and utter mess up. I'll interrupt myself as Robinson bowls, pushed away on the offside, no run. And that is all about the 7th of July bombing in 2005.
Yes.
And what he said, actually, John, it was that this test series started 2 weeks after that, and it took everybody's mind off what had happened in London, and it sort of brightened up the country. I think the country wanted something, but the crowds for that were just
phenomenal,
amazing, weren't they?
Yeah.
Robinson in and bowls.
Ooh.
Oh, off an inside edge down towards fine leg. It'll be cut off, but they will take a single, one more to the Worcestershire total. 137 for 8.
And sorry, Brad, I was going to say, and particularly the test match at Old Trafford, wasn't it the final day when you could pay to get in on the gate?
Yeah.
And they were queuing round the ground to get in, and thousands got locked out.
They were saying they were coming into the ground, the players, and they thought, all these people queuing, amazing,
And Ricky Ponting batted through the day, didn't he, to save the game for the Aussies. One of the great innings.
Yeah. Back here in the present day, Robinson bowls. D'Oliveira's got this one away down towards third man. I think he's going to get 4 for that. He is going to get 4 for that. It's just slowing up, but a good chase, but a vain chase there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's done a bit of bowling today, so he might be puffing a bit coming back up the hill, as if to say, could somebody else have chased that? It was a tremendous summer, and it's funny when you look back on those things after 20 years. There's a lot of things you forget, and we talked to you about the running out of Ponting by the 12th man, Pratt, and the repercussions of that as well. There's Robinson is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, pushed out on the offside, because England did bring probably the best fielder in the country in. Never really made it, did he, in first class cricket at Durham? Ended up playing in national counties.
Did he run Ricky Ponting out?
He ran Ricky Ponting out. Ponting came back up the steps, spitting feathers. But great series. Robinson off a shorter run here, is in and bowls, and it's short, and D'Oliveira, well, he ducks underneath it, but I think it would have gone over his head anyway.
We got from our cricket club, we got a minibus up, and we went to the Saturday of the Edgbaston Test, the one that ended in England winning by 3 runs. So we went on the Saturday, and Freddie Flintoff, he came on for a short run again here, Robinson.
Yeah. And this time D'Oliveira is forward. Now he's going to get 4 for this. I'm not sure it was off the full face of the bat, but he's raced down to third man for 4. So a couple of boundaries. One a good shot, the other a little edgish, but Worcestershire in their current situation will take whatever comes. They've gone to 145 for 8. Sorry, I lost it on the board then, but 145 for 8. What were we saying? Edgbaston.
Yes, so we went to Edgbaston. It was the Saturday, and Flintoff came into bat. England were in trouble. I remember he hit the ball virtually out the ground over the old pavilion. Magical innings, and then the Australians came into bat that night, and he was absolutely roaring in. It was magnificent. I mean, the crowd was amazing, and we left the ground that night. Australia still needed 90 odd to win, 7 wickets down, and we thought, it'll be a boring day tomorrow. But the ground was packed, and it went right down to the wire, didn't it?
It did, and some might say,
yes. Cavalos comes in, bowls, clipped away down towards fine leg. That's going to go for 4 runs, I think. So chaser, no, it's not. It's a good bit of fielding way down in the distance by
12th man.
Was that Bertie chasing the ball? It didn't look like Bertie, but it's 147 for 8. This is turning into a decent little partnership between these two, brothers.
Well, in terms of Worcestershire's innings,
37 it's worth so far.
Probably the highest partnership, isn't it? It is,
Yes,
because there are those that say that it was caught off the glove, wasn't he?
Yes, down the leg side by Garrett Jones.
Yeah, but the hand wasn't on the bat, so in theory shouldn't have been given out.
Cavalos in bowls. Taylor is forward, plays to backward point. There is no run. He's playing well within himself, isn't he? Tom Taylor. It's a good innings. He's 15 or 42. This wouldn't be his natural game, Bradders, but he can bat, and he's keeping his skipper company, and they're just It's so far been a low-scoring game, but these two are battling away.
Well, I mean, almost if you take Carson's 102 out of it, it's almost level pegging, isn't it? That would be 182 playing 140 odd for 7 for 8.
Carvelis in again, bowls. Taylor defends with a straight back down the ground, no problem. I was saying at this flat track at Canterbury, Glamorgan 5, 49 for 9, Kent 29 for 5.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, so what's going on there? They've had a poor start to the season. One of the quiz questions last night was who's bottom of the county championship, and it is Glamorgan.
Yeah.
3 wickets there for Tim van der Hoogten.
Ah, blimey, he's been playing for a few years.
Yeah. 3 for 17 and 2 for 9 for James Harris. Carvelis in and bowls, and he didn't intend that to go there. He was looking to pull that away on the leg side, was Tom Taylor, but he attempted to do so, got a big top edge, and the ball flew down to third man. There's another boundary for Taylor, who goes to 19 and the total to 151 for 8. Let's watch this again. Yeah, he had no idea where that had gone, and nor did anyone else, to be honest.
No, I think he was trying to slap that either back past the bowler or more towards mid-wicket.
150 up for the visitors, 151 for 8. The arrears, which will be shown on the screen in a moment, I'm sure, 133. So still substantial arrears. Now, in response to that, John Simpson's moved Finn Hudson-Prentice back to a very deep mid-wicket position. As Carvelis is in again, bowls, and forward comes Taylor, plays very straight, very properly back close to pad to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think he's put that fielder where Tom Taylor tried to hit the last ball.
I think you're right, Bradders.
Maybe a little bit squarer, a little bit straighter rather, but yeah.
3 slips in place. The point has now gone back to a sweeper on the six. Actually, Sussex got 3 men on the fence here as in comes Carvelis. Away from us, bowls. Forward comes Taylor. Plays it down the ground. The ball hits the stumps and then bounces away, almost to allow Taylor a single, but he decides not to take it. It is the end of the over. 151 for 8. Taylor on 19. D'Oliveira on 27. I was reading as well, hearing as well today. Remember the 80s? We had all these awful football ground tragedies, didn't we? And it's apparently 40 years since that dreadful fire at Valley Parade at Bradford.
Is it really? Lincoln City were the visitors?
They were, and there's a documentary tomorrow night on BBC Two.
Oh, right.
About the fire, and I think I've got an interview with John Helm, who was the commentator on the day, and describing what were horrific scenes.
It's really interesting because there was a book written at the football grounds of England, I think it was called by Martin Inglis, somebody called Inglis, and he went to Bradford City and he talked about all the rubbish that was underneath the stand.
Wow.
Underneath the wooden stand.
What,
and that's
before?
Before. That's
Crumbs.
Simon Inglis, that's
right.
who it was. Here's Robinson off a full run in and bowls. D'Oliveira turns on the onside, won't get a run to mid-wicket, and Worcestershire remain on 151 for 8. Yes, and I always thought that Phil Neal, former Worcestershire captain, who played for Lincoln City, had been there that day, but he wasn't. He was actually playing for Worcestershire. Or if Worcestershire hadn't been playing, he would have been playing for Lincoln City in that game. It was Graham Taylor manager of Lincoln City then.
Good question. He certainly was manager of Lincoln City for a while.
Yes, terrible. Remember that day well.
Yes.
As Robinson comes in and bowls, pushed away on the offside, and there is a single for D'Oliveira. 152 for 8. Yeah, we were playing cricket out at a lovely little village in the Vale of Evesham, out of Fladbury, and this stuff started to come through. And I well remember Hillsborough. I was covering a match at Grimsby, between Grimsby and Hereford United, and I was kind of discreet, but in my earphones I could hear the guys in the studio saying, "This has happened, that has happened. You know, the game's been stopped," and that, of course, that unfolded. As Robinson bowls, a mighty blow there from Tom Taylor, smashes it through the offside, or to the offside, doesn't get it through the offside.
That was Bertie Foreman, by the way.
Yeah, it goes straight to him. He's done a bit of fielding today.
He has?
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's off, actually.
I think one of the bowlers going off for a change of boots, or...
Perhaps Carvelis has gone off, has he? No, Carvelis is down at fine leg. Oh, it's James Ryan. It's James Hayes who's off.
Next ball, and Taylor drives up the ground this time. He's going to get a single. Pushed rather than drove, I suppose. But he's got it between mid-on and mid-off and past the stumps on this occasion. And picks up a single. So Taylor goes to 20. D'Oliveira has 28. Worcestershire 153 for 8. We are, after this over, 3 overs till tea? 4 overs till tea.
4 overs till tea, yes.
Robinson to D'Oliveira, who's pushing out on the offside. Fordham comes in with ever enthusiastic Fordham. He raced into that one as if they were trying to take a sneaky single. And they weren't.
I've interviewed actually the come back to all the, I don't mean to talk about dreadful events, but they were all around that time, weren't they, brothers?
Robinson in bowls. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside for him. Again, is the feeder. And that's the end of the over, and Worcestershire are 153 for 8. Taylor 20, D'Oliveira 28, trail by 131.
I actually interviewed Ray Lewis, was the referee at Hillsborough, and he lived may well still live in Surrey, in Bookham.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
And Jack Carson's just going trotting off the field. I know it's Daniel Hughes going off the field, so it's a bit of a musical chairs going on here. And, just whatever, there's memories of those terrible days.
There's a helmet coming on, so I think we've got a spinner coming on. We have indeed. Carson's coming on.
Ah,
yes, yeah, I think
time.
We all remember where we were on those occasions, don't we?
But it's tomorrow night. I think it's about 8 o'clock on BBC Two. I was reading about it in the paper last night, and then they were talking about it on the radio this morning. So might be an interesting watch. Ollie Robinson's coming down to field here at Long On. He might give us a wave. You never know. Is he?
Ollie,
no,
give us a wave.
Ollie, yeah, give us a wave. No, he didn't. So there's going to be some spin. We're going to get some more spin from Jack Carson.
Now this could be interesting because Tom Taylor does like to take it on.
Yes, he does. Ollie Robinson's not sure whether he's far enough inside the rope, so Taylor might think, yeah, I fancy hitting him over the top here. Let's see what happens. In comes Carson, and Taylor very delicately plays the ball onto the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 21, 154 for 8. So this partnership, Bradders, is worth 42 between these two, which is, I think, the highest partnership in the innings.
Comfortably, yeah.
There's a slip and a short leg of the close fielders, a backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket as Carson is in and bowls, and clipped away nicely by D'Oliveira, just playing with the spin. And James Cole's come trotting in his white sun hat to field from underneath the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side, where the Union Jack is billowing away in the breeze. Still quite a windy afternoon here at Hove. Carson again. Over the wicket, bowls, and Taylor does take a step down the pitch, and Carson gets a hand to it but can't stop the single being taken. Taylor goes to 22. I said to someone last night at the quiz, I was talking about Tom Taylor, and I said, yeah, he can bat a bit, you know. And he certainly can. Who else is warming? Oh, Tom Haynes is warming up, I think, at first slip. How far till the new ball? There's still another 16 overs till the new ball's available. Carson to D'Oliveira, who's forward, plays down the offside, no run.
Well, the last couple of overs before tea.
Yes.
Two more after this one.
In comes Carson. In and bowls, and D'Oliveira again plays with the spin, again finds James Coles on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Another single to D'Oliveira. Skipper's played a very responsible innings here. He's on 30, 157 for 8. I'm just trying to find this game in the One Day Cup where Northamptonshire, well, Tom Taylor certainly made quite a few runs. Broke off for a minute. In comes Carson again, and again he's rather milked down to deep backward square. Coles again fields, but a comfortable sort of 5 singles off of the over. Oh, we're going for an update. That's rather caught me unawares, Bradders.
Half time in the football, mate.
Yes, here we are. Sussex made 240 for 7, and in reply, Northamptonshire 243 for 7. Tom Taylor made 42 in 23 balls, with 3 4s and 3 6s.
Well, he batted very well in a match against Worcestershire 2 seasons ago, which I think rather persuaded them, or didn't do any damage to his chances of joining Worcestershire when he left Northants.
We are going to see Tom Haynes.
Yeah, we are.
It is. We saw the Sussex tail wag yesterday, notably through Jack Carson, who made that excellent 100. But likewise, the Worcestershire tail is wagging as well. They're 158 for 8, so Sussex have taken 5 wickets since lunch. But having said that, Worcestershire were 111 for 8. As I say, now 158 for 8. 4 wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's bowled beautifully today. A wicket as well for Tom Clark, courtesy of a quite magnificent catch by James Hayes on his debut, clutching the ball at mid-wicket, flying through the air to dismiss Fatty Singh without scoring. But Worcestershire fighting back here. The new ball is still 16 overs away. Tom Haynes just into the attack. 2 overs to go until tea. Sussex still in the driving seat here, Tim, but Worcestershire 158 for 8 are not giving up without a fight.
Marvellous.
Shall I do this over and you do the last one, Brad?
Okay, my friend.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and Taylor. He bowls sort of a decent. In terms of, he reminds me, not in terms of the way he bowls, but just pace, a bit like Greg Chappell. Tom Haynes. He's one of these blokes you bring him on, and he can pick up a wicket.
Dermot Reeve.
That sort of, just skids it through a bit. And he bowls his overs very quickly as well, does Tom. He's in and bowls, driven away by Taylor, only as far as mid-off. There is no run. Taylor on 23, D'Oliveira on 30. This partnership is worth 47, I reckon.
Next highest partnership in this innings was 32, I believe, for the 4th wicket.
Haynes in again, bowls, Taylor drives firmly. That's a nice looking shot. At least a couple of runs here. Might well go for 4 actually. The ball is racing across the outfield. In hot pursuit is Daniel Hughes, but despite the hot pursuit, the ball runs away for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot by Taylor. He goes to 27. And Worcestershire to 162 for 8, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two, which I'm sure will go on the scoreboard in a minute. If my maths is correct, there's a partnership of 51, I reckon, between these two.
I'll give you that. Let's get a tick in the book. And
tick from the maths teacher. In comes Haynes again, bowls. Taylor's again driving firmly into the covers, but a good sprawling save by Tom Alsop. And there is no run. 2 overs after this until tea. So we are a bit behind, aren't we? We're going to be about 25 minutes behind time. Haynes sort of wanders back and then he sort of starts his run almost as he turns, doesn't he? Down the hill, right arm over the wicket, bowls. Taylor defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 162 for 8. D'Oliveira 30. Taylor 27. The 50 partnership came in 92 balls in 62 minutes. So well done, Tom Taylor and Bet D'Oliveira. I think it shows on this pitch. There is a bit of help for the seamers, but I think if you're prepared to get your head down and battle away, there's runs to be made.
Head down, battle away, have a bit of luck.
Yeah.
And you'll get some runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just seeing him, he just turns as he starts to run there, doesn't he?
Yes.
Goals. And of course, when the Sunday League came in, you only had 10 yards run up.
That's right, yeah.
And people, John Price of Middlesex used to start running almost in the opposite direction, and then come in a big curve and come in and bowl. The penultimate over before tiffin.
Yes.
D'Oliveira waits, drives into the offside, won't get anything there because he's driven precisely to Daniel Hughes. Goes down on one knee. Fields, not a cloud in the sky. The sun is as high and as elephant's eye, as an elephant's eye. Next ball from is pushed back down the pitch. Sorry, I'm trying to quote from Oklahoma. The sun is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like you're climbing clear up to the sky, or something like that. Sorry.
I can't help you there, Bradders. I'm sorry.
For musical lovers, I apologise profusely. Carson in bowls. D'Oliveira drives the ball into the ground and back to the bowler.
Oh, even Finn Hudson-Prentice did wave at me. I know it's difficult to see through the glass. They have to get it at the right angle.
Yeah, I think it's a personal thing.
Yeah, I think it might be as well.
Carson bowls again, and D'Oliveira goes back this time and plays the ball cautiously back down the pitch.
Practising his bowling action is Finn.
Trying to stay loose. Carson looks almost suspiciously at the ball as he puts it into his hand, comes in and bowls, and D'Oliveira once again drives straight to Hughes and extra cover. This is the last ball of Carson's over, and to this one D'Oliveira turns on the onside. Oh, good over, nice and tidy, nice and tight. So we've had, how many overs have we had in this inning? 66, so still 14 till the new ball. And Worcestershire trail by 122, they're 162 for 8. Brett D'Oliveira has 30 and Tom Taylor has 27.
A very good partnership between these two there. You know, Sussex obviously very much in the ascendancy. The arrears are still 122, which is a lot on a low-scoring game, but they're battling away as in comes Haynes, bowls to Taylor, who digs that one out, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He sort of looks at the bottom of his bat, does Tom Taylor. 27 in 58 balls. Largely irrelevant statistic, but only in that Tom Taylor, as we've been saying, doesn't like to put back to ball, but he's reining in his attacking instincts in this innings.
Yes, yeah.
His skipper will be very pleased with him. Haynes in again, bowls. Taylor is forward solidly, correctly. He plays to extra cover, and there is no run, fielded by Tom Alsop. You look like you were going to say something. Well, I've got some more emails actually, which I shall read in a moment. Haynes wheels around. In and bowls, and forward comes Taylor, plays to short extra cover, there is no run. Vince has been in touch. He said, I remember going with my dad to Hove to see a derby against Hampshire in the Pro 40 back in 2007, back in the day, with the old brown seats where the Shark stand is now. The match also featured the late great Shane Warne and was billed as a great match-up between Mushtaq and Warne. When Warne came on, he got the bird every time from the Sussex fans, but as usual got a wicket in his first over from memory. In comes Haynes again. Taylor plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. Sussex squeaked home by 2 wickets with 6 balls to spare, and this is one of the best games I remember seeing, as well as having the privilege of seeing Shane Warne at Hove. Yeah, lovely email, thank you, Vince. The great Shane Warne, no question about that. Sadly missed. A slip backward point, cover and a mid-off as Haynes wheels around. 2 more balls before we can have a cup of tea. Comes in and bowls, and there's a loud appeal. My feeling was that was probably slipping down the leg side. We'll probably get a replay of that. We'll need to clip that down the leg side. Let's see it again. Haynes over the wicket, bowls. I think it probably was slipping down the leg side, but it's still given. Umpire Debenham decides that's not out. And 1 more ball to go until tea. In comes Haynes, bowls, Taylor defends into the offside, and that is the end of the session. And well done to both sides, really. Well done to Sussex, who bowled beautifully early on in that session, picking up those 5 wickets, and now some low order resistance from the Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira and for Tom Taylor, who have come in, got their heads down, and are battling away. They've so far added 51 for the 9th wicket. Worcestershire 162 for 8. At tea, it means they still trail by 122, but these two not giving up. without a fight as the players leave the field for a cup of tea or sandwich, whatever they have. Bradders, myself and Nikki Chowdhury will take a little breather as well, with another 32 overs to be bowled tonight. If you're out and about and you're thinking, actually, that sounds quite interesting, well, why don't you come down and watch for the last 32 overs, free to get in at Hove every day in the County Championship for the final session of the day. And you could see some good cricket as well. But we're going to take a break, see if we can find some tea bags, have a cup of tea, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes' time.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Good afternoon everyone, we really hope you enjoyed your day with us today. We're sorry for the back. Tickets are available online, or the club's office is located next door to the main entrance off the road. So please pop along and support the girls as we start the next series at home. Returning to the field are match umpires James Middlebrook and Ben Taylor. Please welcome back from Sussex, led by Captain Jack Carson. And to resume the Worcestershire innings, please welcome back from field Tom Taylor on 27 and Brett Dolliver on 30. To resume the Sussex bowler from T&E from the CAA, wearing 27, Tom Clark.
Well, welcome back to home for the post-tea session, day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship match between Sussex and Worcestershire. Worcestershire, a bit of a fight back in the closing stages of the afternoon session, and they resume on 162 for 8, having been 111 for 8, so a half-century stand between skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who has 30, and Tom Taylor on 27. And they're underway straight away. They're busy. Outside the off stump, through it goes to the wicket keeper. Tom Clark is the bowler from the CN. I'm Dave Bradley. Nikki Chowdhury is alongside me.
Hello, hello.
And have you been out into the great outdoors?
I just went and sat upstairs.
Oh, okay.
It's very nice.
It is lovely.
Don't sit directly under the sun, otherwise it can have a bit of a, like, kind of sucks the energy out of you. But it's very nice and pleasant.
Good.
But you have to be in the sunshine.
Clark in bowls, D'Oliveira off the back foot is gone, caught, second slip, going down to his right hand side. I reckon that's Tom Haynes there who's grabbed that one, and D'Oliveira goes second ball after tea. And if Sussex had prayed for something at lunchtime, they've got it. Clark takes his second wicket, D'Oliveira walks off very annoyed with himself. He got tucked up a little bit and played that down. Good catch going down to his right, and got caught by Coles, was it?
No, it was a very good catch indeed, and nice to get a wicket. Second ball into the evening session.
So D'Oliveira goes for 30, and Worcestershire, that little stand that had it given them some hope, I suppose it had, has been broken. 162 for 9, and Ben Allison is coming in, who is no idiot with the bat, it has to be said, but he's coming in at 11 for Worcestershire because Ben Gibbon came in as night watchman, so he won't be very pleased about coming in at number 11, I don't think.
Well, he's here now. He walks out into the middle to join Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out what his career average is. Didn't play that much first-class cricket down at Essex. He has an average of 21 in 18 first-class matches. So, as I said, well, as we often say, there are no mugs with the bat these days. Still a couple of slips in there as Clark is in and bowls, and that's gone away. That really bounced. I mean, with all due respect, I think Tom Clark's a bit of a medium pacer. That's really bounced and taken the shoulder of the bat. It's gone away for 4. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, it's just short of a length, and should it be bouncing that much from? I'm not, no disrespect at all to Tom Clark, but I think he might even be surprised that it got up that much. Anyway, a fortuitous 4 for Allison, and Worcestershire need all the fortuitous 4s they can get.
They
So,
do indeed.
4 for Hudson Prentice, 2 for Clark, 2 for Robinson, and 1 for Corvallis so far. Here's Clark in again, another slip in there, and there's an appeal here. I suspect, by the way the batsman played it, that might have been going down the leg side, but they brought the 3rd slip in. Let's have a look. Yeah, missing leg stump relatively comfortably there. And I would say if the 3rd slip had been there in the previous delivery, that Allison might have been going and putting his bowling boots on. He's gone for a little jog across the crease, and looks up to see Clark coming in again, and this is turned away through square leg. Might be a couple here. No, they'll settle for 1. Hughes jogging after it, and Worcestershire go to 167 for 9, still trailing by 117, and on a wicket where only 2 players have gone past 50. One of those, Haynes, who got most of his runs yesterday morning, early doors, and Carson, who got 102. Nobody else has gone past 50. Allison forward pushes out on the offside. End of the over, and Clark has 2 for 28 in his 11 overs, and Worcestershire are 167 for 9. So awesome.
Taking me by surprise. Some kids learning to count.
They're playing hide and seek out there, are they? That'd be good. Hide and seek on here would be great, wouldn't it? Oh,
That would be absolutely. You've given me such a great idea.
how many places to hide?
I would absolutely love to be involved in a game of hide and seek here. Right, Hudson Prentice into the attack after tea. Tom Haynes was bowling from the Cromwell Road end before tea.
I think some of the Worcestershire batsmen might want to go and hide and not be sought. Well, this match is certainly moving along. We're just after tea on the 2nd day, and we've had 19 wickets go down so far.
Here comes Hudson Prentice. 3 slips in place to Allison, who's forward and drives this down the ground past Hudson Prentice. It should go all the way to the boundary, and it does. That's a nice straight drive from Allison.
Yeah, bit stiff after tea, Hudson Prentice, and bowling a nice juicy half volley.
He looks it, doesn't it?
Yeah, couple of looseners.
He's ready to go again at the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end. In he comes. Back of a length. This is blocked out by Allison.
They're counting again. The kids are counting. You know the singer we had yesterday? I've got a theory. There's some decorators working behind us. And it sounded like a woman to me, but that chap was singing this morning when I came up the stairs.
Oh.
And he's got quite a high-pitched voice for a gentleman. So I'm wondering if it was him singing yesterday.
Hudson Prentice in now, and Allison forward defence, although it looks like he was in 2 minds with that one.
The mystery singer of old ancient Hove. Who is the mystery singer? That's a television programme, they tell me. I've never ever watched it. Something to be avoided at all costs. I'm sure a lot of people get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I'm very happy for them.
Finn Hudson Prentice into Allison now, who's forward and watches this one pass by outside the off stump as it reaches Simpson's gloves.
Do you know, even our trusty friends in the flats away to our right are not out there this afternoon. Can't see them. Nobody way in front of us. Perhaps they've gone in. What time are the Brighton and Hove Albion kicking off today? Oh, are they? They were leading by a goal to 0 at Wolverhampton. There you go. Marvellous. Well done.
Hudson Prentice in now, and Allison forward defends into the leg side. It goes to mid-on. They're still at it.
They're very good.
At least they can count.
Don't think they're the scorers, do you? Coming.
If they want to help out in the scorebox, then I'm sure they'll be more than capable.
I don't think they'll be very welcome, but they might be capable.
Hudson Prentice in once again. Ooh, this one stays low as it beats the bat, makes its way through to Simpson. That will conclude the over. Just 4 runs from it. Worcestershire 171 for 9.
Yeah, so a lead of 100, I think, if that was to happen. It's 113 at the moment, but a lead of 100.
Is that Brett Oliveira's brother sat on the balcony of...
No, I think it's Kadir Ali.
That's very similar.
Sat on the end. I think his brother would probably be playing for Ombersley Seconds today or something like that. Plays a bit of club cricket. Back here, Clark is the bowler, and that's down the leg side. There's an appeal, and umpire James Middlebrook is totally unmoved. The slips got excited. The wicketkeeper was diving for the ball, so he couldn't get excited at the same time. And my supposition was that Tom Clark got excited when it had all, thigh pad down the leg side. He might have got excited at the same time. He got super excited when everybody else... He put his arm up and then he got even more excited. Anyway, his excitement was to no avail, as the umpire's finger did not go up. Clark in again, and it's again down the leg side. That's quite wide down the leg side. Good take there by Simpson, diving away to what was his left and was the leg side. Shadows of the floodlights just beginning to creep on. The bank of lights at the top provide a solid shadow, and then the slim pole connects it to the ground. Changing the field here. Hughes has gone out to deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg. Here's the next one, which is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. I don't know where they are, those kids. They must be quite loud, because we're picking them up on our FX microphone. I can't see them. So, no. We'll send Andrew and Harms out to administer caution amongst the children. Do be quiet. It's cricket, you know. Do be quiet. As Clark is in and bowls. Oh, he's had a waft at that one. That's gone down almost behind the wicketkeeper for 4 byes, says the umpire. But Tom Clark getting some real lift out of this. He's got that to go over the head of John Simpson for byes. That's really flown away.
It really has.
Maybe Tom Clark's a bit quicker than he looks from our distance. I wouldn't fancy being out there facing him anyway. Maybe he's a bit quicker than he looks from our distance. Anyway, 4 more to Worcestershire's total, 175 for 9. Clark from the sea end, bowling to Tom Taylor, and Taylor is forward now. Pick up a single here, comfortable single, because as we mentioned, square leg had gone to deep square leg, while mid wicket had gone to deep square leg, to be precise, and 176 for 9.
Still really be keen to get this final wicket now, Sussex.
Yeah. 3 slips in there now. Allison waits, Clark bowls, Allison swoops, John Simpson takes behind the stumps. And the result of all that action, all that energy, is a click of the scorer's mouse or a dot in the scorer's book. That completes the over, and Worcestershire 176 for 9. If you've just joined us, and Worcestershire resumed this morning, Gibbon went for 4, the night watchman, Libby 13, Roderick 21, Kashif 13, Henry Nichols 32, Brooks 20, Waite 0, Singh 0, and D'Oliveira for 30. 4 wickets for Hudson Prentice so far, and the last 2 going to the bowling of Tom Clark.
Hudson Prentice in for his 15th over of the day. Running into Taylor, who's forward and defends. Straight back to Hudson Prentice. He picks up and flicks the ball to Tom Haynes at extra cover to give it a good shine.
Yeah, I think Tom Taylor's been in a while, but he's a lower order batsman. Just 2 slips in there. I think I might have another one in.
It's at the top of his mark now, and this one, bit of movement back of a length and guided down towards third. Well, there is no third, so it's gone down to the boundary. 4 runs added to Worcestershire's total. They go to 180 for 9.
And Jack Carson's great. He's had to leap the fence to get the ball back. It skipped off the rope and gone beyond the boundary. At least he didn't run into the boundary like Hayes did, didn't he?
Yeah,
earlier?
Hayes rolled into the boundary.
Head first into the boundary.
Right. And after that delivery, they've decided they're going to bring in a third.
Yeah.
Jack Coles comes into third man.
Worcestershire, what are they? 180 for 9, there's 4 on the boundary.
In runs Hudson Prentice now. Taylor's forward. This one's jagged back and caught him on the thigh pad, the inner thigh pad. That's not a nice place to get hit.
Have a nice bruise there in the morning. No matter how much padding you put on, there's always a little gap that the ball manages
Especially
to
at
find.
that inner thigh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Front thigh still probably isn't as bad because you've got more muscle there, but your inner thigh you don't really.
Yeah, sore.
Sore. And this
Oh,
one,
he's
oh,
gone.
nicked and gone. It's a fifer for Finn Hudson Prentice here at Hove. He gets the final wicket, and Worcestershire have been bowled out for 180. Taylor will have to go, scoring 32. Absolutely brilliant bowling from Finn Hudson Prentice. Picked up some important wickets today.
Tom Taylor's got to 32. I don't think he'd be very happy with the shot he played to get out. He's trying to smash it somewhere back beyond the bowler, and we heard the nick here, so off he goes. So a lead of 104, and as we were just saying, on the pitch where it seems to be doing a bit all the time, a lead of 104 could be more than useful. The heavy rollers being brought out here, because the captains have the choice, of course, what roller they can use. So the big one is coming on. Right, Worcestershire all out for 180. Hudson Prentice, Finn Hudson Prentice, 5 for 40. Well bowled. We're going to go and consider the state of the one-legged Andaluvian tree frog, and we will be back for the final session of the day.
International field on Sussex and Pears, last weekend, the Cromwell Road and the Sussex.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the news is, if you have not been with us, where have you been? Worcestershire out for 180. Henry Nichols top scoring, top score with 32. Finn Hudson-Prentice taking 5 for 40. I actually didn't make a note of how many Tom Taylor made, actually, so I'll double check my stats. 32, so joint top scorers. But the important statistic is that Sussex have a lead of 104, and Tom Taylor is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end. We have got another 26 overs tonight on a wicket which is still giving help to the seamers. We've seen very little spin. In fact, we haven't seen a spinner take a wicket in the match, so the seamers have very much prevailed. Taylor taking 5, Hudson-Prentice taking 5, and here comes Tom Taylor, who took 5 for 56 in the first innings. Coming in around the wicket bowls to Tom Haynes, who's forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. And Worcestershire will want early wickets here to force their way back into the game. Of course, you never know, maybe the pitch will flatten out, but my sort of feeling is that it's the sort of pitch you've really got to apply yourself. But maybe the pitch is going to continue to offer some assistance for the pace bowlers, who, as I say, have taken all the wickets in the match so far. 3 slips in place. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Taylor, bustling in down the hill, bowls, and Haynes goes back to a ball short of a length and plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, Nichols 32, Taylor 32, and Brett D'Oliveira 30, the main contributors for Worcestershire, who much like Sussex actually, sort of the middle order was sort of ripped out of their innings with Matthew Waite and Fatty Singh both out for ducks. And as I say, trailing by 104 on first innings. In comes Taylor. Bowls and Haynes clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury and Dave Bradley, your commentary team here this week. And indeed, commentary on every ball of every game in the county championship for every county throughout the season here on the BBC, courtesy of a new 4-year deal.
Who's your third voice tomorrow, Adrian?
We've got Liam O'Brien, the
okay.
Sussex disability cricketer, is with us tomorrow. It'll be good to catch up with Liam, see what he's always sort of around the world playing cricket. As in comes Taylor bowls, Haynes let that go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. Haven't seen him for a while. So Liam here tomorrow, and then on Monday, just me and Bradders. As I say, the weather forecast is a little uncertain for Monday. Possibility of some showers, and as I was saying earlier on today, the weather forecast I saw said that the weather forecaster said if you get some rain, it's likely to be heavier rain than we've had for some time. But that doesn't mean a lot, because we've had virtually no rain for weeks, which is great news for the start of the cricket season. As in comes Taylor. Bowls, Haynes is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Or I suspect it won't be long before the water companies will be saying, oh, we've got a rash of water. As we all pay 40% more for our water. I don't know if that's the case down in your neck of the woods, Bradders, but yeah. Yeah.
Goes every morning.
I wish I did. Yeah, anyway, we won't talk about water companies. So I'll get cross. 3 slips. As it comes, Taylor races in, bowls to Tom Haynes, who lets that go outside the off stump. So Tom Haynes showing good restraint outside of his off stump. The ball goes through to keeper Roderick. Worcestershire players running around. They'll know they're -1 on their over 8, so the last thing they'll want to do is to throw away any hard-earned points with a slow over 8. The points on the scoreboard: 4 to Sussex, 3 to Worcestershire. Just the one batting point accrued in the match, and that was to Sussex for their innings of 284. So very much the ball has dominated the bat in this game. The umpires are just repairing the stumps, as it is going to be Ben Allison who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. Who's going to be taking a strike, and to guide you through the over is going to be Nicky Chowdhury.
Yep, Allison at the top of his mark from the C end. He's going to be making his way into Daniel Hughes. He's got 3 slips behind him, and is forward and defends to the full face of the bat. And there is no run. Yet to open their account here, Sussex. Close to 284 in the first innings. Bowled Worcestershire out for 180. So 104 run lead.
Yeah, it's a big lead, isn't it, in a low-scoring game?
It is. As Allison is in, and this is clipped away.
Oh, I didn't see what that was very strange.
That went down to long leg, and Daniel Hughes decided he wasn't going to run. Oh, I think the bails blew off.
I think the bails blew off before the ball. Then what happens there? Is that's called a dead ball. Yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe the bails blew off. The umpire was repairing the stumps beforehand, wasn't he? So perhaps he didn't do it correctly either way. I think they're all having a chuckle about it, but the bails blew off. He clipped the ball down to fine leg. Now the umpire at this end, they've changed round, haven't it? So it's Ben Debenham at this end. I'd have to get a replay of what happened there. So maybe the bails blew off before the ball was delivered. Perhaps we'll see a replay in a tick.
Here's Allison in, right arm round the wicket, and Hughes is forward, lets this one go through to Roderick with the gloves.
Just see if we can get a replay of that previous delivery. It was strange, wasn't it? Because Daniel Hughes tucked the ball down to fine leg, and I couldn't work out why they weren't running.
was confused. I was like, that definitely went where I thought it went.
Yes.
So why is he not on the move?
No, totally.
Allison turns at the top of his mark. He's got number 65 printed on the back of his shirt as he makes his way right arm round the wicket, wide of the crease, and this is played off the front foot by Hughes to point.
Funny old game up at Trent Bridge, you know. Nottinghamshire making 333, Hampshire responding with 196. Knocked in their second innings 59 for 5. Not sure how the ex-Worcestershire lads are doing there. Well, Jack Haynes is not out for a duck. Joe Clark out for 11. So that's a game that's very much in the melting pot. Hampshire were in all sorts of trouble, but really got out of trouble by Kyle Abbott.
Allison in again, Hughes forward, and this time flicks it in front of square down. He's flicked that straight to mid-on.
Kyle Abbott making 67 for Hampshire, down the order, 67 in 51 balls with 8 fours and 3 sixes, so he doesn't hang around. So Nottinghamshire leading there by 196, a good game at Trent Bridge.
Allison turns, makes his way, Hughes looks up, sees Allison approaching him, and is forward, defends to cover.
Not quite such an exciting day at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire declared 665 for 5. Ed Barnard 177 not out. Zed Malik made 104 not out. In reply, Surrey 26 without loss. Looks like that one's destined for a draw.
3 slips in place as Allison runs in now. Hughes forward, lets that one pass him. And that will conclude the end of the over. 2 overs gone, Sussex, 0 for 0.
Yeah, nice and tidy from the Worcestershire opening bowling attack. Just elsewhere, just flicking through the scores at Chelmsford, Essex, put out for 123 today. Yorkshire in their second innings, 57 without loss, so leading by 150. Giving you the other First Division scores. In the Second Division, Kent 73 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 549 for 9. Northants 75 for 4, leading Lancashire by 37. That's going to be over in 3 days, you'd have thought, at Wantage Road. In comes Tom Taylor, who used to play at Wantage Road, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes. He plays firmly but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. And there is no run. 13 balls gone, 13 dot balls at the start of this Sussex second innings, leading by 104 for those just joining us. 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The crowd bathing in the lovely spring sunshine. Still a bit of a breeze across the ground, but I think that breeze has dropped away a bit as the day has gone on. Taylor comes running in towards us. Bowls, Haynes is forward, 14 balls without a run, fielded at mid-wicket. We've got another 23 overs to be bowled after this, so what are we now, 5 o'clock? So we're looking at a 6:30 finish, I reckon, tonight. And then we'll have our post-match interviews, so we'll see if we can have a word to Finn Hudson-Prentice tonight with his fifer.
Deserves a chat, doesn't it? Need to speak to him about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Taylor bowls. Haynes plays to backward point. Again, there is no run. So good start here by the Worcestershire bowlers, who are probing away. I think that makes it 12 wickets for the season for Finn Hudson-Prentice. I'll double check the stats in a moment.
Did he pick up a fifer in the Somerset game as well?
I've got his best was 4 for 31.
Yeah, 4 wickets against Somerset.
In comes Taylor again, around the wicket bowls. Haynes is forward. Taylor fills off his own bowling and there is no run. So good competitive cricket here. Worcestershire striving for a breakthrough. It's, as we say, it's a decent lead, isn't it? 104 on a pitch that's favoured the bowlers. But you never know, sometimes these pitches can flatten out and batting becomes a lot easier. I can't take your call, Cameron, at the minute because I'm just on commentary as in comes Taylor bowls and Haynes again clips to mid-wicket. 17 balls gone. Oh, the line has gone down. It's not very good.
He's been bowled. Tom Haynes has been bowled.
Well,
That's taken.
apologies, we lost the line there. I don't know what was the matter with our line, but it just appeared. But what you have missed is Tom Haynes has been bowled for a duck by Tom Taylor. Tom Haynes has been in terrific form all season. Has been bowled. He is on his way, and at the start of their second innings, Sussex are 0 for 1. And I think that's the 18th ball of the innings, and Sussex hadn't scored a run. 3 overs gone, and just confirm that you can hear us back in the studio in at base. Just testing that everything is okay. Just chatter away for a moment, Nikki, and we can make sure that connections are resumed.
Yeah, well, that was a bit out of character from Tom Haynes. Kind of went fully fledged with that drive, and it found the gap. And unfortunately, he'll have to go for a duck.
Yeah, I don't know if the lads on the stream could indicate whether they can still hear us as well. Hopefully they can. If we get the thumbs up, let's just make sure that we are going out loud and clear. We are, yeah. Could we see a replay of that wicket again? That'd be most useful if Isaac could arrange that. That'd be really kind of you. Here we go. Is the replay. Oh yes, it's a good delivery. Looking to drive that away through the offside. Bit of nip in to the left-handed Haynes. And Sussex are 0 for 1. I'll just take this over if I may, Nikki, because we've got an update to do. It is going to be Ben Allison who's running away from us up the hill to bowl to Hughes, who's he's gone. Has he been bowled as well?
Yes, he has.
Okay, yes. Daniel Hughes is furious. He swishes his bat, and Sussex have lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. They're 0 for 2, and both openers are back in the pavilion. Well, I'm not sure whether he let that go. Let's just see the replay here. Allison around the wicket, bowls. He let it go. Yeah, he let it go, and he's been bowled. So 2 wickets have gone down. Well, can you believe it? He's furious. Let's see that again. In comes Allison. Oh, yeah, he's just let that go. It's nipped into the left-hander. Hughes can't believe it. Look, he swishes his bat. He's absolutely furious with himself. And Sussex are 0 for 2. Well, can you believe it? Not a great decision to leave that one. Well, they had a good day, Tim, until about 5 minutes ago. Worcestershire bowled out in their first innings for 180. Finn Hudson-Prentice, very much the star of the show, he took 5 for 40. That gave Sussex a lead of 104. However, they've just lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. They are 0 for 2. Both openers back in the pavilion. Tom Haynes bowled by Tom Taylor without scoring. The very next over, first ball of the over from Ben Allison, an error of judgment by Daniel Hughes, letting a ball go outside his off stump. The problem is it nipped back and it bowled the Australian. So Sussex have lost 2 wickets inside the first 4 overs. They're 0 for 2 in their second innings. The lead is still 104, but Worcestershire fighting their way back here, Tim.
This is a daft game, isn't it?
Crazy game.
Daft game. Yeah. Well, there we are.
Well, it was just a complete error of judgment, wasn't it? And now Tom Alsop, who's on a pair,
He is.
comes in. Daniel Hughes was furious with himself, wasn't he, for letting that go? But he did. In comes Allison round the wicket, bowls. Alsop, well, there's a bit of lift there from not far short of a length, and Alsop did well not to get a little nick on that, Dave.
Well, we were saying earlier, with all due respect to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's nippy, but Tom Clark wouldn't consider himself to be a fast bowler, would he, in inverted commas? But he was getting it to lift.
He was.
So maybe the pitch... we kind of thought that the pitch would get better, but maybe it isn't. Somebody was talking about yesterday these little indentations that the ball had made earlier in the piece, so maybe it's something to do with that. What do we know?
In comes Allison, bowls, all sort of let this song go. That goes a little low, taken by Roderick. Hugh has been in touch. Hugh Johnson. Hello, Hugh. Lovely to hear from you. Says, dear Adrian and team, I bang on about our opening bowlers needing better support. And Hudson-Prentice, Lamb, Hunt proved me wrong all the time. I love being proven wrong. Yeah, bowled beautifully today, did Finn. He says, Ollie Carter has performed well and was given a chance against Not. Should he be given another chance in the next game? Well, we shall see. Comes Allison round the wicket, bowls and also up on his toes and steers that to backward point. The Sussex still without a run in this second innings, and we have had Bradders 22 balls in the second innings. Hugh goes on to say, should Somerset's Rue, Ples and Opa for England replacing Crawley? These positions need to be permanent for the Ashes. He says, thanks for the commentary. The heart and soul, you bring the heart and soul of the game to our homes. It's a great service. Well, thank you, Hugh. Very nice to hear from you. Well, I think Rue's probably got a fair chance of playing in the...
I think he's got a very good
in
chance.
the Test match. Good player. In comes Allison. Bowls to Allsop. That gets a little low as well. Taken low down by Gareth Roderick. There is no run. Umpire Debenham looked as if he was to come and have a look at where the front foot is being landed, but he's just adjusting the bails. Has our effects mic gone off? No, it had.
Ah, yeah.
It's better.
Probably when you had to redial.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps going down.
Mate. As I mentioned, I'm struggling to get in touch with them at Worcester today, and 60 years after we put a man on the moon.
Yeah. Allison round the wicket, bowls, and Allsop defends into the offside. So 4 maidens on the spin from Worcestershire. Sussex are 0 for 2. Both openers back in the pavilion. Both of them clearly without scoring. So Sussex effectively 104 for 2 in their second innings, and credit to Worcestershire who've battled away. They were like Sussex, they were in deep trouble. Then they're still a long way behind in the game, but they'll feel if they could pick up a couple here tonight that they may be right back in it.
Yeah. If Sussex were 4 down at the close of play, it might be a different story. It's certainly interesting. It's not dull.
It isn't dull.
Here's Allison from the Cromwell Road end, bowls forward defensively, pushing the ball back out on the onside goes Clark. That lovely panoramic view you're getting on your screens of Hove at its best.
Two players on ducks here, Bradders, Clark and Allsop.
Well, also you say on a pair.
Yeah, Clark on a pair, yeah. Both of them on a pair.
So, yeah. Oh, yeah, they are, aren't they? Of course they are.
And Hughes and Haynes have been the main sort of run scorers for Sussex. So a chance for others to step up here.
Yeah. In comes Taylor, bowls wide of the off stump. Pretty comfortable leave in the end, but noticeable that wicketkeeper Roderick took that down fairly low. So one's flying up, one's not flying up, which is of great concern to the batsman. There are more people in that big permanent temporary stand than there were before in both those stands.
Yes.
So I think the shade over this side, maybe it's gone a bit cooler, so they've all wandered over there at tea.
Yeah, sit in the sunshine. No, I think you're right. There tends to be a bit of an exodus from the members' pavilion.
Right arm round to the left-hander, and once again wide of the off-stump, and Clark has time to see that one go through.
Well, it was misjudged by Tom Clark in the first innings, wasn't it, when he padded up and fell foul of an LBW decision.
Yes, to Tom Taylor as well.
The way this is going, I suspect we may not be here on Monday, Bradders.
Yes, it stands a very good chance, although we know how daft this game is.
Yes.
So Taylor in again, right arm round, bowls.
First runs.
Fresh runs, yeah. As the ball goes down to fine leg to Fateh, seeing ironic applause around the ground. And it was noticeable as the ball came down there, the sun was glinting. They tell me you can't see it, but the crown, it's a gold crown on a new ball, isn't it? And the sun was glinting on the crown as the ball went down to Fateh Singh at fine leg. So, runs on the board. Sussex lead is now 105.
It is.
Taylor round the wicket again and bowls, and this is full length and it's driven back up the ground again. I think Taylor may have brushed that with his fingertips. It's certainly not going for a boundary. D'Oliveira's on the chase. I got the impression that if Tom Taylor hadn't just touched that, it might have raced away for 4. It might have been my imagination. More runs than wickets now. Sussex 3 for 2.
Well, come on, Tommy is the cry from one of the. I'm not sure if that's for Tom Taylor or for Tom Alsop. Tom to Tom.
I suspect it's for the bowler.
I suspect it is as well.
This, the last ball of the over. The bowls and forward solidly behind that one. End of the over. Sussex are 3 for 2. They lead by 107. There are 21 overs remaining in the day. So where are we now? That's going to be 7 o'clock finish, or getting towards it anyway.
We are. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley here, your commentary team. As Brad has said, still a good round of cricket to be played tonight. We are going to be having a late one. And the Seamers have taken all the wickets in the match, Bradders, all 22.
Yeah.
And here comes Ben Allison. Tall man, he's going to come running in from the sea end, up the slope, around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark thumps this one away through backward point. That's a nice looking shot by Tom Clark, but too much width from Allison, and Clark very quickly onto that and punishing the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. He goes to 5, and Sussex to 7 for 2.
Both batsmen off pair.
Yes. Allison ruefully wanders back to his mark. He's a tall fella, isn't he? What do you reckon he is, Bradders?
Ben Allison?
6'3", 6'4"?
6'4", I would have thought.
Yeah. Let's have a look in the Book of Words.
The Book of Words, which used to be filled in by the players. I don't know whether their stats are filled in.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because I remember Tony Cotty, of course, who played for Glamorgan and was here for a while.
He was, yeah.
He used to go up every year. He was 5'2", then he was 5'3". He was 6'8" by the time he finished.
In comes Allison, bowls, and Clark eases that onto the leg side, picks up a single to square leg. He goes to 6, the total to 8 for 2. Runs a tee shop now in Shoreham.
Does he really?
Tony, yeah.
Yeah.
And Jack Carson name-checked him yesterday because Jack lived with Tony as, you know, is his sort of lodger for 4 years when he was over here.
Oh,
so
right.
they know each other very well, yeah. And he did say, so I said he was helping with your batting. He said, well, you know, Grant Flower and Ash Wright at the moment, but you know, Tony Cotty as well. So he's been really key in Jack's development. Allison in, bowls, Alsop solidly forward to a ball of good length, plays it away into the offside. There is no run.
Yes, quite an amusing speaker as well.
Tony.
Cotty,
Yeah, very.
Speaker once, very amusing.
He's actually 6'5" according to this. He's
Ben Allison is not.
Ben Allison, not Tony Cotty.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen Tony do a couple of sort of presentations here in the evening of awards and that sort of thing. He's very witty.
Yes. Yeah.
You'd get on well with him, Bradders.
Yeah. Nice chap.
3 slips in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg, and then a fine leg way down in the distance as Allison is in. Bowls. Alsop up on his toes, again plays without timing into the covers. He looks at his bat, Tom Alsop. Spent the winter, or part of the winter, playing in the Big Bash, did Tom Alsop. He did very well for Sussex last season in the T20, and that got him selected to play in the Big Bash for Brisbane. Paul Farbrace was saying in the winter that he joined or was working with a local baseball team as well that sort of improved his batting in T20 apparently.
All right.
Need to ask, I've had a chance to speak to Tom this season. I need to ask him about that. Allison around the wicket, bowls, also placed firmly. That came out in the middle of the bat, as you probably heard, to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Good for the eye-hand coordination, I suppose. I mean, some of the shots that they play in very limited over cricket, the 100 ball and all that sort of thing these days. Not unlike baseball shots, some of them.
No, I agree. It's a game I sort of struggle to get into, baseball.
I've quite enjoyed it. I've been to watch it.
Allison in bowls. Also, I thought for a minute he'd nudged that behind. Good delivery by Ben Allison. Beats Allsop outside of the offside. End of the over. Sussex are 8 for 2. It means the lead is 112. Allsop on 2. Clark on 6.
I remember going to Boston to watch the Red Sox. They play in Toronto. Was it Toronto? Anyway, I understood the game, but I didn't understand the scoreboard. You know, so as American fella sat next to me, I said, "Excuse me," I said, "I know what's going on in there, but can you tell me, what's going on in the scoreboard?" And he said, "Oh yeah, mate," because he was Australian. He said, "Well, I won't do the accent. As Taylor is bowling around the wicket, and in bowls, and it's dabbed into the offside. There will be no run as Jake Libby comes in from extra cover to field." Yeah, he said that, well, that's batsman in, that's a batsman, that's the innings, that's who's on, well, this. And he told me all about it, and he said, on the end, he said, Phillips, he said, that's an electrical company. I said, really? Thanks, mate. The thing that amused me about baseball is, you sat there and you want a hot dog, so you just say, and your hot dog comes down the row and your money goes up, and you have to, there's a lot of leaving your seats. They go mad at cricket. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of leaving your seats at cricket these days. Taylor in bowls, and that is wasn't totally in control of that. I got played away on the leg side.
Nowhere near in control, was he?
Might have got a bit of a leading edge on that.
Yeah.
Having a pat of the pitch.
I have to say, Bradders, it drives me nuts going to sporting events with with people going in and out the rows all the time. I think they should do what they do at Wimbledon. If you go out, you can't come in until the end of the game's done.
Yeah.
But honestly, if you're on the end of a row, it's a nightmare.
Yeah. A very good friend of mine does not. I'm always on about very good friends of mine, aren't I? As Taylor is in and bowls, that's shot. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Taylor over pitching, just outside off stump, nice half volley, crunch, boomed away to the boundary by Tom Clark, and Sussex go to 12 for 2 lead by 116. He was saying he doesn't go to Cardiff to the rugby anymore because people getting up, going to get drinks, coming back, then having to go to the toilet and then coming back. And I think they've closed some of the bars, I believe, at the Millennium Stadium or whatever it's called these days. The sponsors during the game, so that people can't go up and keep getting drinks. Taylor, does he have a reply? He does.
Fielded.
He does have a reply, but it's not what he would have wanted. Off the back foot, cracked into the covers. Ethan Brooks, the fielder there. There is Ethan Brooks. Yes, it is Ethan Brooks. At backward point, either side of him, and it was another 4 Penrith.
Yes, I went to a game because one of my daughters was at university in Cardiff, so we used to go down and watch the autumn internationals. Tickets were cheap as well. It's much more affordable than Twickenham is. I'll tell you more in a minute. Taylor
bowls short onto the back foot. Goes Clark pushing out on the offside, no run.
But we can only get tickets in the no alcohol area, which they did have in Cardiff. It was the best thing ever, Bradders, because you didn't get this constant stream of people either going out to get a beer or, having had the beer, going out to the loo every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
It is annoying. You spend half your time up and down.
Yeah.
Is that a bit old man of me? I think you paid a lot of money to watch the game, not to,
Just because I agree with you doesn't make us old man. Thanks for that.
Well bowled. That didn't miss the stumps by very much, Bradders.
Didn't miss everything by very much, I don't think. But it missed enough of everything for Clark still to be there on 10. Allsop has 2 and 12 for 2 If you just joined us, if you've been out, I don't know, gardening or whatever, or maybe watching a bit of local cricket, Worcestershire bowled out for 180. Finn Hudson-Prentice taking 5 for 40, and the start of the Sussex innings, 2 wickets without a run on the board. Haynes to Taylor for naught, and Hughes to Allison for naught.
And it is indeed going to be Ben Allison who's going to carry on up the hill here at home to bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in bowls, and Alsop is solidly forward, plays it back to Allison, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. They'll be dancing in the streets of Brighton tonight because the Albion have won.
Are they?
Keeping alive their hopes of
That was the great
going into Europe.
the great man, Scottish rugby commentator,
Bill McLaren.
Bill McLaren, who said, "The hands are clapping, the feet are stamping, and they'll be dancing in the streets of Falkirk tonight." It may not have been Falkirk, I can't remember where it was.
Allison around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who good length delivery, defends into the offside. There is no run. It's been a bit shorter runs, Tom Alsop. Just have a little look at his season so far. 165 runs at 23, top score of 82. He's been a very consistent performer for Sussex over the last couple of seasons. He'll be keen to make a score here. Addison around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who clips nicely through it. That's the sort of shot that will do his confidence a world of good. Clips that away nicely between mid-wicket and mid-on for a boundary. Does Tom Alsop? He goes to 6 and Sussex to 16 for 2. Of course, the other thing they could do at these grounds, but I know it's all about making money, isn't it? That, you know, once the game starts, you know, you shut the bar at, you know, until half time or whatever. You should stop people going out and.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you go to the theatre, you don't go get a drink halfway through, do you?
No, you don't. No, right? No, you're spot on, Bradders. Absolutely spot on.
Or the cinema.
Addison on his way again. Bowls. Oh, I did miss the off-stump. It was a good leave by Alsop. Not a good leave by Daniel Hughes earlier on when he was bowled without scoring. Yeah, I think I told this story last year. I went to see Bruce Springsteen at Wembley, and we had seats on the end of the row. And a fella in our row, he must have gone out in half a dozen times, you know, to the loo, or then he'd come back with a load of beers, and you know.
He must have missed the concert.
Oh, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about saying you went, isn't it?
In comes Allison, bowls, and Alsop defends.
Yeah.
Very straight back down to mid-on, no run.
Take the selfie and say, "Look at me, I went to
Yeah.
see Bruce Springsteen." But
Yeah.
I missed half of it because of.
A couple of years before that, we saw Fleetwood Mac at
Oh.
Wembley, and there was a couple down in front of us that had too much to drink, and they did a selfie. And the daughter had taken the mum. The mum was clearly sloshed. They took a selfie. She fell backwards and went head over heels over the seat about 2 rows in front of us. Here comes Allison. Round the wicket, bowls. Alsop plays nicely. That's a good looking shot by Tom Alsop. Hasn't got all of that, but he's going to get a couple of runs. D'Oliveira chases back, slides and gets in the throw. A couple more to Tom Alsop, who's very pleased to have got a couple of nice shots away out the middle of the bat. He goes to 8 and Sussex to 18 for 2. To that 18 you need to add 104, which I think comes to 122. It's probably, I don't know if the lead is shown on the scoreboard anywhere.
It's on our screen there, though, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, thank you, Bradders. Yeah.
No, I shouldn't have told you that. I should let you work it out. Keep your brain moving. Like,
Yeah. So effectively 122 for 2.
Here's Tom Taylor. In and bowls and turned away. Leg side-ish by Clark. Onside-ish. Ben Gibbon is doing a bit of stretching and warming up. Maybe he's going to have a... Let me overspread this. This is Taylor's 5th. So I might give them 5 apiece.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he, in the match? I mean, he's had a good match, to be fair. A joint top scorer, 5 wickets.
Yeah, he could he would love another spell that he had either side of lunch yesterday.
Yes, he
this
would.
Stage of the game. Well,
Must have got an inside edge on that.
Inside edge onto it. He was possibly outside the line as well. But, bowling right arm around to the left-hander, so you've got to do that little bit more with the ball because of the angle.
Who's that warming up at slip, Bradders?
That is Ben Gibbon.
Right. Looks like he's going to get a bowl.
Yeah. Most of the crowd have been with us throughout the day, are still with us.
Yeah.
Very often adrift away at tea, but they're staying. Taylor bowls. That's a nice solid forward defensive shot. Bat and pad close together, getting a good stride in. Pushes it out on the offside. No run comes from it though. 18 for 2 Sussex in their second innings. Those shadows from the floodlights beginning to creep onto the pitch. They'll be out in the middle before we finish tonight. Taylor's next ball is left.
He's quite brisk, isn't he, Tom Taylor?
Oh yeah, he's a bit rapid.
Yeah, he is.
Probably Robinson, probably the quickest bowler in this game, but I would say he's pretty much up there.
No. Notts now 84 for 6 against Hampshire, leading by 221. That could be a good finish at Trent Bridge, you know.
Yeah. See the old veteran groundsman there.
At Trent Bridge.
Also, yeah, he retired. There was a lovely story as Taylor was in bowls. That's a big shout, and the fingers up, and he's gone. And the third wicket goes down. Sussex are 18 for 3. Tom Taylor strikes again. Just getting another look at that one. Not a difficult decision. He's got squared up there, and it may have just hit the back pad. So
Might see that again, actually, Bradders. Yeah, I think you might be right.
another twist in this tail. Here we go again, and yeah, it doesn't bounce, does it?
Isn't he?
Doesn't bounce. Straight on, and not a difficult decision at all. 18 for 3.
Well, we said, didn't we, if it wasn't inconceivable, Sussex could be, 3 or 4 down tonight, the way that the bowlers have dominated in this game. It's a disappointment for Tom Clark.
We
And
get 10.
James Cole's another coming in who could perhaps do with the score. Didn't want to play the shot he played in the first innings.
Coming back to Sussex, wearing shirt number 30,
Yeah.
James Cole.
Well, it's a daft game, this.
It is a daft game, but we've had how many wickets today, Bradders?
13.
Yeah, 13, yeah. 13 wickets in the day, so it's been an eventful day's cricket.
There's a lot of big noughts on my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ducks so far in the game.
Yes, indeed, yeah. And we've still got another 17 overs to go tonight, Bradders.
Yeah. Well, Tom Taylor just clearing the dust away from his follow through. He's been bowling round the wicket. He's going to bowl over the wicket to the right hander, surely. Yes, he is. James Cole's marks the crease. See, groundsmen have started putting little marks on the crease in some club grounds where the centre stump is, in the hope that it'll stop people digging holes. Probably won't.
Yeah. Yeah, particularly asked for 2. Did you wish to take a middle stump guard?
Middle and leg.
Did you?
Taylor in, bowls, forward defensively. Bowls to Coles, who's forward defensive, plays the ball at the pitch. Tom Taylor has 2 for 7 in 5 overs. There must be a temptation for skipper Brett D'Oliveira to keep him going. Well,
Yeah.
Allison is going to continue from this the C end.
Very much so, I would think. Bradders, he's in a nice rhythm, isn't he? And Worcestershire might just feel here, you know, if they can whip another couple out, they are right back in this game.
Yep.
Sussex effectively 122 for 3 in their second innings. And Allison coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop trips away onto the leg side and picks up a single. Alsop goes to 8. Which brings James Coles on strike, just made a single in the first innings. Well, they had Tim, but they've just lost another one. Tom Clark palpably LBW to Tom Taylor for just 10. That's Taylor's 7th wicket of the match. Sussex are now 18 for 3 in their second innings. There was a lead of 104 first time around, so that lead now is 102. But all 23 wickets in the match, Tim, have been taken by seamers. And we've had 13 wickets go down today, so we've still got another 16 overs to be bowled tonight. So this game is very well advanced. Sussex, I think, still in the driving seat, but if they lose a couple of wickets here, Worcestershire will feel well back in it. Sussex 19 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 123. Yes, it is. I mean, the pitch has done a bit, Tim, throughout, really, throughout the game. I mean, Worcestershire won the toss yesterday and elected to bowl first, which probably tells you the story. But it's by no means a minefield. I mean, Jack Carson made 100 on here yesterday. I think you just need to apply yourself, play straight, and those players that have done that have generally done well. But in this second innings, Daniel Hughes, shouldered arms to one and got bowled. Tom Clark just LBW. But it has favoured the seam, there's no question about that. So, 19 for 3, Bradders. Allison back to his mark. I think if I was the skipper, I'd be saying to Tom Taylor, come on. And he probably wouldn't want to bowl another one. Yeah. Allison over the wicket to the right-handed Coles. Crumbs, he lets that go. I don't think that missed by very much. Well,
he's probably leaving that on length, isn't he? Because it's quite short.
It's just...
but then if you leave it on length and it don't bounce...
It's just... the boys may not get a chance to show us that one again, but just the reaction of the slip cordon was that it may not have missed by that much.
There you go.
Oh yeah, it did cut back, didn't it? It cut back to the right-hander.
Yeah.
Thank you, Isaac. Very quick on the buttons next to all the lads. Well done. Allison over the wicket, bowls. Coles is going to get runs down to fine leg. That'll be a boundary. Just erring in length slightly was Ben Allison, and James Coles tucking inside the line, and a welcome boundary for Sussex. He goes to 4, well, his first runs actually, and Sussex to 23 for 3. So those 3 slips in place. I mean, he'll want to keep the pressure on here, won't he, Dolabilla? Because he'll know another couple of wickets here, and Worcestershire are right back in this game, so he's got to keep an attacking field. He's got those 3 slips in there for exactly that reason. Allison in, bowls, and Coles is going to get another boundary, but it's a dodgy boundary. He's got that down to third man. He goes down and prods the pitch, does James Coles, but it was an involuntary shot, it has to be said, as the ball goes past a third slip and down to the boundary ropes for 4 runs. So Coles goes to 8, and Sussex 27 for 3, and all runs gratefully received by Sussex at the moment.
Yes. Thanks to Tim, who says, what would be a good total to chase? What do you call a good total? I'd say that at the moment 131 might be difficult. Jim Morris says, any truth in the news that there will be live county championship on Sky TV next Friday? Well, to be honest, Jim, I don't know.
Oh.
But because there is a cessation in hostilities, good word, in the India-Pakistan problems, maybe the IPL will be back on, I don't know. Well,
yeah, I mean, he said yesterday half the players are on their way home, but if that's all sorted out, maybe they'll turn around and go back again.
Annie Chave has been on. Hi, Annie. Listening to Sussex against Worcestershire. Wonderful commentary.
Ooh.
For sure. Well done, Annie. Buy a drink next time I see you. Here is Tom Taylor in bowls around the wicket, pushed away on the offside. Could you mention I'm doing Walkers and Talkers at New Road on Monday, which is very good. And talking about a new book, plus signing Cricket Changed My Life is the name of the book. So Walkers and Talkers is excellent, where you can turn up, walk, talk, get a free cup of tea, free cup of coffee. They usually have a guest person to talk to. So it's at New Road on Monday. I think it normally starts about 10 o'clock. So anybody that wants to go on Walkers and Talkers, very big throughout the country. A lot of people taking part in that. Here's Tom Taylor, he's in and he bowls and it's up onto the toes and pushing out on the offside by Allsop, and he stays on 9.
It's a good question that you were sent there about what was. I mean, the way this game is going, probably wouldn't want to chase many more than a couple of hundred. I wouldn't have thought, Bradders. But you just never know, do you? You know, the pitch, if it does start to get a lead, there's no signs it's getting. I mean, it's by no means a minefield. I think it's just, you know, those that have applied themselves, you know, there has been a centurion in the match, so it can't be that bad.
Next ball from Taylor is wide of the off stump and goes through. The thing we were talking about yesterday, Graham says that Steve McGoffin played for Worcestershire and Sussex. Yeah, it was the last player before, or the player before Steve McGoffin and Tom Hinley to play for Worcestershire and Sussex was the question, which we think we sorted out. We think it was Stephen Moores, but it could have been David Smith. It was about the same time.
Peter Moores or David
Peter
Smith,
Moores, yeah. What did I say? Steve Moores.
Yeah.
Who's Steve Moores?
I don't know.
Is next ball, which is turned away but straight to Kashif Ali, who is kind of mid-wicketish. Who was it you were on about yesterday? Oh, Ryan, wasn't it?
Yeah. Keep getting the name
James
wrong.
Ryan.
Yes.
Yeah. No relation to Steve Moores.
No. Who's that warming up at mid-on, Bradders? Is that Ben Gibbon again?
No, that's Matthew Waite.
Right.
Taylor round the wicket, angling the ball in to the left-handed Allsop, and he bowls, and this is up on his toes, plays the ball back down the pitch, bobbles back past the stumps because Taylor got his left hand on it. I think Ben Gibbon's bowling over already, warming up and keep running up and down. There was a guy played for Derbyshire about 3 seasons ago, Sri Lankan bowler. Can't remember his name.
Oh, yes.
And he did so much warming up.
Yeah.
I see. He bowled 4 or 5 overs before he bowled.
Yeah, yeah.
He was tired before he bowled, I think. Taylor in again, and this time wide of the stumps through to the wicketkeeper. Tom Taylor has bowled 6 overs and taken 2 for 7. Adrian Harms is off to spread joy and delight elsewhere. Nicky Chowdhury is going to wander into the seat next to me. I've got another one to do about 5 to 5, so between us we will bring you exclusive coverage. Is this exclusive coverage? It is exclusive coverage, isn't it? It's only us doing it.
It is.
So it must be exclusive. Yeah.
Ben Gibbon coming into the attack from the sea end. I can report back that
You can. Have you been out?
It's very nice outside.
Oh, okay. Will I have a pleasant evening stroll along Brighton Seafront?
Oh, you will.
On the way back to my billet. I shall look forward to that.
I just sat under the sun. It was glorious. It's much nicer than it was earlier in the day.
Do you think, Nicky, that on my stroll back to my billet I may have to stop for refreshment?
It's up to you, that.
I know it's up to me, but I'm on your opinion as whether I should.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would approve.
Good.
Of the idea. As in runs Gibbon now, 2 slips in place. Left arm over to the right-hander. And there's a bit of confusion out there in the middle. They're wondering if they should take a run or they shouldn't take a run, as that one's played into the offside. No run has been taken at the end of the day. 27 for 3, Sussex. This game's had some highs and lows, hasn't it?
Well, as I said earlier, take out the 102 that Carson scored. There's 150 in the game. Oh, it's a very good 102 as well. Who's Tom Taylor talking to?
There's someone. I just noticed that as well. I suddenly saw a hand pop up as Gibbon is in and Coles is forward, defends to mid-on. So there is someone in front of the advertising hoarding. We can't see you.
Oh, yeah. I
But
can
there,
see feet.
can you just see hands going?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was funny because Tom Taylor was looking directly at us and saying something. I thought, is he having a go at us? Have we said something offensive? Oh, I think that's Rob Jones, the 12th man just down there. The mystery fielder, to add to the mystery singer of yesterday.
Well, he's just come round for a chatter.
I think he's probably bought a drink round for somebody.
Well, he looks comfortable. And in comes Gibbon now, and this one stayed low, and a fine tickle on that. And going to run all the way down towards the boundary. Oh, there's been signalled a leg by. Might have to watch that again on the replay. Then it must.
All right, let's have a look at that again. Where did that go? It's gone under Gareth Roderick and away for. Did he signal leg by? He did signal leg by.
He did.
Well, there we are. It's 4 runs, and in the context of this game and the way it's going, 4 runs are very welcome. However you get them.
Here's Gibbon from the CN, runs away from us, a bit of width, and this is cut away. It's a deep point by Coles. They'll take a single, and the score moves 32 for 3. That dismissal for Tom Clark stayed rather low.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the up and down bounce is not very consistent on here now. Important now because Ben Gibbon is on from this end. I suspect that Matthew Waite will come on from the other end. That the 2 change bowlers keep a bit of pressure on for Worcestershire, which in fact they did yesterday. Particularly Matthew Waite came on and bowled a really good tight spell after the openers had raced to what were they 80 before the first wicket went down. They kind of put the brakes on a little bit.
Allsop on strike. As Gibbon runs in and off the back foot, Allsop just guides us down towards third. They'll go for the single. They want the 2, but they deny and decide against it. 33 for 3. Yeah, I would completely approve of the fact that you should stop for a cool refreshment on your way back.
Okay, I'll do that then on your recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if anything goes
Don't
wrong,
blame me if something goes wrong.
Well,
I'm not taking any responsibility. I'm not here tomorrow.
no, I won't blame you, but I was just say I did it on your advice.
Okay. Don't do anything that you'd regret, as this one's played off the hips
Bit late
into
now.
the square leg area for a single.
A bit late in life for regrets, I'm afraid. Regrets, I've had a few, but yet again, too few to mention.
Well, that will be the end of the over. 12 overs gone. Sussex are 34 for 3. I think it's good to have regrets in life. It's good and bad.
Well, it is, but you can't change them.
You can't change them, but that's the point of life, right?
Whatever happened yesterday, happened yesterday. You can't do anything about it. So,
Yeah, but if you were to have full control over each day, right, and everything that happened in your life, that wouldn't be life. Life's meant to throw you some
No.
bouncers.
yes, life is like cricket.
Life is just like
You
cricket.
just, what is it? Tom Hanks says in Forrest Gump, life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Mama says.
Unless you get a box of chocolates that has the same chocolate in it.
Well, you never know. Here's Matthew Waite. Cromwell Road end in bowls, and wide of the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. It's quite interesting here because Rob Jones, the Worcestershire 12th man, is stood directly in line behind the wicket-keeper and slips, and he's describing every ball for us. He's just saying what that ball did, what it didn't do, so very helpful. Thanks, Rob. The evening sunshine on the south coast of England's green and pleasant land.
It's a very pleasant evening.
White in, ball short, punched off the back foot straight to Kashif Ali at extra cover. No run. Rob Jones has gone now, so we're not going to know what's going on. wanders off for his 12th man duties. Spent a lot of time on the field yesterday after Henry Nichols went off, having damaged his finger. Wait, right arm over to the right-handed Coles, who just bunts the ball really to mid-wicket. Bunts it. Good word, a bunt. Should use that more often. The grunt, never mind the bunt you heard, was that of Matthew Waite, the bowler. Putting in the effort. One thing I have to do, bit of domestic tidying up here. There's Waite is in, bowls once again, played to mid-wicket, no run. His take might, this is purely of no interest to the listener and nothing to do with cricket whatsoever. I forgot my phone charge late last night. I had to go down to the hotel reception and beg the young man, and he hadn't got one in his lost property drawer, and he went and got one off one of the other members of staff.
Oh, that's very nice of him.
Oh, it was very nice of him, I thought, yes.
So you remember to pack it with you today?
I just put it over there now, yes. Rarely make the same mistake twice. His next ball from Waite, who's once again bowling tightly. 5 zeros, 5 dots in the book. He doesn't give much away, Matthew Waite. The gentleman moves somewhat enthusiastically. I think he's on his way. He's at the ground.
Where?
At the far end.
Yeah, he's walking very quickly.
He is walking quickly. He's either late for his bus or he needs the ablutions. Here's Waite's next ball, and once again, good over and well played. Solidly behind everything. On our screens you can see the crowd on the far side. Resplendent. There's a gentleman there in shorts and a proper shirt. What I call a proper shirt, a shirt with a collar on. I'm never sure about that, you know.
You don't like shirts with collars?
No, not with khaki shorts.
Oh, it's a very relaxed summer's look.
Looks like an extra from it, ain't half up, Mom. No, I mean me. I mean, a superintendent in the fashion police, of course. You know, I'm an influencer, me. I'm never quite sure what influencer is, anyway. So.
No, I think you are.
I am, yeah. It's my
Dave Bradley.
27 million TikTok followers.
The influencer.
Follow my every move.
Here runs Gibbon from the sea end into Alsop, who's caught between going forward and back, but that ball stays low, so he blocks it out. Staying in the middle.
Yeah. Dot balls at this stage of the game, I think, should put pressure on. But they want to get people out, obviously. But don't want to give runs away. Keep the pressure on. Make the batsman feel uncomfortable.
I think you could start influencing and
Do you
recording every
yeah.
step of your journey around the country
Next
with
ball is
Worcestershire.
short and clipped away. He's got away with that one a little bit. Sorry, that was your ball, wasn't it? D'Oliveira Fields, but it was short, so he did smack it away and did get away with it. Yeah, I think
You can get all the lunches reviewed, you can go look at teas and the whole shebang.
Yeah.
The journey from the journey to the ground, the media box, and
I can't imagine that anybody in the world would be interested.
you would be surprised with what people watch on the internet and become influencers by, as this one's left alone by Alsop outside the off stump. It's quite questionable.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Although
I don't want people know what I'm doing all the time.
no, there is some element of privacy in that as well. But you know what actually really threw me off was I was travelling a few months ago and I was at immigration, And the lady next to me at the immigration counter, the officer asked her what her occupation was, as Gibbon is in now, and this one all sort of defends off the back foot to mid-on, no run. And it was the first time in my life that I heard someone reply to the immigration officer saying that her occupation is that I'm an influencer.
Really?
Yes, and I remember looking at my officer and then turning around just in pure shock. That's the first time I've heard that. And actually, credit to this immigration officer, was like, oh, okay, stamps a passport and let's her go. And I was like, what has the world come to? No, that is...
Well, yeah.
I've never seen that, and I was so taken aback. But yeah, apparently that's what you can say nowadays. As Gibbon is in. This one's down the leg side, a very swift take by Roderick. You should try it.
I should. I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I will influence people tomorrow.
I think you and Adrian could do it tomorrow.
Perhaps on the way back to my billet tonight, when I stop to have a drink, I could influence some people in the pub. Yeah. Yeah. That would be more shock than influence if I bought a drink.
Immigration. Here comes Gibbon now, and this one's just played into the leg side at mid-wicket. They'll come through for the single. And that will conclude the end of the 14th over. Sussex 35 for 3. And the flag's still there on the balcony, but our spectators have gone. Where have they gone?
They've not been there this afternoon. I think they've gone
left
off
the
somewhere.
they left the doors open.
Perhaps they have as well. There must be somebody there.
Someone must be there. You can't leave your doors open.
Burglars will be in.
I'm pretty sure.
Freely advertising a flat in Hove with the windows open.
I'm pretty sure the Sussex Cricket social
All
media
the
team
windows
will,
are open, yeah.
will help catch them.
Air cameraman is
It's like free security services.
Yeah. And the clock, which was on the screen as well, which you can't see if you're listening online, I'm afraid, indicating it's 5 minutes to 6. Matthew Waite is in and bowls off the back foot, punched by Tom Alsop to cover. Hard work batting out there. Two slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And must be a fine leg. Oh, it's a deep backward square and a fine leg as well. Or a backward square leg, if you like, on the round boundaries. Not really a fine leg. Next ball will maybe bring one of those into action. In fact, it doesn't, because Jake Libby from mid-wicket just shadows the ball, and they go through for a single, which takes Sussex to 36 for 3, a lead of 140 with 11 overs remaining today after this over from Matthew Waite, who is bowling short of the length. Initially a bit of weight on the back foot, but then goes forward as he plays the shot calls, punches it out to mid-off. The permanent temporary stand at the end of the ground, as it did last night, looks as if the lights have come on. But
it's just the sun reflection.
It is, yeah. Well, yeah, must be. Here's Waite in again and bowls, and this is all good tight stuff, isn't it, from Waite? What's he got? 10 balls, conceded 1 run, keeping the pressure on. Say we've got what, 11 overs and 2 balls left tonight. If these two are still together tonight, that'll be a really good effort. If Worcestershire were to take another wicket or 2 wickets, then you've got to say the game is pretty much wide open. We have to get Adrian Arms to come in and do an update for his Persons. This is short, pulled away, and that's a little break of that pressure that was put on. Smashed away down to backward of square on the leg side. Nice shot. Just lost the length a little bit there. Total goes 240 for 3. A lead of 144.
Yes, they are, and something of a recovery here. They're now 40 for 3 in their second innings, Tim. At one stage having been 18 for 3. James Cole's on 14. Tom Alsop is on 12. It means the lead is 144, which is a significant lead in such a low-scoring game. Earlier on today, Tim Worcestershire bowled out for 180. Finn Hudson-Prentice taking 5 for 40, but then Sussex slumping to 0 for 2, 18 for 3. But as I say, now something of a recovery, 40 for 3, and the lead a significant 144.
Marvellous. I should be getting a call about now, but I haven't had one, so worry too much.
Where are we? Let's let Nicky finish off this little stint, and then I'll come back in 5 minutes or so.
All right. This is going to be Ben Gibbon bowling from the sea end.
Yep, here he is. 3 sips in place, left arm over to the left-handed Alsop, who's forward and defends that to mid-on. Makes his way back to the top of his mark. Shadows following him. It's like double the people on the pitch now with all the shadows.
Don't mind the shadows following him, as long as Cliff Richard doesn't turn up. You won't understand anything about that.
Why are you giving me references that just go straight over my head?
Well, see, you don't know who Cliff Richard and the shadows were, do you? So
I know who Cliff Richards is.
okay.
As this one is defended again by Alsop, fielded by Gibbon as he completes his follow through.
Well, his backing group were the shadows, you see. So it was Cliff Richard and the shadows, although they kind of fell out and the shadows went on their own and had several notable hits, including Apache and Foot
I've
Tackle.
heard Apache.
You're listening to Music Today on Radio 4.
See, multi-talented Dave Bradley.
I don't think so.
Cricket commentary, bit of singing as Gibbon is in now. Alsop forward, covering his off stump as he defends that one to mid-on.
The lead guitarist of the Shadows was a fellow called Hank Marvin, who had big horn-rimmed glasses, and Hank Marvin became a bit of a, what's the thing I'm saying, if you're Hank Marvin, you're starving. You know, it's like Cockney slang.
Right,
I'm starving.
okay.
I'm Hank Marvin. And between Haverfordwest and Carmarthen, there used to be the Hank Marvin chip shop.
Right.
There you go.
Here's Gibbon to Alsop, who's forward and watches this one go through to Roderick as it passes his. Passes by his 5th stump.
But still, despite the fact they've changed the name, every time we go by, there it is, the Hank Marvin chip shop. They've changed it to something dull. A bit like nicknames we were on about the other day. Nicknames
What's your
are dull.
nickname?
Brothers.
Anything else? That no.
Nothing
different.
Nothing I can repeat on public broadcasting radio.
That'll be another thing to add to your regrets. This one is played. This comes off the thigh pad actually, I believe, down towards square leg. I'll come through for a single. I'm just waiting for the umpire to signal to the scorers. Yes, a leg bye has been signalled, and that takes Sussex to 41 for 3.
I think my wife thinks I may be Chinese. Calls me "Oi, you." Get my attention every now and then. Oh, when was our horse running?
27.
Where? 6:40. Oh right. Not yet then. Getting excited then.
Here's Gibbon. And again, on the back foot, Cole's Pushes this into the offside, down towards deep point. They'll come through for a single. And that should conclude the end of the over. 16 overs gone, Sussex are 42 for 3. And we've got 10 overs left in the day.
We have indeed. Was it the 650? Yeah, it was. Yeah. No, it was a 640, wasn't it? 620. What was it called? Delta Blues Bell? Yes. No, that was it. Yeah. Oh, it's not great odds. Still about 2 to 1. 15 to 8. With certain bookmakers. Here we are. Here's Matthew Waite at the cricket, bowling from the Cromwell Road end, pushed away on the offside. Slight thoughts of a single, but it's too close to Ethan Brooks, and Coles shouts no to his partner, Allsop, in a very loud voice. Sussex lead by 146.
Yeah, both openers out.
Both openers out fairly rapidly, weren't they?
Yeah. Literally one ball after the other.
Wait in and bowls and play back up the pitch, and Matthew Wade does a quite expansive. When your kids at school did star jumps, he does a star jump, tries to get the ball, but it's not going at any great pace, so it doesn't really go anywhere. But he gets an 8 from the Russian judge for his gymnastic appliances. Gymnastic appliances. His gymnastic ability. Sorry, folks. It's very rude to laugh at your own faux pas. Here's Waite in again and bowls, and this is driven through the offside. That might not go for 4. Ethan Brooks is on the chase.
Oh.
Slides past. Ooh, he slides past it, and as he goes to get up, he almost falls over.
He's running so quickly and slides and gets up so quickly, almost too quick for himself.
Yeah, could have injured himself there. That 2 runs takes Sussex to 44 for 3, so Calm has once again, or semi-calm you should say, fallen upon the ground here in Hove. Wait in bowls. Some who's and ahs there, but that looks pretty solidly on the front foot there. Pushes the ball back down the pitch. The shadows are taller than the people who are casting them at the moment. It's, what's the date today? 10th of May. So it was, what are we, 6 weeks away from the longest day in terms of sunlight. It's not a longer day, it's still 24 hours, but 6
Most hours of sunshine, isn't it?
Next ball is played off the back foot. Brooks at cover point is the fielder. Yeah, and somebody was telling me that after we've had the longest day, the hours of sunlight disappear quicker in the evening than they do in the morning. So if you said sunlight is till 9 o'clock, if you say sun up's at 6 o'clock and sundown's at 9 o'clock, this is like me trying to explain these seats right here to you.
I'm just going to let you go with it now.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that.
No, please.
No, I think we'll move on with their lives.
No, I'm very interested.
Here's the next ball, and that doesn't bounce too much. It's well played, very well played by Coles, who gets down, kneels down, and plays it back up the pitch.
I'd love to know. Please continue.
Well, the days shorten, but they don't shorten equally. So the morning sunlight doesn't shorten.
Oh yes,
quicker than the evening. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. I'm glad we got that out of the way, because you know.
Yep. I think I've got one more over from this end before I make way for Adrian. It's been a pleasure being with you both over the last 2 days.
Oh, it's good to have you.
Out in Southampton tomorrow.
Are you? Well,
Yes.
somebody has to be.
Down by another coast.
Is that at the Rose Bowl, as I still call it?
And the Utility Bowl.
Yeah.
For Hampshire women versus Essex in the Tier 1 Metro One Day Cup. As in comes Gibbon now, and this one takes a little bit of height and off the thigh pad, drops into the offside. No run. 44 for 3, Sussex. Gibbon into his 4th over. As he makes his way back to the top of his mark, the members' pavilion starting to look a bit empty on the far left-hand side, but I feel like everyone's gone over to the stands opposite us now.
They have.
All come to catch some rays. As Gibbon is in now, this one's left alone by Allsop as it passes through to Roderick with the gloves. Yeah, they've all gone across as they should. Shadows all over the ground now from the floodlights in the pavilion to the far left-hand side. As Gibbon turns, number 21 printed on his back, runs away from us. Left arm over the wicket. This is driven beautifully by Allsop off the front foot, through the offside, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. And Allsop moves on to 16. Sussex move on to 48 for 3.
The shot of the innings so far, I would say. Just slightly over pitched. Bit of width. Boom.
Yeah, he's not going to want to bowl there. It's a bit too full there from Gibbon, who's ready to go once again. 3 slips in place as he's through to Allsop, who's cautiously off the back foot and defends to mid-on. You're going to take the long 600-mile route back to Worcestershire?
Yeah, I'm going to go the Monarch's Way.
It's called Monarch's Way, is it?
Yeah, that's what it was, wasn't it? The Monarch's Way. Yeah, I think he was. I think he did it to. This was what we were talking about yesterday. To avoid Cromwell's troops as much as anything, I suppose.
Here's Gibbon. Passes the umpire now, and this one's watched by Allsop as it passes him and goes through to Roderick and the slip cordon.
Yeah, if you know, no idea what we're talking about yesterday about the Battle of Worcester, because Cromwell rode to the far end, Cromwell's troops at the Battle of Worcester, and King Charles II escaped, and he went on the Monarch's Way and ended up in Shoreham. But apparently he went 600 odd miles to get there, and we weren't sure how or why he did it. Well, I think we know why, but...
Sorry, he slips. All ready to go as this one's defended by Allsop off the back foot. He's on 16. Coles is on 17 as that concludes the end of the 18th over. Sussex 48 for 3. I'm going to make way for Adrian Harms and I'll catch you around somewhere. Bradders.
Nikki, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Go safely to Southampton.
I shall.
We've got, what have we got? 8 overs remaining this evening. And we'll see Matthew Wade bowl at least one of those. In he comes, right arm over and bowls, played gently to cover point by Coles. And Ethan Brooks does that thing that cricketers do where they put their foot down and the ball bounces up off their foot into their hand, which is one of those things in cricket that I've never actually, of the many things in cricket that I've never mastered, that is surely one of them. Every time I put my foot down then I'll probably fall over or it goes under the boot. Weight in bowls, played this time to mid-on where D'Oliveira is the fielder. He's bowled 20 balls and conceded 7 runs. One of those, that boundary where he dropped it short and smashed away to square leg. But apart from that, been very tight, very frugal. White turning again. A shortish mid-wicket has been posted. 18 bowls, driven up to mid-off. No run. I suppose with 7 overs left, would you become extra cautious at this time? Maybe not. If there's a bad ball, you're going to hit it anyway, so that's just a reaction, of course. Whatever's in your mind, see a bad ball, you want to whack it. Wade leans forward, comes in, bowls, and this is a steer down towards third man. There'll be at least 2 here. There's who's that sliding down there? It is Brooks. Ethan Brooks. The ripple of applause is for the Sussex 50. They lead now by 154 with 7 wickets remaining.
Strange, Brad, there's been times in the match where actually batting was relatively comfortable, and this is one such stage, isn't it? But you sort of feel like another wicket could be just around the corner. It's that sort of pitch.
It all calms down. Matthew Wade's next ball down the leg side. Good take there by Rodri.
Very good.
One that he would have been very annoyed if he hadn't have stopped, but one that he goes across and does stop. That strange noise is not a seagull. It's just a chair that needs some WD-40 on its runners.
He's sort of unfussy, isn't he, Gareth Roderick? I like to watch him keep. Who's that warming up at mid-off? Is that Tom Taylor again?
It must be, I think. Wait in, bowls, and there's a half shout. I'm from my angle, it was probably going on the leg side. Might have been a tad of bat on it. No, it signalled a leg by, so clearly the umpire thinks there wasn't. That completes the over. 51 for 3. So what have we got left today? 7 left, so if Taylor was to come on from the top end, he could bowl 3 overs then in a spell, couldn't he? Ben Gibbon to continue from the CN. Coles has 20, Alsop has 16. If you've not been with us throughout the day, well, 13 wickets have gone down today for not a lot of runs, really. Finn Hudson-Prentice took 5 for 40, Worcestershire out for 180. Only 3 batsmen got above 30. That was Henry Nichols with 32, Brett D'Oliveira with 30, Tom Taylor with 32. Ben Allison from the CN.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was Gibbon. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Gibbon from the CN.
Coles forward plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. I was looking at Finn Hudson-Prentice to see whether those figures were career best. He's made 99 batting wise. Oh, best bowling 5 for 50 against Leicestershire, so they were career best figures.
All right.
So I need to mention that in my post-match interview.
Well bowled he. I was just saying Sussex lost 2 wickets without a run on the board. And
sorry, Bradders, yes.
No, a bit of a recovery now.
Given in again, bowls. Coles defends into the offside, no run. Important little spell here, though, Bradders.
Oh yes, another wicket tonight. 4 down overnight. Probably a little bit in the pitch in the morning. 3 down over. I know it's only 1 wicket, but that shadow from the floodlight is on the stumps at the far end again, making it look as if an artist has been across it and painted the pitch a different colour, the grass a different colour.
Gibbon again, left arm over the wicket bowls. Coles pulls out to that fielder at deep mid wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 21, 52 for 3. I think it's true to say, Bradders, that Tom Taylor has looked the most likely to take wickets, which seems a pretty obvious thing to say when he has taken 7 in the match. But he's the one bowler who really has looked. Virtually every time he's kicking the ball, you think he's going to take wickets. I'm sure we'll see perhaps another blast. Yeah, I think he's warming up down there at fine leg, maybe for a sort of a 3 over blast before the end of the day.
Yeah.
Gibbon again over the wicket bowls, and that's rather wide and also has nothing to do with it, taken by Roderick low down by his bootlaces. I think he might have caught one on the edge of the end of the finger there, actually, Gareth Roderick, because he's just shaking his right hand.
Yeah, it was a difficult one.
It was.
When dies on the wicket-keeper like that.
They're horrible, those, aren't you? Right on the end of the fingers. Curse of the wicket-keeper. I think he's okay. Also someone warming up there at first slip, so we've got the fine leg and the first slip both warming up.
Allison at first slip.
Given again. Bowls. Alsop steers this into the covers. Can't beat the fielder in the cover there, who I think is Kashif Ali, and there is no run. Well, it's been an interesting day's cricket. It's been an interesting game, isn't it? It's sort of ebbed and flowed. I mean, I've got Sussex ahead here, Bradders, really, because they got the runs on the board. But
oh yes.
you know, another couple of wickets going now quickly, and you know these things can change very, very quickly.
Yeah, but who was it said, what would you not want to chase on this pitch?
Yeah, yeah. Giving him bowls, Alsop defends into the offside, and there is no run. So end of the over. 52 for 3. Add to that 104 makes the lead 156. Yeah, the way the pitch has played, I don't think you want to chase more than a couple of hundred. But you know, the sun's been on it for 2 days. Who knows? Maybe it's going to flatten out a little bit.
Yeah, I think psychologically 200 it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I think probably 156 where the lead is now might be tough. So it's, I said earlier, it's good old gritty county championship cricket. Nothing given.
No.
You've got to earn your runs on this one. And Carson's take Carson's 102 out of that. The lead would be 54.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And that last wicket partnership as well, which was 60 odd, wasn't it? Which was so important.
Tom Taylor indeed is. Back into the Worcestershire attack, bowls, and that's off the shoulder of the bat. Did well to keep it down there, goals. And as a wander off, did that catch his finger maybe? He's had a wander off towards.
Yeah, he looks a bit uncomfortable, doesn't he?
Square leg. Maybe jammed the glove, bottom hand, against the bat.
Immediately Taylor takes the ball though, it just looks a different game, Bradders. I think he's bowled excellently in this match.
Yes, but he got 7 wickets so far.
Yeah.
He's tearing in now, and bowls, and that's played nicely for nothing. Driven off the front foot to wait at mid-off. I'm not so sure those aren't lights coming on, you know, on that stand at the far end. Because the ones away to the left have come on now. Then the sun surely is setting down away to where it may be.
Yeah, so it's setting
Maybe
in the
sun.
in the west, yeah.
Yeah, because where those people have sat at the top of the middle row of the one stand, there's no light on, so they're
Oh, I see where you're looking. Yes, I see where you're looking.
casting a
Yeah.
shadow. Here's Tom Taylor in bowls. Forward solidly. Coles. He's got 21, Alsop 16, 52 for 3.
Jane Strong has been in touch, Bradders. She says, thank you for the commentary and thanks for telling us about the Monarch's Way. I never knew it stretched all the way to Shoreham by Sea, says Jane from Shoreham by Sea.
All right.
There you go.
Okay.
So Jane's very appreciative of...
Do you know my Auntie Brenda? She lives in Shoreham. Surely you must know her.
Is that true?
Yeah. My good lady wife's Auntie Brenda.
Right.
Brenda and Roger live in Shoreham. Here's Taylor in bowls and pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. And I've told this story a million times. Sussex playing Worcestershire at New Road, and we were doing commentary on the radio then, so you could hear the commentary going out. A lot of people did, just took their radios, portable radios, and plugged in, listened to the commentary. And we were rattling away. I don't know whether you were there. Maybe one of your predecessors. And we started talking about cricketers who you thought were going to be brilliant, great, you know, and probably didn't become as good as you had hoped they would be. As Taylor comes in and bowls, played this time to mid-wicket, well, more mid-on really, and there's no run. And I said, so I'm talking about first-class cricketers. So for me, Phil Weston, who played for Worcestershire and Gloucestershire, I thought he was going to go on and captain England. So I said, you know, people like Phil Weston, I said, people who play first-class cricket, not somebody who played for, and because Auntie Brenda lives in Shoreham, I said, not somebody who plays for Shoreham Seconds or something like that, you know. It was just a Sussex town that came out of my mind. At tea that day, a fella comes up and says, "You the guys doing the cricket commentary?" And I said, "Yeah." "Who are you?" He said, "I'm Billy Wright. I'm the captain of Shoreham Seconds." Absolutely true. Taylor is in here and bowls and wraps the thigh pad and bounces out on the offside. And he's got might have another little bruise there.
Good over that, wasn't it?
Was a good over. Kept the pressure on. And it looks as if Ben Allison is going to come on. Yeah, the power of radio, really.
Excellent. That's a great story. Just looking here, actually, Chris Hammond has sent me a photograph. It was like when Kashif Ali had some attention to his ankle a bit earlier on.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chris. I mean, he looked okay. He batted on after that, so hopefully he'll be all right to bat later on in the match, which might be tomorrow. We shall see. So it is going to be Ben Allison. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. He accounted for Daniel Hughes, who let one go and ended up seeing his off stump knocked back. Sussex will feel if they can get to stumps without losing another wicket. Effectively, they're 56 for 3 in their second innings. In comes Allison, bowls, Alsop plays onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single. Does Tom Alsop, who's been a bit shorter runs this season, but he'll be very pleased. He goes to 17. Very rarely lets Sussex down. He may have a couple of innings where he doesn't score runs, but then there's generally a big one around the corner for Tom. 53 for 3. Now, I'm not sure where I'm being wound up here. Jane's been back in touch, and she says, "Sorry, I do not know. I do not know Auntie Brenda."
Oh,
there we are.
How disappointing.
Yeah. Allison. 3 slips go down. He's in bowls to James Coles, who's forward and plays this deftly between third slip and backward point and picks up a single. Does Coles? He goes to 22 and Sussex to 54 for 3. The flag's billowing away on the top of the clock tower scoreboard. Not a cloud in the sky. There's a couple of vapour trails from aeroplanes. I can see one up to our left, Bradders. That's a long way up, isn't it?
He's a good way up.
Yeah, that hasn't taken off in England, I don't think.
No, I used to have that plane thing on my phone.
Oh yeah.
I think I have a plane spotter. Not sure I have anymore.
Comes around the wicket, does Allison, to the left-handed Alsop. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Alsop clips this nicely away down towards fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about 2 Alsops very quick between the wickets. He'll need to be, but there's a good bit of running by Tom Alsop. Coming back for the second run. Turning a 1 into a 2, courtesy of running the first run very quickly. He goes to 19. Sussex to 56 for 3. Keep saying add 104 for that. And you get the lead, which is now 160. Good recovery from Sussex, who at one stage were 18 for 3. In fact, they were at one stage 0 for 2 in their second innings. Harrison polishes the ball on his trousers and runs away from us. Tall man, only 6.5 feet, bowls to Alsop, who defends down the offside, no run.
Shoreham by Sea Cricket Club are doing very well.
Are they?
Yeah, according to this, they have 5 junior teams, 4 adults team, women's teams. I'm on their page on the Facebook, and there they are. So well done to them. Shoreham by Sea, of course, there's not Shoreham on the season. They were playing Rottingdean today, apparently.
Right.
Oh, no, that was the under-11s.
All right.
Last Sunday. No, when's the 11th? Tomorrow. The under-11s are playing tomorrow. Well done.
Well, it should get nice weather. I think forecast is very good for tomorrow. In comes Allison, bowls, and Alsop. Well, I thought I heard a double sound there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Who knows? He was back, but coming around the wicket to the left-handers. Well, it's a decent shout, but
probably going down, was it?
Let's just see again. Well, it pitched it.
Maybe a bit high.
Yeah, there was probably enough doubt there. Well, clearly there was enough doubt. Allison in again, bowls, Alsop forward defensively, plays to mid-off. There is no run. Another over slips by. We've got 4 remaining in the day. Allison 6 overs. 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Sussex 56 for 3. Leading now by 160 with Coles on 22. Allsop on 19.
You big night out tonight, Mr. Harms?
Always a big night out on a Saturday, Bradders.
Is it?
Put on the old Lionel Blairs and... I don't think so, Bradders. No.
Here's Tom Taylor in his bowling. That's a nasty one.
Nasty one for Roderick.
He did very well to block it.
Yeah, he did do well.
He could well have been wearing that one.
Yeah. You might be the one to watch, Bradders, down in Brighton tonight. You'll be on the front.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a stick of rock and a Diet Coke will do for me. That's
Fish and chips on the pier or something. That'd be nice.
No, I had fish and chips on Friday.
Nice.
Very good. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. It's not cheap these days, but it was very good.
Yeah. Nothing is.
No. Taylor to Coles, and Coles is forward, pushing away on the offside. 56 for 3 here. Sussex leading by 160. Just 1 or 2 more picking up their bags and their eskies, their cool boxes, and wandering off towards the exits. Off to catch the buzz. Or maybe to the local hostelry for a live now. Taylor in bowls, driven off slightly outside edge. That's going to go for 4. Not exactly where he was aiming there. Aiming more through maybe mid-off extra cover area, but they all count. They're all in the book. So Coles gets 4. Just a little skew-if with his bat. The bat didn't really come down straight on that occasion. But 4 runs of any sort in a match where wickets have tumbled like it has in this, having this one, are worth a lot. And Sussex go 260 for 3. A lead of 164. Taylor bowls, pushed away on the offside, no run. I think we can safely say that just before close of play on the second day that this might not be a draw.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, having said that, as I say, the without being alarmist, the weather forecast for Monday, the one I saw suggested that there could be some rain around.
Yeah.
But, whether there's going to be enough or whatever, but we may be done tomorrow. We shall see.
I had a look on the radar thingy. A few showers may be drifting off the channel.
Yeah.
Taylor in bowl short outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Roderick, who takes it comfortably. Not like the one earlier in this over when the ball bounced right in front of him. But he got down, got something on it, managed to stop it.
In the last game here against Surrey, it was a very different pitch. This was quite a flat pitch, and we watched Ben Folkes, and that was Roderick's kept very well in this game, but Ben Folkes kept very well. What 1 by in 400 odd.
He's good.
And there's lots of scrabbling around on the floor.
Yeah. I see he's the best wicketkeeper in the country still, I think.
Yeah.
Taylor bowls.
Ouch.
Bit of an edge. An inside edge onto the inside of the thigh pad. That's another little bruise.
He'll be wearing that one.
Well, it looks as if my boys Martley going to lose. They made 230, Stourport 224 for 5. The second's probably going to go down as well. So there we are.
That's all right, brothers. They'll be in the bar. They're drowning their sorrows. The bar profits will increase. So.
Yes. A nice day to build up a thirst.
I bet they don't charge £8 a pint in your cricket club, Bradders.
I don't know. I don't think we'd have anybody in there if we did.
No.
Well, that's a good reason to send them out, isn't it, late at night? Yeah, lads, I'm putting it's up £8 a pint now. I'll send them out.
3 overs to go in the day. A lovely evening here at Hove as in comes Ben Allison around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, and Allsop defends onto the leg side and picks up a single down to fine leg, also batting himself into form here. He goes to 20, Sussex to 61 for 3. Thank you for all your correspondence today, for your emails and your text. Bradders and I will be back tomorrow. We'll be joined by Liam O'Brien, who's Sussex and England disability cricketer. Whenever Liam comes and says, where have you been? He says, I've been to India, been to Australia. He's always been everywhere, Liam. The one thing about Liam is he always brings biscuits.
Good lad.
Yeah, he normally brings a couple of packs, so hopefully he will do the same tomorrow. As Allison is in bowls, let go by Coles outside the off stump, no run. It's not any old rubbish as well. He generally brings some nice biscuits, so we'll enjoy that tomorrow. Allison is just scratching away at the crease there. Well, from a Worcestershire point of view, Bradders, they'll just be say the lead is sneaking up. It's now 165. The first hour tomorrow will be really important. You know, if Sussex get a real foothold tomorrow morning, it may be difficult for Worcester to drag this back. In comes Allison again, bowls. Coles defends into the offside, no run. That being said, you know, Worcestershire have got previous this year with that performance down at Somerset where no one gave them an earthly.
Well, yeah, I mean, batting for a draw at Taunton is probably a somewhat different task to, well, I mean, they batted for a day and a half there, but I don't think you'd bat for a day and a half on this pitch.
Chris has just sent me a weather forecast for Brighton on Monday that shows sun all day, but it is a bit variable, I think, Chris. In comes Allison, bowls. Coles defends, takes a step forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. There is just this suggestion, this is a very boring conversation, isn't it, of showers, as Brad has said, coming off the channel, and there was certainly a suggestion that could happen.
My dad used to say, it's merely a forecast.
Yes.
It ain't necessarily what's going to happen.
I think the fella up there has got a barbecue going, Brad, as he's on the second floor of the flats. He's got a green top on, just behind the school. Well, it looks to me like he's got his barbie on. He's just bending down.
I'm sure one of our supersonic cameras will zoom in on him any minute.
Allison in bowls. Coles lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Yeah, he's just on that the block of flats. He's got
there he is. Good lads.
There he is.
There
he is. He's got his tongs in his head. Well, there he is. Look, he's just got the sausages or burgers out the.
Always use tongs.
Yeah. Who's he giving that? They're not for him, presumably.
Oh, she's taking it in.
I'm surprised. I thought you'd have sat on the balcony tonight.
It's poor, isn't it? If you're not seeing these pictures, you wonder what on earth we're on about.
Anyway, someone's having a barbecue away to our right-hand side. Allison striding in, bowls. Coles defends the ball of good length, plays it out into the offside. There is no run. Not a maiden, no, because there was a single off the first ball. Ben Allison, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. The barbecue man is now standing watching the cricket. Whilst he thinks about what do you reckon he's put? If you were having a barbie, what will be on your barbecue, Bradders?
A steak, I think.
A steak?
A steak on my barbie.
Would you? I reckon you're probably a medium rare.
Oh no.
Oh, you're well done.
No,
Are you?
Yeah. What about yourself?
Well, I had you down as like a blue almost.
Got to say, folks, it's been a long day. When you get towards how do you like your steak cooked?
Well, that's what he's contemplating.
Well, you're a medium rare man, aren't you?
I think I am a medium rare, yeah.
Be the colour of your jumper.
Yeah.
Here's Tom Taylor, the penultimate over of the day, and he's in his bowls and he's pushed up towards mid-off rather, where Brett D'Oliveira is the fielder. Also has 20, Coles has 26, Sussex have 61 for 3, and they lead by 165 runs.
They do.
Yes, we've been sport with this weather in April, haven't we? In April and early May. Probably have the wettest June on record or something, Dan. Taylor in bowls.
Just reading a message on one of these sort of local neighbours' Facebook pages.
Yeah, I know.
And someone said, is someone they've said, someone is putting out white bread for the birds. Please desist. We have a crow who comes with a slice of bread which he or she dips in our bird bath to soften it. It makes an unholy mess. In any case, Bread is not good for birds. It's not nutritious. Please show a little consideration for your neighbours. If you must feed birds, seeds, suet pellets, fat balls are all available and far more nutritious.
Oh.
I mean, really.
Yeah, I know. Well, the only thing I could say in favour of that is Taylor comes in and bowls, and that's nicely punched off the back. That could go away for 4. That is going away for 4. D'Oliveira's on the chase, and he will chase all the way.
Well done.
Oh yes, not been able to cut it off. So 4 runs indicated by umpire James Middlebrook. The only thing I would say about that, it's not about dog mess, which is every other post on those sites are.
Well, that is disgusting.
Either dog mess or speeding through villages.
Yeah. But really, I think people have got probably better things to worry about in the world, haven't they? Putting out white bread for birds, but there you go.
Well, I read the other day, I'll never get into politics, especially on the radio. 65 for 1, 169 the lead. Also has 24 and stays on 24 as he plays the ball up the pitch to D'Oliveira at mid-off. I was reading about a council where a certain political party, I won't even name the council, all the political party have got in power, and they have decided they were at a meeting about which flags they were going to fly. So they're going to fly the Union flag or the Cross of St George. And I thought, with everything else going on in the world and going on, is that all you got at all?
Yeah.
I mean, I would never stand on a town council or parish council because all you get is grief, but it was a bit weird. Taylor bowls outside the off stump, through to the wicket-keeper. Tom Taylor would have earned his whatever he drinks, cider shandy tonight.
I think Tom Taylor looks like a steak man to me. Thinking like, I think he might be a bit rare, Tom.
I'll ask him. Beat him in the lift. Tom, tell us, there's a question about today's play. Yeah, how'd you like steaks? What?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to embarrass myself that much. Perhaps we should invite him out to dinner, you and I.
Big strong fella though, isn't he?
Get him round to yours. He is. It looks as if he's had a steak in the past.
Ooh.
Oh, he's fallen over as he bowls that one.
Ouch, has he hurt himself? I hope he hasn't.
No, he's all right.
No, he's okay.
Full length delivery, almost a Yorker, pushed away on the offside. Barbecue man is still barbecuing away on the terrace, away to our right. And his neighbour's out down below. I wonder if he can drop him a couple of sausages down. The last over of the day is approaching. Another longish old day.
Yes. Cool, crumbs, yeah, 20 to 7.
20 to 7. Is the over rate on the board?
The over rate shows us minus.
Just taking it off. It's probably a lot.
Minus. I can't see the sunshine. Is it still?
Yeah,
still showing minus
they will only change it at the end of the session anyway, at the close of play. And we've got the over of spin before the end.
And James Coles is going to face. He's got one slip in place. James Coles 26 not out. The umpire is waiting for. What's he waiting for?
12th man to get off the field.
Oh dear.
It's Rob Jones, so he probably won't hurry deliberately.
Oh dear. Here comes Fatty Singh. Bowls. Coles drives into the offside. Well, they think about a single. There's a bit of yes knowing there, and in the end they decided no. I think there was a single there, to be honest, but Tom Alsop's remains at the non-striker's end. Singh waits and is on his way around the wicket. Rolls, Coles defends down the offside of the track. Again, there is no run. Round of applause from the Worcestershire fielders. I've written my cue for tomorrow morning's news, so I hope it doesn't change. In comes Singh bowls. Coles plays elegantly into the covers and very well fielded. It's short extra cover. Who's that, Bradders? That was good.
That is Ethan Brooks.
Very good. No run. And now the field is changing over for some reason. They're bringing the square leg across to point, and they've got a silly point or short extra cover in place on the drive. Singing bowls, Coles bowl. Coles is forward, I should say, plays into the offside. There is no run. Two balls left in the day. As I say, thanks again everybody for your correspondence. It's been great to hear from you. Bradders and I will be back tomorrow morning In comes Singh, bowls and Coles, plays this from the crease, just turns the ball around the corner on the leg side and picks up a single. He goes to 27 as James Cole. Sussex to 66 for 3, which means the lead is 170. And a good recovery by these two. They put on 48 for this wicket just when Sussex needed it, because at 18 for 3 they were wobbling.
Yeah, they batted well.
One ball to go in the day. As in comes Fatty Singh over the wicket, bowls, Allsop is forward, defends onto the onside, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for the day. 66 for 3, a lead of 170, Coles 27, Allsop on 24. Thank you all so much for your correspondence.
Yep.
Sussex still in the driving seat, I think, Bradders?
Oh, definitely, yeah. They will hope to, they'll hope to bat as long as they can tomorrow and build a substantial lead and put considerable pressure on the Worcestershire batsmen, who would hope to bat better than they have today.
They certainly will. So, the players leave the field. Thank you very much indeed. From myself, Adrian Harms, from Dave Bradley, and Nikki Chowdhury, who was part of our commentary team today as well. Thank you all very much, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow morning. But for now, have a very pleasant evening, and speak to you tomorrow.